Ohayo gozaimasu. The Honorable Bapak Imam Mahdi, Deputy Chief Statistician for Statistical Methodology and Information BPS Statistics Indonesia, Mr. Ashwell Jenneker, Deputy Director General for Statistical Support and Informatics at Statistics South Africa, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen.
Recording in progress.
Welcome to the second day of 7th International Conference on Big Data and Data Science for Official Statistics with theme of Global Challenges and the Importance of Relevant and Timely Data. This morning, we will start with our first agenda, which is the open plenary meeting with the topic, 10 Years of Data Innovation, What is the Next Normal? The open plenary meeting will be chaired by Mr. Ashwell Jenneker. Mr. Ashwell, time is yours.
Good morning, everyone. So it's the second day. I had a good day yesterday. Lots of entertainment. There's no one dancing today. I've got these two gentlemen. Maybe they'll perform some. Ronald, have you guys practiced anything? No, nothing. Okay, so let's get straight into business. Today we're going to look at the Committee of Experts, and the Committee of Experts on Big Data and Data Science. When we look at the total number of people that's there and the years of experience that you've got, we find that we have got more than 100 years of experience in data science and big data and statistics. And today we're going to have a look at what's been done over the past period. So we've got people coming and presenting on different items on what the business of the committee is. Our proceedings will be, we'll have a summary presented by someone, and then we'll have the committee chairs. So there's about 6 or 7 subcommittees, and we'll have those chairs then give input after the summary if there's anything fundamental that needs to be added. We'll open up later for discussions at item number 4. So the first item is the overview of the plans of the task teams. And so we've got Ronald Jansen who's going to lead that. We've got still space for Eric and Ralph. Maybe you can please join us here in front as well. Thank you. Let's start with Ronald. Thanks. Let's give him a hand of, let's give him some applause. Thanks, Ronald.
Hello. Hello. Good morning, everyone. I'm not sure who is in charge of the presentations. Is that? Oh, yes, there you are. Good. Thank you. Before I start, just want to mention from the side of the United Nations Statistics Division that this meeting is a semi-formal meeting. So the UN Committee of Experts for Big Data and Data Science for Official Statistics is an official body under the Statistical Commission. We report to the Statistical Commission. We have an official list of members who are part of our committee. So in that sense, today's morning meeting will also be a little bit more formal than the other events that we have taken place. It doesn't mean that that there are any restrictions of interventions. Everybody is allowed to give their views or ask questions. But just to know that the proceedings will be reported to the Commission of this meeting. The first item, as Ashwell was indicating, is about the overview of achievements and plans of the task teams. We have circulated 7 reports, and it's on the first slide here. So from the task teams, let me see if I can see it on my slide as well. Okay, there it is. So the task team on the AIS data reported, task team on big data and SDGs, the task team on capacity development, competencies and training, I think, the full name, task team on data access, task team on Earth observations, mobile phone data, and the privacy enhancing technologies. In total, we have actually 9 task teams under the committee, but at this point, the task team on scanner data for price statistics and the task team on rural access did not report yet. These reports will be also input to the report which we sent to the Commission. We will give a concise summary of the achievements and plans of the various task teams. Normally it would have been Niels Plug from Statistics Denmark who would have introduced this item. He is coordinating the work of the task teams. The Bureau of the Committee of Experts has divided its work between work of the task teams and work around the global platform. And Niels has been leading within the Bureau the communication and the coordination of the work of the task teams. Niels could not make it here, and he had a very good reason. There were elections in Denmark. There was a very close election, and he was in charge of the team that had to do the recount. So I think his excuse is pretty valid. If I go to the next slide. I just wanted to give some highlights. So this item was meant for information. You can read yourselves the reports, or I hope that you did. And I would just point out a few things. The achievements was for looking back, what the various task teams have done, and I'm just picking up a few. So like we have several methodological if you like, work that is being done by the task teams. In particular, we had the task team on privacy enhancing technologies, which is coming up with a guide, which is basically ready, should be out in a couple of weeks. Then also there are several guides by the task team on mobile phone data, which are also very close to being released. And those are guides which indicate use of mobile phone data for various areas like tourism, migration, the information society, and a few more. There is very active work being done in that particular task team. The AIS group also had a handbook which went live. On projects, also here is just picking up a few. Within the UN Pet Lab, they were working on a use case to show how privacy enhancing technologies can be used in practice for exchanging or sharing data between statistical offices. So that's a project that's going on there. In the AIS task team, there are many projects going on. They are very active. They have the data set, they have access to the global platform, and they are using it for various projects. So one of them, which will also, I think, be presented certainly tomorrow at the workshop, is by our colleagues from the Central Statistical Office of Ireland on new frontier indicators. They recently produced or released a publication on that. Also, the Earth Observation Group has been using, for instance, and this is just an example, the Sentinel-2 data with a Sen2Agri application for agricultural crop statistics in various countries in Africa. If we go to the next slide. Training, so that's one of the activities of the task teams. Highlights here. We have, and let me pick up the AIS Foundation e-learning course, and what the training task team has been doing is also on catalogs for big data training. On events, our task team is very active, I think, on various events that have taken place, and I'm just putting a few out here. We were very present at the Expo 2020. There were other things like Mobile Tartu 2022 in the summer. The task team on data access had a sprint in 4 sessions, which were well attended in the earlier part of this year. And of course, we will have the UN Big Data Hackathon as a bigger event of our task teams. So these are some of the achievements. What I wanted to indicate also here is that maybe in the presentation that we have in the report to the Statistical Commission, we have often, or so far we have done it task team by task team. We could still do that again this year. Another way of presenting it would be to go by headers like I've done in this presentation, to do it on the topics of methodology, training, events, and projects, and then show as a whole what we do as a committee of experts. So that's something that I will maybe get your reflections on during this morning's session. And the next slide, please. So this is final slide. What I've seen in the reports of the task teams, mostly it's a continuation of ongoing activities. And then there are a few topics which some of the task teams have reported of specific work that they are intending to do in the near future. With that, I give back, please.
Thank you, Ronald. That's a summary of the task teams from the task team chairs. Is there anything fundamental that they think should be there that isn't there? It doesn't seem like that. Thank you. Okay, let's move on. Let's look at the regional and sector hubs. Eric will give us a summary of what's happening there. We'll start off. Eric, let me hand over to you. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you as well. Good morning. So my name is Eric Daben. I work for the Office of National Statistics in the UK, but this update is very much on behalf of all the regional hubs. What I'm delivering here, of course, being presented through the regional hubs through the first year, but also very much what we're going to do over the next year. So could I have the first slide, please? I think this is the wrong order. Not the ones I sent last night. You have to go back a bit. Yeah. I was first going to give an update of what the hubs are. Okay, I will talk it through, and then we'll have a look at the slides later. So, for those that haven't really got the background, so we've been able to create 4 hubs over the last, say, 18 to 24 months, and in 4 very strategic locations. So the first hub we created was in Brazil, and really to help and support the Latin America and the Caribbean countries, which is about 33 nations altogether. And the next one was positioned in China to support the region of Asia Pacific, which we have 58 countries. Oh, thank you. Then we also have one in Africa, which is based in Rwanda in partnership with UNECA, which we're looking to support 54 countries. And then we have one in the Middle East, in Dubai, and for the United Emirates. And we're looking to feed the whole MENA region for about 22 different nations. So the real objective really is to promote the platform. And as I said there, it's like really to develop and advise to your neighboring countries. And the key thing about it is really to find partner projects. But it's all about to collaborate together and actually to share and benefit from each other's knowledge. Give the next slide, please. So we're first going to look now to a video from China.
On the southeast coast of China lies a beautiful city of culture, innovation, and digitalization, Hangzhou. As the digital economy represented by internet industry and intelligent manufacturing develops rapidly in China over the years, Hangzhou is speeding up on this track. In December 2020, with the signing of a Memorandum of Understanding between the Chinese government and the United Nations, United Nations Global Platform for Big Data China Hub was officially settled in Hangzhou. Covering a floor area of 5,000 square meters, the hub is built with 16 smart offices and gathers a group of high-quality talents in the field of statistics, big data, and information technology. The Chinese government attaches great importance to the development of the hub. Great efforts are made to fulfill the function orientation of big data application in statistics, data science research, and outcome sharing of big data application in statistics within Asia-Pacific region and with developing countries at large. Over the past 2 years, with the joint efforts by the UN DESA, the MBS of China, and Zhejiang provincial government, and with the support from the UN CEBD, the hub has carried out a series of exploratory practices and achieved good results. The application of big data in official statistics has been expanded. The wide use of remote sensing has empowered agricultural statistics. The use of scanner data in price statistics raised the survey effects. The e-commerce data were widely applied in wholesale and retail trade statistics. The statistical application of new data sources like mobile data has made substantive achievements. Progress has been made in data science research, exchange and cooperation with the task team on Earth observation data, the task team on mobile phone data, and the task team on training. Competence and capacity development of the UNCEBD were deepened. The use of drones filled the blank of remote sensing data in areas with complex weather conditions. And signaling data from mobiles made monitoring of population dynamics possible. A series of training sessions on big data application has been hosted. The hub successfully held 3 international seminars on big data to promote the dissemination of big data methodologies, applications, and technologies. With a total of more than 400 participants from national statistical offices of ASEAN countries, India, Japan, and Korea, as well as from China. For the next step, with strong support from the government, the UNBDC will enhance cooperation, further attract and cultivate talents, continue to expand the application of techniques like video, image, and semantic recognition in areas such as agriculture, household, and population statistics, and contribute more to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030.
Thank you. Could you bring up the next slide, please? So, of course, unfortunately, China was unable to join us at the conference. That's why they prepared a video for us. But I spoke to them last week, and they're really looking forward to welcome all next year in Hangzhou for the World Data Forum. Thank you. Next slide, please. So now we're moving to Africa, and particularly in Rwanda. So this year we've been holding quite a few workshops in person in Kigali. The first one with the senior leaders of UNECA, Commission of Africa, with, of course, the team from New York, and also with NSI in Kigali. And then there was also a detailed workshop which we were able to invite 4 of the nations, Egypt, Ghana, Namibia, and NSI from Rwanda. We also had the first steering committee early in August, so that's now in a well-established committee and really already planning ahead for next year's plan. And the key thing here, of course, what happened only a few weeks ago was the StatCom showcase in Addis. Actually, for everybody came together from all the African nations. There was a real opportunity for the regional hub to promote all the work that's happening there. So we can see a lot of developments across Africa at all kind of different collaboration projects. And we have good representation here from the Hub of Africa. We got Mola here and Teresa. So if you have any specific question, please reach out to them. Next slide, please. Now we move over to Brazil. So there was launched at the Statistical Conference of America of ECLAC, and we, Andrea and the team raised a questionnaire to really understand the use of big data in a very, very large region there. So we hosted a couple of workshops and webinars. There was also a 3-day conference on satellite imagery for land use and land coverage. And some papers went be released as well. And we also had a big data hackathon, a part of the coordination that Andrea team did for the major group for children and youth. And we delivered different presentations from IBGE, from different universities, and also the team was present at Expo early this year in Dubai. And the last one, there was also a presentation at the AOS conference in Poland, I think it was April this year. So if someone has any more questions on the hub in Brazil, then please reach out to Andrea, and then we can have a discussion afterwards. Thank you. Could I go to the next slide, please? So the last stop here is in Dubai. We start prepping for the Expo quite a long time ago, but of course, unfortunately, it was postponed. But in January, we were able to all together in Dubai for a very, very large event, and we were able to really launch the hub there. We did a lot of promotion, and I think it was very well received. I think we had quite a few hundred people there just attending all the different workshops. We also are working very close together with the Data Science Mentoring Program at the Office of National Statistics. There was a big support from the hub also towards the Youth Hackathon, and also they participated in the Data for Education side events. I think the knowledge exchange with this reason is really very much to establish that advisory board and to find some further collaboration projects. And of course, we got some active promotion of the Data Hackathon, which is happening starting this afternoon as well in Dubai at the same time, as Ashwell mentioned yesterday. And it's also good to see that we got the RUA and the team present here with us to actually share some further details on what's happening in that region. Thank you. Could I go to the next slide, please? Okay, so for Asia Pacific, I think the key focus will be very much on the event that's going to happen in Hangzhou. And of course, we already saw this very interesting video, and it's really now for us to work with China and particularly work with UNESCAP to make sure that we reach out across the whole Asia and Pacific region. That's a key objective for us, and we're really going to promote that for the whole next year. Could next slide, please? For Rwanda, we're going to continue to really look at specific projects. We're looking, of course, forward to do a capability plan for the whole of Africa. I think that was also very much discussed in Addis around digitalization of the whole economy and what statistics and big data can take part of that. And I think what we really see really key for that is to really develop and promote that more widely, because what we really want to do is that we can really close that gap in knowledge so that we actually bring countries on board to work closer together through the opportunity we have established in the hub there. Thank you. Could I have the next slide, please? For Brazil, of course, there's a lot happening in that whole area. We are planning to hosting some more workshops and some webinars. We're also doing some further research. And also there's some consultation with the NSOs to really see and the understanding of the use of big data and data science. I was privileged to visit them a few months ago and just to speak to the different like Latin American countries and see the interest and also the possibilities there, what data science and what machine learning can do. So I think we have a great opportunity there with Andrea and the team to develop that further. So please reach out to that as well. Next one, please. So the last one is on Dubai. We're looking at a lot of working very closely with the private industry. That's very important. I think that was mentioned yesterday also in the opening discussions, that how do we engage like better with the private industry and actually how we can make sure that we can benefit from both angles. We also, of course, going to talk later about the launch of the Data Science Leaders Network. Like the UAE Hub has a big interest in that to make sure that we continue to look at that from a more strategic point and bring like data science, machine learning, big data all closer together. And of course, the last one I wrote down there is like exchange of best practices and the governments and the frameworks with all the regional NSOs. And I think we got some interesting sessions planned for the rest of the week, so with some other countries from that region, just to see how we can develop that and learn from each other. And again, please speak to Rua and the team if you want some further details on that. So, for my last slide, next steps. So what's really important, that's really when we start discussing it, what are the needs of the regional hubs? And what can we from committee just offer as support, assistance and guidance, but is also really to maximize the impact of the different regional hubs. And what we're going to talk later is like how can the different task teams, and particularly task on training and compasses, to provide a further like training program and what the need is in your specific region. So this is the end of my update. So if I've forgotten anything specific from the regional hubs, please let me know. Otherwise, we'll continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Just to give you a sense of how this works, so you've got the global platform, and then below that you've got the sector hubs. So you've got Brazil, and Andrea is here to talk about that if you need anything to do here. Then you've got Rwanda. And Therese is here. Where's Therese? Oh, there's Therese. And then you've got the UAE. That's Rua. Hi. And then, of course, China is not here, but they've shown you a video. And then we've got the sub-sector hub on areas of Osea. That's in Spain. And Stefano is here. There's Stefano. And Ronald might just say something on the sector hub in Spain.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure that we remember that we have a sector hub on Arias for SIA. So there's a specialized hub. Regional hubs are have more a focus on taking on, in general, big data and data science and capacity building around that. The sector hub is really specific, and in this case it's for the issues around sustainability and the environmental economic accounting. So let me, just 2 words. There was a report provided and circulated to you on this work, and that sector hub is steadily improving. One thing is on the management, the establishment of the cooperation between various institutes. The main one is the Basque Basque Center for Climate Change, which is in Bilbao. But then other cooperators in there are the US Geological Survey, the UN Statistics Division, and a local entity is the Donestia International Physics Center, who provides backup on the IT for that hub. just one thing I want to pick up on as a highlight of that is that the center also does capacity building and has done webinars in the ECLAC region, but it has also joined up with the regional hub in Rwanda to do activities. So there is also that connection between sector hubs and the regional hubs on capacity building. I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Thanks, Robert. Thanks, Ronald. Okay. Let's move swiftly along. I can't imagine there's anything to add there.
Let's see, you can ask if somebody has a question.
Let me just see if there's anyone, did we miss anything that should be added? Anything that's happening that we didn't take note of? Anyone maybe want to ask something about the regional hubs? Okay, excellent. Let's look at the overview and the plans for the global platform, and Ronald will take us through that.
Okay, so these first 3 items on the agenda are for information. The next ones we really would like to get interaction with you on this. On the global platform, I want to say a few things. One is I want you to be conscious of the fact that we have many experts working with us. Each of the task teams have like a community of maybe around 50 experts working with them. Then we have the regional hubs, which by themselves have support and background and experts, mostly from the national office that is organizing the regional hub or the institute. So in total we have, I would say, in the neighborhood of about 400 experts collaborating under our committee. So I want us to remember that. So there is a lot of expertise. It's not only statistical offices. We also work with private sector, with academia, and civil society groups in those task teams. One thing which was difficult is that how can we collaborate on projects? It's very difficult to just ask a statistical officer to make its infrastructure available to people from the outside. So what was done and put together by the Office for National Statistics of the UK starting in 2018 was a cloud platform that would have data, that would have a coding environment, that would have a compute environment. We could build data pipelines and we could work together. So they built this between 2018 and 2020 and then handed it over to the UN, which we are still currently managing from our side. We did have a few changes in the actual management because there are costs to it in maintaining the platform. We have data on it, the AIS data, which we actually procure. And we have mostly AWS Cloud that we have, the services which we make sure that we have it for our community. And we have, as one of the main facilities now is a NetApp, which makes sure that we very efficiently use compute. So that one would start up and close down compute instances for projects so that we not run those continuously, but only at the time that we need them. So those are the 3 main kind of services that we have that we make available for our community. But that really makes it possible to start up projects quickly. There are quite a few projects which are currently running on the platform in various stages of either being very early in a project or already almost to a production level. Many of the projects are with the AIS data. They're very active because they not only that the data are there, they have also built the environment that we can do the coding and the preparation of the data and all of that. So that goes very well. We have many. I'm very happy to have many support and contributors to that process. There was initially a lot of support also from the side of ONS UK. I think currently on the AIS side is a lot of support from the Asian Development Bank data scientists in keeping that going. So thanks for all of those who are involved with that. Then we have other projects going on, and this is reported in the, is mentioned in the report that was circulated. I do want to mention that we have deployed .stat instances. That is technology, if you like, which is maintained by a group led by OECD. The .stat technologies, but can be used for maintenance of national databases. And we're doing this already for some time from Cambodia, which actually runs its national dissemination database on the platform. We also have put the deployments in place for Kyrgyzstan and for the Maldives. So there is a service that we also can do on this platform. In general, for those who have plans to run projects but see infrastructure as a hurdle to be taken, you can contact us and we can set this up fairly quickly to run that. I also want to mention that we're on the financial side. At the moment, we're leaning still a lot on the support that we originally had already from the UK, that continued. We have financial support. We're going to have financial support from Eurostat. We do it from our own funds at the UN. Some of that is coming from the China Trust Fund, so the Chinese are also supporting this. But in general, we want to reach out still to other offices that we keep getting continuation. I think we're fine to have the support for the next 2 years, but we have to think also longer term that we'll be able to continue this. And also, if we want to grow things on the platform to do more than what we're currently doing, we have a fairly lean kind of way of working on the platform. If we want to do more, then we need some more contributions from countries on this. And just want to mention also that, and then I give back to the chair, to Ashwell. He's actually leading the finance committee, which tries to gather support, more financial contributions for the platform, so that we have this sustainability over time. Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, so when we say there's more than hundreds of years of experience, we're not exaggerating. I mean, with 400 people, and if you look at the age of Ronald, okay, not the age of Ronald necessarily. Anyway, let's move on quite quickly. Item 4 for discussion. So we're going to have Ralph and Christoph who leads this one. It looks at the structure and systemic collaboration between the task teams and the regional sector hubs. Okay, Ralph, let me hand over to you.
All right, thank you. Yeah, the title of this discussion is quite complicated, so don't be scared what we want to do. Just one comment before we start. We had put out a Slido option so that we can collect questions already up front on what people think about it, what people want to ask. We have also distributed the flyer here. I just checked about 1 minute ago. There has not been a single question. So I don't know, either we are too advanced, which shouldn't be the case for a big data group, or maybe we are behind. Maybe putting out a QR code is like peddling VHS tapes. I don't know. But as an additional comment, we are also using the same for this panel this afternoon. So if you want to put some questions for the panel session, you can do this ahead of the panel session. So for this discussion now, so we actually try to put some time aside that we can exchange some views on this. We'll have to go back and look at the previous 3 sessions that we just heard. In these 3 sessions, we heard about the work that the different task teams under the UNCBD is doing, the activities that have been carried out by the regional hubs and the projects and resources that are available on the global platform. We've seen very interesting examples that actually show countries benefiting from the work of the task teams. and some promising plans for future projects. Next slide, please. In some of these cases, these activities have been coordinated with or through the regional hubs, while others have directly addressed and reached target countries. So if we look at this, this is just a brief extract of some of the items that have been mentioned, by far not all. While some of these actually appear like, just let it go. Well, some of these actually appear like ad hoc opportunities to satisfy demand, and there is nothing wrong with that, I have to say. We should also ask ourselves if there is a need for a closer and more sustained or sustainable form of collaboration between the task teams, the hubs, and the countries. So, of course, that means that we have to look at the role that the task team and the hubs are actually playing in this game. In some cases, we have seen this in the report now also, the hubs may actually be direct providers of support to countries, either in actual development or production processes, but primarily, of course, in training activities, capacity building. But in many cases, of course, additional expertise is needed to satisfy countries' needs. And this expertise can come from the task teams or other sources, either national or international, including public, private, academic, and others. But if we look at the definition of a hub, there's just a picture here, we usually see this as a conduit that allows others to connect. So one question could be, next slide please, if we can consider our regional hubs primarily also as hubs or connectors that link the providers of knowledge to the users of such information. This may be possible, but it certainly requires knowledge on one hand about what the providers, like the task teams, can actually provide, and on the other hand about what countries actually need. Can we then ensure that such a match always exists? Do we have sufficient knowledge about countries' needs? We have heard some examples where actual surveys have been done with countries to find out, but it has not been done for all the regions. We also then have to face the fact, do we need to change, for instance, work areas, like creating new task teams, if there are unfulfilled demands? Now, countries' needs will certainly differ, and there may be common needs that we are not able to address yet because they go outside of the types of big data or the types of working that we so far do. Next slide, please. So we have to look at some questions. Okay, yeah, the print is there, big enough. That we would ask to the different players in this game, to the regional hubs, what sort of support information do we need from the task team experts? We know that this will change over time, but how do we start? What is really needed right now? Do we have good knowledge about what countries in the region actually need? Can we even set priorities? Because there are many different needs by countries. Can we set priorities where we should focus our work? For the task teams, I think questions are, how can the task teams actually share their project outcomes, products, and tools with the regional hubs? We have seen a lot of this is being done, but not everybody is aware of it, that this actually exists. It's the current way of reporting that we have via the website of the big data and the bureau meetings where we actually share information or update information by task teams. Is that sufficient and timely? Do we need other paths? How can the regional hubs gain access to their task team experts to support specific big data projects that they would like to be engaged in based on their country needs? And or is there a preferred process for all of this across all task teams? So as I said before, so we have seen a lot of that looks like ad hoc activities, which is not wrong. Do we need a more structured approach to this? I think this often sounds better, but I think we also want to be aware that we don't coordinate something to death. We have seen enough projects where this happens, where we're trying to set up a structure, how reporting works, and it becomes so strict that in the end actual progress, actual work gets hindered by this. So I think some of the discussion now would be useful to see. What do we think are possible ways? And that, of course, also includes then questions to everybody. Do we see the role of the hubs primarily as facilitators in this process or as something else? Should the hubs primarily support training activities or also be more involved in actual development work that is being done, primarily by the task teams? And do we need stricter communication rules and channels? So we would like to hear from all those that are directly affected here, there's task teams, there's the regional hubs, but also others that have not been engaged in these processes before, who see possibilities here. So don't be scared by the rather ambitious title of this section about a structured and sustainable approach. We don't expect to walk away with a complete work program after 30 minutes of discussion, but it will be good to hear what are the views on what is possible, what do you think is still needed, what is still missing, and what may really be overreaching in terms of our current work schedule and resources. Part of this discussion, this is my final remark now, is talks that we also had in our training task team. When we look at the development of training courses, we have to seriously consider moving away from the current supply side approach to the demand side approach. Right now, basically, we do training based on what we have, what we know. We have a task team on A, B, and C, so we can do training on A, B, and C. We don't really check if A, B, and C are the priorities of what countries need. Maybe we have to listen to countries first and then see how can we fulfill these needs. Good. It's supposed to be a discussion, so I don't want to talk the whole time. So let's open up the floor. Any opinions, any comments, or even any questions to others? Do we have a microphone? Someone. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So Christoph, who's also a member of the task team for training competencies and capacity development, is now our guide in the audience here.
Hi, thank you. I'm Justin McGurk from the CSO and my colleague Nelly. I suppose one of the things that we found very useful was actually in the building of networks and being able to actually get cooperation and the point of views from other organisations and to help us develop our processes. Also, I'm involved in the UN ECE machine learning group, which is also looking at AIS, and sort of being able to facilitate those various streams has been very useful and powerful insofar as it hasn't been defined on a specific structure, because we didn't know what we wanted to do until we started doing it and developing our processes. So I would take your point about not risking over-coordinating it to death as being a very worthwhile structural aim to embed within whatever you decide to do going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it Esperanza?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Esperanza Magpantay. I'm the task team lead on mobile phone big data. So I think there's a lot of information that we heard this morning from the different activities that is happening in the UNCBT. And if I am a country, I will be a bit questioning how I will be able to approach or ask for help. So I think one thing that we need to focus on is communication. How are we going to reach out to countries? And of course, the role of the regional hubs is very important in this area. One thing that I can think of is, for example, in the mobile phone data task team, the regional hub, for example, in Brazil reached out to us and asked us to present the work that we do through a webinar. So that's one way of communicating the work of the task team and in collaboration with the regional hubs. But in terms of the communication, so for example, if I am a country and I would like to have a project, the question that I will have is, who should I contact? Is it the regional hub or should I go directly to the task team? So I think this is something that we need to clarify in terms of what is the process that, as a country, if I would like to implement something, what is the best approach that I should do? And I think that is something that we need to clarify as a group to avoid duplication and avoid, I would say, misusing the information that we have in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you. We're also open to suggestions as to add on what Esperanza is saying. What do you think? What will actually work? Your suggestion to the committee. Let's move over to Matias. Matias there.
Matias over there. Okay.
Thank you. Matthias Schilk, Chair of the Privacy Enhancing Technologies Task Team. So, yeah, I would just like to build up on what Esperanza said. I think we need to create channels and some sort of mechanism how we can learn about these needs. So I'll just make a couple of examples for what we think works for PET task team. So one thing is the focus on communities of practice. So I think that's also the direction that the data science community is going with the data science network that will be discussed later. But in our example, we partnered initially with the UN ECE project, which had already collaboration of NSOs with the concrete use cases. So we managed to create the partnership and get these use cases, so to get this insight into the needs. But we could expand this, of course, also to the wider community of practice involving regional hubs. And the second idea is the seminars. So we had a seminar organized together with COSTAT last week, and that also creates how to say, the insight into the certain region or certain country, what are their needs, but also what are their strengths or what can they add, and I expect that there will be additional use cases or additional collaboration coming from that. So we'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think there's not only your question of how to communicate, but also how to disseminate and how to have more transparent for everybody things. Maybe an answer from Andrea from the Brazilian hub.
Okay, thank you very much, Christopher. Ralph was trying not to scare us that much, but you set a lot of very complex questions. I try to be very easy with that. Just to share the strategy we are taking in Brazil, in the hub for Latin America and the Caribbean. What we did, we nominated the representatives of the hub for each task team. Each 8 of the 9 task teams, data access we don't have yet, and the idea is to look for opportunity of collaboration because it's a lot being developed in all the task teams, and we need to see the way we can collaborate to bring that to the countries. I really see the regional hubs as disconnector. Between always happening in the, let's say, in the level of the task teams, in the discussions, what you are producing, some materials, some guide, and it has to go to the countries. For some regions, language may be an issue, so we can facilitate maybe, let's say, getting countries involved to make translation of material or other things. I think that's important because the regional hub has the view of the region, including the language. And the second we did, beyond having representatives, we created a series of webinars, we call it special topics, to voice the task teams, and we say to give notes of development of task teams. The first was held 1 month ago, which was Bianca Walsh that worked with the task team of training. She did by herself, and she communicated to the National Statistical Office of the region what is going on in these task teams. And the plan is to do that for each of the task teams along the year. So I think that's 2 strategies that could be good to bring what is happening in the task teams to the countries. Thank you.
Thanks. Bartelt, behind you, Christoph.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I'm Bartelt Braaksma. I'm here for the task team on data access. First, I like very much what Andrea just mentioned about these contacts or the people that are responsible for making the connection with the task teams. You said there's no connection with the data access team yet. I think we should have that, but I understand it because data access is a very new task team. On the other hand, that's also a task team that's very suitable, I think, for connecting with the regions. So Ronald mentioned in his introduction that we now work on use case on global value chains. And global value chain by nature have a very regional component because it's all about all these goods and services that are transported all across the world. So that means that I think there's very good connections possible. The only thing there is that, from what I got, is the regional hubs, they're more or less focused on promoting the global data platform, and that would mean, if you go this direction, that that expands a bit on their work, on their activities, also to incorporate some other aspects that are relevant. For example, we work on the global value chain in the flower industry. And in flowers, there's worldwide, there's 5 countries that dominate the flower industry. One is the Netherlands, where I'm from. 2 are in South America, Ecuador and Colombia. 2 are in Africa, Ethiopia and Kenya. So there you see there's already a very geographical element in that area. Another area that we work on is the semiconductor industry. There's a very important company in the Netherlands, ASML, that produces more or less all the equipment that chips are created with. But the chips themselves, to a large extent, they come from this part of the world, from Southeast Asia. So I think there's also a very logical connection with the ESCAP region. We work on tourism, we work on retail trade, which are globally relevant, I think, but also have a regional component. So I think there's a very clear connection possible. So I think this idea of representatives, it can work both ways, not only from the regions, but also the other way around. From the task teams themselves, you can have contact points for the various regional hubs. But a question I have is also, apart from the communication element that Esperanza mentioned, which is very important, but that's, in principle it's relatively passive. So there's also an active element here. So who should take the lead? Who should take the initiative? So what I said is the global value chain, we already work on that, so we can reach out to the regional hubs and say, do you want to collaborate with us? On the other hand, there's also a kind of supply and demand aspect there. If the regional hubs have questions about data access related things that we can try to cover, so they can also approach us. So that element of who takes the initiative is, I think, also very important. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We take the question here and I go to Ria after.
Thank you so much. Nele van der Wielen, also here with Justin from the Central Statistics Office. I first want to say that the AIS task team is excellent. They created an amazing environment, despite the fact that we never met face-to-face, which is really supportive, and the data on the AIS platform are amazing. What they also managed to do is to connect the other statistical offices on this platform. So obviously we have the task team, but we were able to reach out to other statistical offices and meet with them separately to discuss their projects in more detail. So that is a really good platform. The second thing I wanted to say is regarding communication, that was mentioned a lot. I wonder if that can be done a bit better. For us, it's really important to coordinate with Eurostat, and I don't know if anybody from Eurostat is in this room, but for example, I'm talking to the Statistics for Transport Expert Group in December in Eurostat, and they're still trying to use EMSA data, which is the European Maritime Safety Agency. And to me, it's a question, do we need that if we already have the UN Global Platform, which has this amazing data? And this would really be, for us, a channel of communication. We want to push more for the users of the IAS platform from the UN, because it's already there and it's amazing. So I don't see a need of reinventing the wheel just from a Eurostat level. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
Assalamu alaikum, good morning. Khalid Rouaili from Qatar, from Planning and Statistics Authority. I thought I will give you a feedback, and the colleagues that they talked before me, I think it's gave an indication for the people on the table and as well people attending, a red flag that we should go back one step or 2 steps and focus on the communication strategy and communication plan, because all of the colleagues that they were talking here, it's about how to communicate. So I think what you did and what you showed previous on the slide, it's a great job, but how to communicate it? I think there is a huge gap between the the global hub or regional hubs and the NSOs. Thank you.
Maybe you can elaborate on this gap. You said huge gap in communication. Okay. Okay.
Thank you. I mean, that's extremely useful. Just to give you some information, the subcommittee that I chair is the finance subcommittee. So we're looking at how to make the hub more sustainable. And so the communication plan that our colleague from Qatar was mentioning, and how to communicate this, is the responsibility of the subcommittee that I'm chairing. And so one of the things that we are doing is to develop more videos to communicate the usefulness of the global hub. So while people were commenting, I was thinking we should probably develop a video as to how to engage the global hub, so that people get information as to how do you interact with the global hub, because it could be a little bit intimidating if you've got all these regional hubs and you've got all these, what do you call them, subcommittees?
Which one?
The 7 subcommittees.
And
you've got the task teams, so it could be a bit intimidating as to where do you actually go. And so one of the things that I thought we will do after this conference is to give you a sense of all the projects and all the use cases and the needs that they do address, but also give you a sense of the implementers, where have they been implemented and who's working on it there, so that if you want to ask how is this working and how do you actually implement this, then you know that. But also a sense of who is actually implementing it within the task teams. So if you want to talk about data access, you know this one. If you want to talk about mobile data, you know that this one is the contact person. So the issues of communication is not falling on it's falling on fertile ground, because myself, Ronald and Karuli is responsible for the issues of communication. So we'll be looking at that to make sure that it gets better over time. Okay, let's see where we are. Is there any further comments? We've got another minute to go.
Esperanza. Yeah.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that point about how to contact either the regional hub or somebody from the task team. I was just looking at the website of the regional hubs, and something probably that we can add to that is like just a place where the regional hub could be contacted. So that, for example, if I am a country who's interested in implementing a project, then I can just click an email and then send a question, and then I will be guided in terms of the next steps to be done. Either the regional hub connecting me to the task team or to the people in the global platform. Thank you.
Thanks, Esperanza. It's there. We'll just have to see how do we make it more visible. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, we have one additional question. Yeah. Come on.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Roa Shahi from the UAE Regional Hub. I think we touched upon the importance of really utilizing the material of the task teams and whatever they're producing. And through the work of our regional hub, I would say we could summarize it on 2 main key pillars. That would be capacity building and really spreading across all the material, spreading across the enablement of the access to the data, and of course the methodologies, the frameworks, because we believe in the region that's currently really important to build on that. As many of the NSOs that we've had conversations with have elaborated on their interest in reshaping the governance of their current work when it comes to applying innovation. And the next pillar would be definitely accelerating data innovation, and I would perhaps summarize this within the umbrella of use cases. We think that actually provides anyone that's interested in working with the task teams hands-on training so that the capacity could be built even faster, and then it could also be spread across the region itself. We could have those channels of communications a little bit open. What we're trying to currently explore is how can we really utilize, for example, mobile phone data, and the task team has been extremely helpful as well with us for mobility, transportation, and tourism as well. We've had multiple conversations, and a lot of the NSOs have actually shown interest in the utilization of that, and we believe that if we could spread it across and move forward with what we're trying to activate with the other as well task teams, it would be great. We do have a couple of plans set for next year. I think it could fall under the idea of as well setting across perhaps monthly or weekly workshops where we could activate both streams of not only spreading but also having that dialogue with the NSOs in the region, and also kind of branching out of the statistical community. We have been trying to do that, working with the private sector as well as collaborating with academia. We plan to onboard some students. We have some interest as well in accelerating the youth's capabilities. So there's kind of a lot going on to branch out outside of that statistical community, just to really tap into the ecosystem that we have when it comes to data. And we also are joined today with some of our colleagues from SCAD, and they have been also working on several streams of data innovation when it comes to forecasting statistics, so utilizing machine learning. So I guess our hub is currently really trying to figure out how can we regionally spread across all of this work and also become the enablers and connect the task teams, the leads on the task teams with the right NSOs, and really identify what the challenges are in the region.
Thank you, that's very useful. Ralph, we'll summarize us.
Yeah, it's difficult to summarize, although not that difficult, because we had a key theme here that was communication. And I think it also went in two directions. One is internal communication that we have now within the UNCBD, between the task teams and the regional hubs and region out to the countries. But I think also external communication. There was a good example that, for instance, Eurostat are using other data sets, even though we have the excellent data set, AIS data set that works. And I think there we are sometimes not forthcoming enough or aggressive enough to let people know that we're not just doing development work, we actually have products that work. There is something that countries can actually use. So that, I think, are things that we need to look at. Our task team on training competencies and capacity development has recently taken on the role of coordination among the regional hubs a little bit. So we will add this to the task that we have to look at better communication tools. I don't want to speculate now how we can do it. There are many different options, so that we have something that goes beyond the standard information, for instance, that we have about the task teams that is on the website. Because there, of course, we only want to put the things that are available, that are done. Maybe we need something like an internal mechanism, an internal page, where we can see. We're also working on this. We found out that they need this and this, so that we then have one place where we can see what is actually needed. And we have heard now examples for some of the hubs. Some of this work is actually being done, so it's not that we have to start completely from scratch. But it's good to hear that this is really a consensus now, that this is an area that we really need to improve, and I think it will also increase not only the functioning of the different work streams in the UNCBD, but also our presence that we see and the perception of our work within NSOs, and I think that's important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so let's move on to the next session. So there'll be a break after that. So everything that happens somewhere. So we need to see what we link to the geospatial community. And Ronald will take us through how do we strengthen our collaboration with the geospatial community. Thanks, Ronald.
Thank you. Yeah, slides are up. Before I start with the presentation, so again, just to take a little step back, is that we are with many groups under the Committee of Experts, as we just heard in this discussion. So 9 task teams, 5 hubs, and we'll trying to coordinate internally, as Ralph indicated, and also then coordinate with ongoing initiatives outside of what we are doing, and there are many. So it is a complex undertaking. One of the areas where we wanted to better coordinate or collaborate actually is between the work that we do and the work that is being done by the geospatial community. So this was mentioned as one of was mentioned in the report to the Commission, and was mentioned in the decision of the Statistical Commission for, let's say, the work for what we are doing under our committee, is to strengthen that collaboration. So how could we do that? And where would we focus on? The task teams that in our the task teams that are working with something related to geospatial are first of all the Earth Observation Group, doing things on land cover mapping, on Earth observation and other. Also, there's a definite geospatial component in what the AIS task team is doing in tracking maritime transport around ports and things like that. With mobile phone also, there's a lot of geospatial elements in there on the population estimates, on commuting. So there could be a link there, and also the task team on rural access to all-season roads or rural access to services more generally has a strong component. It is things that are these are things that are also being done under this, for instance, the GGIM community. To make it concrete and to have that collaboration, to start that collaboration off under a very light mechanism to organize this, the proposal that we have now is as follows. And this, I have to say, it was discussed with the task team on Earth observation. The task team on Earth observation, which is led by Lorenzo De Simone from FAO, by Talib from the World Bank, and by Eduardo from INEGI. So those are the 3 chairs. So I spoke with them. I spoke also with Andrea from the Regional Hub of Brazil, and with colleagues from ECLAC. So I would say the driver behind that was some recent activities that were done at the Regional Hub in Brazil around use of Earth observation, and the involvement also of the Regional Commission, so ECLAC, in that process. Now, end of November this year, there is a GGIM Americas conference in Chile, hosted by ECLAC. And there is also a meeting of the expert group on integration of statistical and geospatial information. That is actually an expert group which reports to the GGIM. It actually also reports to the Statistical Commission. So it is a kind of a joint expert group, and would be a good partner for us to work with. So the proposal is, can we set something up that we combine our total committee of experts with that work under the geospatial community? So they look a little bit in their geo-referencing, the kind of geo work that they do. There's a lot of components in there that they have a different perspective on what we do from a statistical point of view. But I think if we combine the two, we can reinforce that work. So if we go back on the slide, you guys want to move me forward backwards, please. One more. Oh yeah, no, one more back. Yes, this is the first slide. Sorry. So what the idea is in the light mechanism is that we would have an exchange of letters between the chair of our committee and it's actually co-chairs of this expert group on integration of statistical and geospatial information. And the exchange of letters would, first of all, just say that we are committed to collaborate. It's quite simple, right? And then we would indicate what would be the first areas that we really wanted to take on. So I know from Lorenzo and their interest from the Earth Observation Group is a lot is also on quality framework of geo-referenced data points. So if we have agricultural statistics, right? How can we and compare this with geospatial data? What is the quality of each of those geospatial data in terms of time and in terms of space? So those are the kinds of concerns that he have, and he can explain that much better than I can. But the quality framework around that is important, and is something that he wants to work with the geospatial community. Then there could also be joint activities. I think there is still unclear and how, so what the perspective exactly is of the geospatial community and what the perspective is from our community and how they could work together. There are some great documents that GGIM has put forward on geospatial, the geospatial framework. I think there's information in there that could be really useful for our community to put the outputs that we do on the various areas of work, as I mentioned in the beginning, how we can put that in the geospatial mapping, and what additional information that would give us if we put that kind of information out. So now I would like to go to the next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah. Oh, no, sorry. This one, yeah. So from our side, who would be involved in this? I mentioned those 4 task teams. Then also like to get the regional hubs involved. So Brazil was already involved. We are actually working with the, there is an initiative going on between the Earth Observation Task Team and the China Hub on the use of Earth observation for agricultural statistics. We have had meetings there. And that's something that will go forward, and there I would like to see also if that could be part of this collaboration. I know that in Rwanda there have also been discussion on the use of Earth observation for agricultural statistics, if I'm not mistaken. So could also be on that, and I think there could be also a very natural arrangement with the sector hub on RES4SEA, who uses a lot of geospatial information. So I think that all of them can be involved in this exercise. If we go to the next slide, it's the last slide. So the way to start this is today I would like to see if there is support for this proposal. So do we like to take this on? It will be work. Any new initiative which sounds interesting on paper, in practice will mean that we have to do things, right? So we have to see who's willing to be engaged. Then there is as I said, the opportunity of to bring that proposal, and we've already informally done that to the working group of GGIM at the beginning of December. So for the discussion now, it's fairly easy. Do we see support for this? I would like to see if we could get some views from you. And then maybe in addition to that, what do you see as benefits of doing this, or what do you see as challenges of having this collaboration? Thank you.
Thanks, Ronald. Okay, let's open the floor.
Do you want me to do
yes,
this? Yes,
please. Right? Thanks, Christophe. Appreciate it. Thanks, Bartel. Let's start again.
Some usual suspect.
Yes, thank you, Ronald. Bartel Braas from Statistics Netherlands. So, I think this is a very good proposal. to do this, and of course it means work, but that's what we're here for, to do useful work. But that's also where my question comes in. I'm a mathematician by training, and then we always talk about necessary and sufficient conditions. I think this is necessary to do it, but it's not sufficient, because this is all preconditions to do something useful with the basis that we built here. So my real question is then, what are we going to do after this? And so one thing that I'm thinking of, there's a lot of work to be done on climate change and SDGs, sustainability and so on. And I think this connection between the geospatial community and the statistical community can make an excellent contribution there. So I would also like to see an idea of when we build this basis, what's the next step. And one example is there's now a new development, or partly a hype, but there's also real substance in it, which is called digital twins. The digital twins are kind of a digital description of the world. What I often see is that it's done in a very physical way, that people describe the physical world and that they forgot about putting people and their companies in it. And that's the actors that change the world around us. That's also the actors that suffer or benefit from the world that we live in. And I think that we should do a much better job of making our information useful in that context. And you can build agent-based models and whatever, so you can improve on that. In Europe, for example, there's a very large project which is called Destination Earth. It's meant as a global digital twin to support the research on climate change. Several hundreds of millions of euros are being put into that by the European Commission. And what you see is that climatologists, meteorologists, they jump on that. They see, hey, there's money there, we know how to spend it. And when they ask them where statistics, it's nowhere. So it's only now just starting. So I think we should also be less modest. Also, this is an area of communication. Show the world that we can contribute to them. It takes resource, it takes money. The money is there, we just have to tap into it. So that's my question. So how are we going to show that that is useful, that we may create this connection? So thank you.
Thanks, Bartel.
Sorry.
Yeah, my background is actually in GIS, so I'm actually, to be honest, almost shocked that you're even thinking this is a question, because if we are producing data, I would look at it from the other side of it, and the acronym we use is 5WH, who, what, when, where, why, how. And that data has to ship with any outputs that we produce, because that's what's going to make it meaningful and useful to someone else to consume, who's outside of our domain, because if you give some sort of tabular data or any sort of information, if there's no background or history which is associated with it, it's essentially useless. I've been in many projects where people have come and turned up and lumped 3 or 4 gigabytes of that data. They always call it that data, and there's no metadata associated with it. And so you go, well, it's useless essentially. So you really must engage with the geospatial community to sort of make your data meaningful throughout other domains of interest outside statistics. Thank you.
Thank you. Maciek.
I have a mic here. Well, thank you. Of course, I think we have to support this. However, I would draw your attention to make it as usable for countries as possible, because there are many domains of geospatial data that are difficult to use for countries. We get many requests from many UN organizations that we just cannot validate in any case. So it would be good if countries could see what is the benefit for the countries, and it not becomes, well, to put it maybe too much, like another project between World Bank and NASA, which is probably very useful, but maybe it is not directly applicable for the countries. So in the discussion with UNGGIM, we could think of some concrete items, how the countries would benefit from this. Thank you.
Thanks, Maciek. So we might even want to take it a step further and say the geospatial community must become part of us. Therese there. that side, right in the corner.
Thank you. My name is Therese. I'm here on behalf of the regional hub in Africa. I wanted to comment on this geospatial task team. There is a question that was asked previously on how are we sure that maybe many countries, what are the priorities from different countries, and to respond to that, for instance, we know that there are many SDGs indicators that we cannot be able to calculate until now, that are mainly based on geospatial data. That is one of the projects that we can collaborate on through the hubs. And in our hub, we have sent to all the member states NSOs to a survey to understand their readiness, their problems, their priorities, and I think that is another opportunity we can use to understand what are the priorities from different countries in our region, and then we plan to have collaboration on different projects, whereby, like, if, for instance, 5 countries are interested in a project on geospatial data, we can pool resources from the task team on geospatial data and so forth, depending on different projects that I highlighted from different countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa.
Sorry to interrupt. There are some questions on Slido. One is a comment and then the other is a question. So the first comment is there is a lack of efficient communications between task teams and the global regional hubs and the regional NSOs. I guess this needs to be addressed, so that's a comment, but one that needs a response. The second one is, what is the view on funding risk? Is there an element of promotion and to get people or regions to use the hubs, and is there a case for supporting this?
So Rolf will look at those and respond to them later. So, I mean, I like what Bartel is saying. So this is definitely a necessary condition, but it's not sufficient. So you would need a little bit more. You would need to show sort of where the geospatial community will play a role. Because, I mean, let's face it, everything we do has got to do with the geospatial, has got a geospatial element. So without the geospatial community, we're not as efficient as we can be. So we could probably be a little bit more efficient if we engage them. But the proposal is a definite start then on the matter. Is there any other further comments before? Yes, there at the back, before I ask Ronald to summarize first.
Hello. Thank you very much. So just regarding the use of geospatial data, it was interesting yesterday. I saw some examples that personally I was not aware of. For instance, food security using geospatial data and things like that. I think one of the most important things is to capitalize on what was done in other countries and spread that knowledge with the problems with it, etc. Even if it could not be reproduced 100% in other countries, at least we have the learn pattern which will be quicker in my point of view. Thank you very much.
Thank you, yes. Okay, Esperanza, go for it.
Hello. Yeah, so I think it's very important, of course, to collaborate, but I would probably take stock first of the areas where we can work with them. I think it's important to talk to them first and see common areas that are, we are working at, and at the same time understand where we can avoid duplication, because if things are already done, for example, in the mobile phone big data, in looking at, you know, the population, for example, we don't want to recreate the wheel if they're already doing that. So maybe identify the areas that we could work on, and then lay out whether indeed a full collaboration is necessary, or just consolidating or discussing with them where we can avoid duplication. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks. Let's hand over to Ronald.
Yeah, so we in the UN Statistics Division have also a group working on basically we have the GGIM Secretariat, the Global Geospatial Information Management Group, right? They have a completely different community they work with. They don't work with statisticians. They work with people who look at land registry, cartographers, they look at infrastructure, geographical mapping. So they look at the world differently than we do. And it has been over the last 10 years that we have this group within our division, been an extremely problem to how to actually collaborate with them. They've tried to do this. One of the maybe more successful efforts was with the SDGs, where there was the storytelling with so the geospatial mapping of indicators. And there was a direct relation between the community of, well, the geospatial community, what if it is land cadastre kind of people, if I can say it like that, and then the statisticians, to see how you can combine them. And I think that's what we have to see. So I don't think there is much overlap yet. It's just there is a big barrier of communication about how do we actually do things together. And I think that's what we would like to do. So I think the proposal here is also a very light mechanism to start and try to see where we have activities that overlap, so that so that those who are working in our community on GIS, and then those at the geographers or geospatial side, how we can have them work together. I mean, they looking at layers on land, and we putting our statistical data on top, and try to see how we can make that work. So I think that's a little bit where we want to go to. Yeah, I think I can stop.
Thank you. We've got another extra minute for coffee. We don't want to waste that minute. Let's be back at. Sorry, Mark. You could go for it.
Well, I can speak for 2 minutes and see if we can make people late for coffee, which would be a fine ambition. No, thanks. I was just reflecting in this conversation that there was an us and them, you know, and the great divide. And I think that's like it's outdated, and we haven't quite caught up with ourselves yet. And particularly, I think that the increased focus of statisticians on data science is a bridge, because I think data science is as important in geospatial analysis as it is in our, let's say, statistically oriented analysis. And so the lines are already blurred. We just haven't really, you know, changed our psyche yet to realize that. In UNICEF, I think we were probably lucky that we didn't have a very strong GIS community, so we are naturally growing it and supporting it in the data division, so that we are problems focused rather than tools focused. So what is it? I mean, you were giving the example of what can we do together on the SDGs. It always has to be, what is it that we can do usefully together? What is a problem that we can solve together, rather than, oh, we need to coordinate? Because as soon as you coordinate for coordination's sake, you're in, you know, committee hell. So I would encourage us indeed to look for topics or ideas or challenges, helping to scope out problems which require the whole, you know, mess of skills. so that the divides then become irrelevant because we're working together to focus on issues. Which is why I like talking about frontier data rather than big data. Big data is actually a subset of the whole sweep of what we need to be able to cover with data science, statistical, analytical work. I mean, there's a whole smoosh even beyond big data. Anyway, I think I've now delayed coffee sufficiently.
So I think the marriage between us and the community will be much more natural than we think, because when we get there, we'll see that the stuff that we're working on might be the same things that they're also thinking about or working on. Thank you. So let's go for coffee, 15 minutes. Let's be back at 10:30. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. So we will have 15 minutes of coffee break from 10:15 until 10:30. The coffee break is available in front of the ballroom. Please enjoy the refreshment. Thank you.
So there's the proposal now that we do this hub meeting at 6. Yeah, because Therese wasn't here yesterday. Therese and Rua, I have to talk to Rua anyway because she still has to send me something. No, tomorrow. So, but then basically they can go to whatever workshops they want. But I think how much time will we need? An hour? Yeah. I don't think we're going to drag it out. So if there's a small room, that's fine. If not, I think we'll just.
So I asked Therese.
Yeah.
Start dulu Mas.
Recording stopped. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? Please be seated because our session will be start at the moment. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? Please be seated because our session will start at the moment. Thank you. And Mr. Ashwell, please, time is yours.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, is there any way to encourage the people that's outside to come in without offending them? Karuli will try to ask people that's outside to come in, but also for those of you at the back who can just call your friends there, that would also be useful. In South Africa, we've got the thing that we normally do this, and that does bring people to the table. Okay. Okay, Eric, I think let's get the show on the road. Yeah, thank you. The next session is about the terms of reference of Data Science Leaders Network. We're going to have Eric Deben from the UK. He's going to take us through a presentation on that item. Thanks, Eric.
Thank you as well. If you could bring the slides up, please. Okay, I just see Karoli coming back in, so... Are we okay, Karoli? Yeah, to continue? Okay. So we're going to talk over the next half hour about Data Science Leader Network, but it's going to be quite a brief introduction from myself around the network, and then we're actually going to open it up for really your input from the floor. And so we started this about, say, 8-9 months ago. Can I have the first slide, please? And I like to think that you all had access to the terms of reference, because that will be quite relevant, and and I'll talk a little bit about that. And also what we're going to do, that we're going to open up to really discuss the terms of reference, and actually what we want by the end of this session is to have a good understanding what we think is the first and most relevant sprint topic we're going to run. So can I have the next slide? So the introduction really is what we heard yesterday already quite a few times, the availability of relevant and timely and usable statistics and indicators is essential for governments to set their priorities. We need to make informed decisions and implement better policies. I think that's all clear to us. The data science revolution, as we heard a lot about, is helping improve production of those statistics. So we really need to work on that and to promote that. And what we're looking to do is to look at indicators to find new methods of producing those statistics. And we can look at other data sources. We can look at big data. We can look at machine learning. So what we decided was a new international and inclusive network for data science leaders can really improve that insight and give strategic advice and secure the buy-in to drive that innovation forward, maximize efficiencies and accelerate the integration of statistical production through data science. So what came out of the decision 53/124 was the United Nations, so is the creating a network of data science leaders of national statistical offices and strengthen the collaboration within the geospatial community. And we heard a lot about that earlier, and we really felt that we needed to shape a group for that. So can I have the next slide, please? So what's the purpose? The Data Science Leader Network is a global and inclusive network which conveys data science leaders within the community of official statistics. It aims to enable strategic decisions on big data and data science and to share experience and knowledge. And that's key, that they share experience and knowledge there, to strengthen the individual NSO's decision making and leadership. And we also want to accelerate the research collaboration and the technical partnership. Next slide, please. It will provide the mandates of the UNE's Center of Excellence of Big Data in the formulation of an overall vision, coordination, guidance, prioritization, and direction in the area of data science for official statistics. The expected outcome are concrete strategies and roadmaps with a view to achieve coherent and integrated programs of work in this area. Execution of program of works are redirected to existing groups. So the Data Science Leader is led by a dedicated bureau, and we'll talk more about it in a minute. And initially it will be shared by the UK ONS and our Managing Director of the Data Science Campus, Osama Raham. And the initial members of the Bureau are UK, Switzerland, Canada, China, Denmark, the Netherlands, Rwanda, Brazil, Indonesia, the UAE, IMF, UNECA, UNEC and the UNSD. So the activities of the Data Science Leader Network will be sprints on priority topics, which will allow fast results, so it will be quick turnaround and allowing addressing of emergency issues. So we want to see some really quick results, already planning to actually produce some results before our next commission meeting in March. And of course, the Bureau will report back to the Center of Excellence of Big Data. So, that's really like the background. What I want to do now is I want to talk more about the purpose. So next slide, please. So we're going to talk about the purpose, the key functions, and the scope and responsibility. So that's really where I open up now. We have about 10 minutes to give you the opportunity to ask some further questions on that. As a Bureau, we met a few times now, so the terms of reference have been out. We had commented on from the different members of the Bureau, and it's really for you to ask some further clarification questions to myself or to Ronald, and then we'll just we'll take it from there. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Just go back one slide.
We want to keep the questions on the screen. Yes. Yeah. So this first slide, just to add on to what Eric indicated. So we circulated the terms of reference. The terms of reference that we circulated to you were quite elaborate. There was a lot of information on purpose, on key functions, on scope. And the question basically here is if you could indicate which of those items which were mentioned on the purpose, key functions and scope you think are relevant and which may be not relevant for this group. So that's where we want to see if we can make our terms of reference a bit more concise.
Okay. Thanks, Ronald. So basically a network of people that make sure that we become more relevant. I mean, we're focusing on making quick turnaround and responding to current issues. So that's what this whole exercise is about. So any input, any feedback from yourself, any ideas, any suggestions on how we should structure ourselves around this. Open the floor. Okay, Eve. And then there at the back. Have we got any microphones?
Hello everyone, I'm Baidem Bajak, working in NSO in Senegal.
Microphone just a bit closer.
Pardon?
Put your microphone just a bit closer. Closer to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thanks.
I have just a quick question about training. I would like to know if you have, if it's previous to organize some specific technical training. For example, in Senegal, we would like to start using web scraping to get data from price. We see this was done in UK, but participating in a workshop of some hours or one day will not suffice for us to know technically how to do this. And so my question is, can we have, for example, a specific technical training using Python and scrappy technology for 2 weeks or for 1 month what will be more enough for us to do all that we need. Thank you.
Let's have Yves here in front.
Hello, Yves Jacques, Acting Chief of the Frontier Data and Technology Unit at UNICEF. And actually, I'm so glad to hear what our colleague from Senegal just said about, I think the capacity development and talent challenges we have. With our Frontier Data Network, we look at it as being three pieces. And when we get the three pieces right, then things work. And that's data, talent, technology. And what we found is technology is actually the easiest part. Data, problematic, but the most challenging part for us is on the talent side. And so I think when I saw a Data Science Leaders Network, my first reaction was, we need a Data Science Practitioners Network. And so maybe the Data Science Leaders Network can act as to prioritize these kinds of challenges that we have and look at it from a prism of data and technology and talent and what do we want to prioritize where and how so that we can really help everyone achieve the levels of data science capacity they're looking for.
Thanks, Ian. There at the back.
Yes, good morning. My name is Somitia from NSO Cambodia, and just would like to clarify and connection to our colleague from Senegal. As you all already know that we are a developing country, so the technology is very rapidly increased, and we from the statistician, so we understand statistician. But regarding to the computer learning, data science, that is we need to consider too. That's why we really need the especially for the capacity building on the, like he said, the Python R program. That's a very modern technology and very useful to use, very powerful tool to use. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay.
Hello everyone, my name is Yazia from Statistics Center Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates. As Statistics Center, we do provide data science and web scraping training courses. So I just wanted to let it out there that you can come to me and we can discuss the potential of having an online course from Statistics Center to provide web scraping and data science training sessions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's ask. Oh, so Bertrand. Bartel.
Yeah, thank you. I think that Yves' comment about data practitioners network, that's also something that the data science leaders networks should think about. So how can we make sure that all these people and that really want to use data science know what's happening, and to some extent you can leave that to the capacity building task team maybe, because that's what they're there for. But there's maybe also another more strategic dimension there. So how can we make sure that, for example, what she just said, we already have these courses that the people in Senegal, Cambodia, who need this, that they know about this. So it's not only about offering it, but also, again, here the communication, making sure that you have the right tools in place and that people know about them. Because personally, I believe that for things like training in web scraping, it works much better to work with a kind of mentor-mentee approach that you than with the formal trainings. But that's the kind of things that we can think about. So, thank you.
Thank you. Esperanza, yeah, and then we'll let Eric say something, and Ronald wants to add as well.
Thank you. I think it's indeed a very great initiative that we should have in the UNCBD. The only comment I have is in terms of the scope and the activities and probably the mandate of the group. So we heard already the word practitioner, and I think I will also emphasize the importance of having that written out in the mandate and the scope of the work, because giving strategic guidelines, I think, is very important and a key role in the type of work that they could deliver in the NSOs. But I think there's also this lack of skills that we need to address, and of course the practitioner will be an important component in that regard, and I think we should have that part in the mandate and scope of the work. And when you look at the title of the group, the first thing, of course, that will come to mind is they should be practitioners that could hold hand when somebody needs help. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Eric and then Ronald, and then we'll have another round.
Okay, I think great to have lots of feedback, but also from many different angles. I think what we've been trying to do here is to create almost what we discussed in the previous session, is that kind of communications model here. So data science leaders has many different facets. I mean, that includes training, that includes legislation, that includes help to specific stuff, that includes building that network. So what we're trying to do with the Bureau is to understand, okay, what are the needs out there, and very much align those also to the task teams, but also very much align those to the work in the regional hubs. So there are many existing different groups. I mean, we heard this morning some feedback from machine learning stuff, from the AIS stuff. So we want to make sure we're going to tap into that. We're going to reuse those existing groups that are there. So the Bureau will decide on the topic, and of course then we want to make sure that as many people as possible from this room and outside actually can start working on these sprints specifically that actually has a need, as we can identify that. But also I think the comment from Abu Dhabi there was really useful, that there's a lot of existing training out there. Let's make sure that we give access to that, to this kind of clear view, clear communication plan. So the Data Science Leader Network is very much for us now, it's a given that we establish this. We have a mandate. We're going to agree very soon what our first sprint topic will be. And we try to do that over the next month or so that we have, even if possible, a first sprint before Christmas, and then maybe a follow-up in January, February to show kind of result. I think from that first sprint we will get some clear understanding what the other needs are out there. So I think it's great to have all these comments, so we take note of that, and we want to make sure. And of course the mandate, we also want to make it open, but we have to also keep it quite concise, because I think we can filter that down by other specific projects under that. So yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Ronald, is that?
Yeah, just to see what the aim was of this discussion point, right? So as Eric was saying, so the Data Science Leaders Network will be starting. What we're looking at now is what exactly will be the terms of reference. It is looking, this network, because it's a leaders network, is looking at strategic issues. It's a peer group to see what are the burning issues for a data science center or the data science group within a statistical office, how it positions itself, and what are the priorities that this group will be working on. We have been discussing, and I think that's coming from this, through from this discussion that we have here. One of the strategic discussion points could be skills development, training, the kind of profiles that are being that are needed now in a statistical office or in the data science group of it. But also to understand that this Data Science Leaders Network is a global network and would not only look at interests of those who are already ahead of the curve, right? So for those officers who are starting with data science, there should also be a place at the table for the Data Science Leaders Network. And of course, as I understand, for them, building up capacity or seeing how data science can be used could be one of their main concerns before other of the concerns that we will be talking about, which is more like if a data science group produces experimental data, how can that be used? How does data science, how is it governed by the statistical office or governed by other parts of government? So that's one of these government question. So I think what we like to do is, so if there is any further comments, please send it to us on the terms of reference themselves. And then secondly is about the first topic, which comes on the screen now.
Exactly. Yeah. Next slide.
Which we can pick up.
So these are some early thoughts from the Bureau of what we could do as our first topic. So I'll give you a minute just to have a look at that, and then I really want to take a few minutes to open the floor again to give us some feedback. We got at least 5 minutes for this, and then we have a second slide with some further suggestions.
Should we go to the next slide?
No, not yet, but yeah, first slide, yeah.
We have fast readers here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe just that there has been understand the position of data science was with the initial group one of the topics that had a lot of attention. But as you see, there were other options mentioned here as well. So we can go to the next slide. I think, Eric, you have to say it because they don't listen to me.
Can you have the next slide, please? So are there any questions from the room around this, or suggestions or thoughts? And I think particularly the last one, that's the one that Ronald finished his point earlier around. It's really key for us to identify, and that we try, all of us, to really bridge that gap, that we get everybody on board to make sure that data science can become an important part for you to organizations to start producing statistics and to bridge that gap.
Thanks. Matthias there.
Thank you. Yeah, just one suggestion, given the comments earlier. I think would be maybe good to make it more explicit that this leadership network is actually about supporting the community of practice of data science. So it's not probably the leaders network, it's data science practice network, but leaders need to, of course, have talk about all these priority areas. So I think it's all good. It's just that to clarify the link to the real community of practice. Thank you.
Yeah. We need to work on our marketing, I think.
Yeah. But I don't know if I misunderstood Matthias, but it is a leaders network, right? So the main thing are strategic issues to discuss. They would not go into any detail of a data science project. They would discuss so if they discuss training, they discuss about what is the strategic need for training, where we have to focus on, not specifically what training is being given. So the petitioner's question would be pushed forward. So if there is if this data science leaders network say, well, we have to really focus on training in this particular stream within whatever it is, we have to develop web scraping or just know something. They would not do it, but they would say, okay, is there a group out there that would take that forward? Yeah.
No, I think the network is of leaders, but how to say, whatever you want to do, you need practitioners. So how, and the practitioners, they need to also have some support, I don't know, the Slack channels, the areas where if they work together on some particular, I don't know, projects, that they have the place that they can work, and etc. So I think the need is broader than just prioritizing, but also doing things. Thank you.
Thanks, Matthias. It's not necessarily in conflict with each other. Matthias is just saying it's about data science practice. So, that side, please.
Hi, Christos Sarakino, Statistics Canada. Coming back to your original question, I think the purpose and the scope are quite tight. They're succinct, they're well written. As to the comments and the questions on practitioners, they're undoubtedly worthwhile and there's undoubtedly a need, but in my view, directly supporting practitioners or directly supporting capacity development is well outside the scope of the network of data science leaders.
Bartel?
Yeah, thank you. I think Ronald just mentioned communication or marketing, and I think we should not only focus on the internal marketing inside our own community, but also look more outward. And that's something that I often see missing. So we are, even though we tend to think not, we're still a very closed community. So already in discussion before the break about connecting with the geospatial community that came out a little bit. So what I like very much is also to discuss about our broader role in government. In that sense, we can make connection with the excellent presentation by Bertrand Loison yesterday about the Swiss model, because they're actually doing that already. So trying to branch out and finding a better position for statistics and see how we can serve government better. We can do that at national level. At the same time, we can also do that at global level, because there's all these other UN bodies that we can work with that also have an interest in data science. And I think we can do a much better job there. And in the end, it's all about serving society. And we should do that in the best possible way. And I think data science is an excellent tool to bridge that gap. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, in the middle.
Thank you. I'm Setia from BPS Statistics Indonesia. Regarding these networks, BPS Indonesia really encourage and also will be part of the networks. But then there are some things that we need to be discussed about the leaders, right? So we'll build what do you mean with leaders? Is the leader in ASO itself, or is it in a government of other government official? That's also one of the questions. And then this network, we expect that, as you mentioned, we'll discuss about the strategic way of to share and also to have a kind of a guidance. We expect also a scheme on how to share the knowledge and the law in every how the law and also strategic way to get the data science or big data implemented in their countries. And also maybe sharing the infrastructure opportunities, also how to help and to coach different countries based on their needs. But also we expect that from the networks, leader networks, that this will have kind of a scheme or a guidance or strategic plan for designing and implementation of big data or data science in the country, and also that including collaboration between NSO and also private sector and also practitioners. So I guess that it's not a strategic level, but also we can give in more detail to share, also to have a guidance so we can be copied or it can be shared by different countries. And for example, one country, Senegal, need web scraping, and then Dubai have done web scraping. Indonesia also have done web scraping, for example. So we know that, okay, someone needs the knowledge, right? So this network, you expect to have kind of a platform, a marketplace platform to share the information or to share the experts between the networks. So we know, okay, if we need this type of expertise, so we know from the platform, okay, we can ask, for example, maybe statistic of Netherlands or maybe statistic of Australia, for example, for a specific case. So we have an overall map of the expertise of big data and also data science overall, so we know which one we can help and which one we can collaborate.
Okay, so we're running out of time. I'm going to ask Eric and Ronald. I don't see any other hands, so Eric and Ronald to try to bring the issue of strategy versus the issue of practice. Let's see how we marry this, not necessarily here, but see if there needs to be an amendment, an adjustment somewhere down the line in terms of reference. Start with Eric.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Ashful. I think it's interesting just to hear the debate. So what is clear to us that we take that back, but very much what we're trying to do here is this will be a leaders network, so it will be strategic driven. So we will engage with a lot of the existing groups. So this leaders network will not actually do the work. The project is actually to understand what are, like at a high level, the needs and how we can bring it together. But for example, we spoke to the UNECE and they have a group to talk about applied data science. That's already quite practical. We spoke to the machine learning group. There's a lot of work in there around what we're doing in the different proof of concept, web scraping, etc. So we want to make sure that we connect all these existing groups together onto that. I think that will be also very important for us, that we understand actually what is important for your government and for your policies, and how can data science make a better impact to that. So these are real strategic decisions. But what we want with the Bureau, and that's why the Bureau is set up by a real mixture from countries from all around the world, but also from different organizations who can bring very different ideas and suggestions to this network. That's why it needs to be inclusive. But, and secondly, what we're trying to achieve is that when we create a sprint, the objective is that we volunteer as many people within the industry actually to work that out and specific. So that will be a specific sprint, and that we run by a whole separate group onto that. And of course, by commitment of the Bureau, because we have to submit, of course, to our obligated suggestions to the Data Science Lead Network. Thank you. Hand over to Ronald.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, I'm basically repeating what Eric is saying, is that the idea was of this network to identify the needs and figure out with the network what would be the right direction going forward. So that's the level of the discussion. So what's the need in training? What's the need in infrastructure? And other topics which the existing data science campuses and centers encounter is like, if we get demand from other parts in government to provide services on data science, how far can we go? Because the data science centers we're talking about are data science centers for official statistics. So they're within that national statistical system. So just to the point of Satia, I think he mentioned that, is that, the focus is that these leaders of the data science groups, it can be a real data science campus like in the UK, or data science center like in Switzerland, but it can also be a research group who does data science within the statistical office. And then it would be the leader or manager or director of that group who would be seen as the part of this leaders network. But it is within the community of official statistics. So that's where we're looking at, and that's the kind of topics that we would be trying to achieve, trying to look into. And the outcome of the direction. So there is some kind of outcome coming from this sprint, or coming from this group in a small report, and that would be worked out by another group. So there would be like, can the UNECE group take on training in this particular topic, or do we have to create a new group? I think that would be the kind of outcomes that we would get from this data leaders network. Is like, we could either look over the scope of existing groups, if any of those groups can take on some of the needs that are seen, or if we think that to really address the need that was identified, if we have to actually create a new group to be able to do so. That's a possibility, but that's not what this leaders network would take on directly. Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'm about to close the session, but let's have a last sort of input there.
It's just clarifications, or I need a clarifications and maybe an input for that. Big data, it's a big topic. It's not only related to official statistics, and not even for the bigger picture of big data. It's a huge topic. Official statistics in big data is just a tiny part of big data. So if this meeting or this event, it's about official big data and official statistics, and I think it's not being represented well by the NSOs around the globe. So maybe this bureau should expand its membership not to be like a country, it's like the UN, and then the regional NSOs. Let's say in the Middle East, we have like GCC Stat. It's not being represented in this, as well as the Arab League Council. It's not in that. So if we are talking about official statistics, then this bureau, it's not being well represented. I think for data science as a big picture, yes, anyone can join, but if we are talking about official statistics, I don't think it's been covered well in this manner. And sorry for the last thing.
Yeah, I can quickly comment on that. So the idea of the Data Science Leaders Network, just to be clear, is for official statistics, right? So it is for our community. And it is typically so also for one of the things that Bertrand yesterday mentioned in his presentation is that in Switzerland, they created the Data Science Competence Center explicitly in the Statistical Office because the Statistical Office has the Statistics Act. And that Data Science Competence Centers would then automatically, for those who are working there, be covered, let's say, by the Statistics Act, which makes it very typical. I mean, peculiar, if you like, in what they would do or what they cannot do in this data science. So I think that is one of the topics that we have to further tease out, what that means. But just to illustrate, it is for official statistics. By the way, GCC Stat is part of our group here also. So we should be having that discussion within our community, the global community of official statistics. Thanks.
Thanks, Ronald. So to try to wrap your head around this concept of a data science leadership network, maybe you can also think about in the private sector, maybe of a board. Maybe in a statistical community, you can think of the Statistical Council. So we also have a steering committee. So when you engage I think, Eric, it would be fine if people engage the terms of reference once more, but think about what you think what the board should do or what the council should do, and what are we missing, and then if you could send those comments to Eric. And having had the discussion here now, when you engage the terms of reference again, you could see what do you think should be added, what have we missed, what is there, what should not be there. Okay, let's move off that. That seems a very interesting topic, Eric. We should have had more time for that one. Okay, now we're going to look at data access and privacy enhancement tools, and we've got, is it Matjes and Bartelt? Is there a presentation on that one? Thanks. Okay. So we're moving some of our musical chairs. Matjes, you can also move up. Yeah, go for it. Do you start, Matjes? Are you starting? Okay. Bartelt, you start.
Now it's on. I don't see the presentation yet. It's only a very short presentation. Is somebody putting on the presentation? No? It was sent yesterday evening. Ronald sort of. They have. Yes, that's it indeed. Thank you very much. Sorry for the delay. We sent the presentation only yesterday evening, so that's maybe the reason why it was a bit confusing. So this is something that Matthias and me prepared together, but I'll do the introduction very briefly. So can you go to the next slide, please? Because what we really want to try to do here is make a connection between getting better access to, in particular, the data outside our own community, so data that we don't control ourselves. So in the past, we were always very much used to collecting our own data, the surveys, census and so on. We control it all. We decide what the questions are. We decide who we ask the questions, and we process them the way we want to. But now that we are moving to a new world with big data and also administrative data, we depend more and more on data from outside our own community, and that brings in the different challenges. It's partly on the area of IT, the methodology, partly in legal matters, and partly also in getting the access as smooth as possible and as safe and secure as possible. So what we tried to do here is find a way to get good access to these new sources from outside. Both privately held data and administrative data can also be one of these outside sources, for example, text data or whatever. And that's where also the UN PET Lab comes in. PET stands, as you probably know, for Privacy Enhancing Techniques. So these are modern methods based on IT and methodological solutions to get access to data in a safe and secure way, so that privacy is protected. So the PET Lab was established just to make sure that we can experiment with these new methods, and we have already done some good work there. But I think, much as me think that we're now ready for the next level, which is to make the step from experimentation, just try it out, to looking for real practical applications. And these practical applications can make it, maybe get better access to data, to solve at least one of the hurdles, to make sure that people understand that the privacy and security are being guaranteed. So next slide, please. So to make that next step, we have 3 questions for you to consider. So first, so on the source level, so what kind of data sources, and that can be privately held sources, can also be government sources, so do you think are suitable for doing practical real-life experiments? And they can, of course, be at first to be relatively small, but they have to be some real value. So, and it would help if these are the data sources that are available not in just one country, but preferably in more countries or globally. On the other hand, so that's from the input side. From the output side, you can also think about what kind of statistics, what kind of output can you produce with these sources. So from the output side, what kind of use cases could you work on to make sure that also you can explain to the people that hold this data what they need it for. You need a narrative there. So that's also where the use case comes in. So what do we want to do with the data? And then the third question that I have for you is what are the other aspects that we have to take into account? And so basically PET is on the technical level, so it's an IT and methodological solution. But as we already know by now, there's always other elements that also come into play, legal, organizational, cultural, and so on. So do you think these elements, and if so, what should be in scope? So that ends my very brief introduction. So 3 questions: which data sources, which output, and what other considerations should we take into account? So thank you very much, and I hand back to Ashwell.
Thank you. Mathias, do you want to add before we start?
Yeah, just shortly, maybe one example, because this is very connected to the high-level panel which we had yesterday. And yeah, one example, of course, is mobile phone data. And like I mentioned yesterday, that mobile phone data use case in Indonesia is leading the way how to explore mobile phone data. At the same time, this data was explored in a way that protected the privacy. So that's also one of the case studies in the future PET Lab guide. So that's the practical example. But now we will be asking for more examples like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Just put the 3 questions on the last slide. Thanks. And let's open the floor. Okay, Ronald. So just remember that, I mean, everything turns on privacy. So when we engage the private sector in the future, I mean, we need to make sure that privacy is preserved. So the issue is what data is there, what have we missed, what should be added. Ronald, let's start with you.
Thank you. Yeah, there's a few points I want to make, and I was just considering where to start. We had a seminar last week in Korea, and we have one day that we discussed the secure sharing of data. How can we use privacy-enhancing technologies? The cases that we had there was cases from the health sector. Right. I thought the case that we had there on health data, so cancer research data with also social, economic components to it, or social security kind of components to it, health insurance components could be added to it, is very relevant. And it could serve as a very good example. However, it's of course also very difficult. And that's the discussion that we had, and that's the other point I wanted to mention within this group of the PET Lab, is like, how difficult are we going to make our life with the red tape of getting access to those kind of data, or do we take low-hanging fruit which is easier to access because data are not as sensitive as that? So I think that's part of the discussion, is that if we have a use case like in the health sector, or like you say with mobile phone data, and we actually make it possible with PET to use those data, I think we make a very good case for how important PETs can be in getting access to data. On the other hand, we could run in so much trouble, which things have nothing to do, as you say, Bartolt, with the technology, but have everything to do with all of the other barriers that are there, that we make very little progress. So I think that's a comment and a suggestion, but that I think is part of the discussion. Thank you.
Thanks, Ronald. Okay.
Yeah, thank you for the three questions. I would like to address the last point because you are entering with this technology. I think it's crucial. We have to move forward, no question about it, but nevertheless.
Sorry, Bertrand, just a bit closer.
Nevertheless, it's a very important topic, but I have a question regarding the accreditation of the solution, because at the end of the day, we need to implement that. It has to be real, which means you need to implement this solution inside the FSO, the NSI, sorry, and probably also in a company or many other companies. And my question is, who do you think it's necessary, maybe it's better to ask the question this way, it's necessary to have an accreditation for such a solution? Because for NSI, I think it's crucial to maintain the trust. And if everything happens, and you never really know what can happen, do you have an idea regarding that? The question, if it's necessary to have an accreditation, and who could give such an accreditation?
Thanks. Let's add more before we give Bartelt and Matthias time to comment on that. Oh, you're in front. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm Ephest from Positium. You might recognize us as a private institution here, but we are the institution who worked with BPS alongside with Telkomsel. And as was mentioned before by Matthias, thank you very much for mentioning the use of mobile phone data. Yes, we've been involved also very deeply in terms of the privacy enhancing technique. One thing that we've been, since it's been over 15 years that we've been doing this, one thing that we see as a common problem in different nations, different kind of projects, is the hesitation of the data sources, parties who can provide those data, in providing us with the actual data so that we can start working already with those big data. And those are understandably the carefulness of working with those data because of data privacy again. But alongside of it is that it will be really great if of course transparency is important, but it will be very great if there's a common understanding, common basis of what is actually privacy, what is actually data that needs to be protected. We just learned recently and that there was a study in Estonia learning that there might be some reluctance from the institutions, seeing that this cannot be shared, data cannot be shared, even though they're not relevant to individual data, but on the basis of just in case. So how do we tackle that? Do we need a common understanding between governments, regulators on what can be shared, what is considered as individual data, and ensure that the providers of this data, they can go into supporting such kind of projects without being scared of actually supporting? Is that a need to communicate between institutions to set up a baseline for the policy for the usage of this data for the benefits of official statistics? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Comment first. Bartelt, maybe?
Yeah, thank you for your questions and remarks. So I'll go through them and then maybe Matthias can add. So first, Ronald's remark on this health data, the situation. Yeah, I fully agree. So if you can do it with health data, you can basically do it anywhere, because that's obviously very sensitive data. So if we manage to do that, it would be excellent, because then, like I said, then you can probably do it anywhere. But at the same time, there's some serious issues. First, I think health data, it's probably you have to find local solutions, because the way that the health system is organized is different from country to country. So I think there's not a kind of generic basis. And moreover, I think that also all these elements that come into play that deal with sensitivity of the data and perception may be too difficult to overcome in this context. So we might have to look either for a smaller scale study in that area where we do it in only a few countries, or look at in a different direction. But we have to think about that. So, one idea that I have myself is to look at a data source that's not too sensitive at all, like satellite data, for example. Recently we had a discussion with the European Space Agency from the European Statistical System, and they were very eager to work with us as statisticians. They consider us launching users for their data, so that was an eye-opener for me. So they really want to work with us, and they are also considering privacy-enhancing techniques. So that could be a case where many of us are looking into satellite data. It's not too sensitive, so that could be one area to work on. Coming to Bertrand's question about accreditation, yes, I think that's really important to make sure that if we use these techniques, that we can also prove to stakeholders that these methods are safe and secure. So we need some kind of accreditation mechanism, but that's far from trivial. For example, when you talk about health data, so do you need to have an accreditation that the hospitals believe, or that insurance companies believe, or that the patients believe, or that the doctors believe? So we have to really think about what accreditation means, and who we have to convince that it is sufficient what we do, and that the protection is in place. And also we have to make sure that we find an accreditation body who can do that for us. Because if we do our own accreditation, then that's probably not the best way to make sure that you convince people. And then when it comes to the question raised by Evest, so what is really to be considered as sensitive data, and what data do we want to protect? Also there's really an issue, and I think we have to address that. And again, coming back to the example of Ronald of the health data, so if I talk with my father, who's 86, he doesn't care that people have his data. He says, well, my interest is that the doctors find a cure for the diseases that I have. So if they can use the data to do that, well, give it to them. It's mainly the doctors that block these kind of things. In Nancy, we had issues with that, with some kind of electronic patient file that could be shared by all medical institutions, that was basically not blocked by the patient but by the medical sector. So we have to make sure that we have a common understanding here, that both the legal parts and the perception parts are covered here. And here we have to work on. And again, I realize that in different parts of the body people may look different upon this, but we have to make a start there. So thank you. And maybe Matthias, you want to add?
Yes. I'll just add a couple of things from perspective of how we are currently organized in UMPED Lab. So in terms of how complex or how practical use case we want to tackle first. So at the moment we are really focused on the use cases that we can do with either simulated data or synthetic data or data that is already public. So it's not sensitive but resembles the kind of characteristics of potentially sensitive data. As Ronald and Bartlett mentioned, this removes a lot of obstacles, so we can do the research, we can do the experiment much faster. And but that doesn't mean that we only focus on technical and methodological aspects, because in this kind of exercises you can actually identify what are the other non-technical, so the legal and organizational aspects, and document them, and also draw from practical projects that we are collecting use cases from, for example. So I think the value even at that stage is already there. So that's one thing. The second thing is what type of use cases we want to address. So for example, in these particular initiatives, we are really looking more into the use cases where we would like to make possible to use the data sources that are highly sensitive and need additional protection for official statistics, such as the use case of mobile phone data. But there are, of course, also other types of use cases more on the, how to say, the stakeholder sides of statistical institutes. So, for example, at CBS we had a use case that does involve medical data, where for the purpose of research, you need to understand what are the social-economic background characteristics of certain patients that are receiving certain treatment in kind of e-health solutions. So that's different type of use case, but pets are relevant there as well. And finally, in relation to the legal framework, so yeah, one of the biggest challenge, which is also for the question, the third question, is this diversity around the globe, how countries regulate, but also perception side of privacy, which also differs. And so it's not possible to make kind of universal, you know, levels of privacy. However, in the task team, we have also legal subgroup, which is investigating exactly that particular aspects, and they have developed the framework, the kind of taxonomy where you can map particular national situation to really understand who are the actors, what type of legal requirements are there, like a privacy by design, data minimization, confidentiality, etc. Because at that level you can find similarities, and then you can help and see how the privacy enhancing techniques can help achieve you know, better position in certain use cases. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Just a last comment before I close this one.
Yeah, thank you for giving me the time. Actually, the PET lab is very excited, and I am very excited about it. It's my personal inquiry about the role of the PET lab. Say, for example, we are conducting, already been conducted, for telephonic survey. The question of the frame, we collected all the telephone numbers from the private sector, I mean the cell phone numbers from the private as well as some government. So people are very much hesitant about to hand over these numbers because it contains the person's name. And the question of official statistics, so we need to have some instant survey, like during the COVID situation, we did one of the surveys through telephone, we called it the telephonic survey, called KT, Computer Assisted Telephone Interview. So, and then in generally, NSO have some rules or act to anonymize the data, right? There is a formulation how to anonymize the data, say we can escape the name on others, to draw a sample through the frame of that cell phone numbers. So, I like to know how the PET lab will help us. Question of the privacy, like only the anonymizations of those things, or they have their separate technique and algorithms to make the things more secure. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe Matthias, if you can.
Yes, so the anonymization is yeah, definitely the method for that particular use case. So it's interesting, this use case is actually for primary data collection, if I understood it correctly, for CATI interviewing. So probably even the what we call traditional anonymization techniques could help, but yeah, we would need to look more closely into that case. Because the other thing which we are also working on is to have some sort of possibility for advice for certain use cases, and that could be example that we can start with. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I mean, the issue of actually need to close the session, but
thank you. For the overall of this privacy, I think that could be generated for every country is the point of do we have the same pace of understanding between the statistician and the data producer. We statisticians have some kind of privacy preserving technique, but do the data producer understand this in our same page with our our statistician? Thank you.
Thanks. And the experience is, yeah, well.
I think that's an excellent point because in my experience, the first issue is already that if you go to people in the private sector, they ask, who are you? So they know about population statistics, they know what GDP is, they don't know the organization behind that. So first we have to explain that we are an organization that produces these things. Then we have to explain, yes, we are part of government, but if you give data to us, that doesn't mean that it goes directly also to the tax office, for example. So this is a very important point, that we also have to explain to them what we are, and that we have to try to understand their environment, they have to understand our environment, and we have to learn to speak a common language. And that's different levels. So it's about understanding the way you look at data and the metadata, the descriptions. You have to understand that. You also have to understand the world that you operate in, which is slightly different. So, very good point. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think it's critical that if we want access to data, that we need to communicate what sort of methods we've got to secure this data. And that no one's privacy at the end of the day will be violated in any sort of way. But it's almost a matrix of a community that you need to think about satisfying in terms of that we've got our ducks in a row in terms of anonymizing all this data. I think what we would also need to do, and I'll put this challenge across to Matjes and Bartel, we'll need to explain to our bigger community about what we've already got in place so that people can see what anonymization and what our thinking is. And that goes back to our previous thing about how do we communicate what we've got. Okay, thank you very much. Let's close that session. Thanks Matjes, thanks Bartel. And we'll bring Ronald will come back now. So now we're going to look at our report back to the Statistical Commission. And we're going to look at the Yogyakarta Declaration. And Ronald will take us through this one. Yes, let's put the presentation up on this one. Only a short presentation.
So I'm completely by myself now here. Yeah, so this is the last agenda item. The Jakarta Declaration and the report to the Statistical Commission are, as you will see, will contain some of the same information. It's just the, let's say, the purpose or the audience maybe slightly different. So one of the things I would like you to think about or to respond to is like, do we want to have a Yogyakarta Declaration or not? We have done this starting from the conference that we had, the fourth conference that we had in Colombia. So first thing in 2017 was the Bogota Declaration. And then we did this also in Kigali in 2019, so we have a Kigali Declaration, and we have, from the virtual meeting in 2020, we also have a Seoul declaration. The way this works is that, so we put this together, a declaration, and the way we sort of officialize it is that we add it to our report to the Commission. So it comes in as an annex there, and it is in that way recorded. It doesn't go anywhere else than that we submit it to the Statistical Commission as an annex, okay? If I go, oh yeah, there it is. So the purpose of this is raising awareness to topics that we think are really important. And the audience is, these are all the UN member states, but basically it is the global statistical community who we're talking to. So what the declaration does is try to raise, as a kind of a standalone document, raise awareness to topics to show this is what we're working on, this is what we think is really important. In that sense, it has a function, right? It's a bit more than our report in the Statistical Commission. We sort of more or less emphasizing some of the points that we think are really important coming out of this conference in relation to the theme of the conference. So if we go to the next slide. So this is what the structure will be. We have this, it recalling, and then it would recall the mandate from 2014 of our committee for what our committee was set out to do. We will make reference to the Cape Town Global Action Plan, also from 2017. Regarding the SDGs, it makes a link between our work and the need for data for the SDGs. And then we can reiterate some parts of the earlier declarations, some parts which we think are important to reiterate in that sense. And then we get to the call for action and recommendations. And the ones that I suppose that we would put out there is reference to the theme of our conference. So the theme is global challenges and the importance of relevant and timely data. I would also say that we add in there the access to data in that part. Support to the regional hubs, I think we can stress that point. And this is also then that we would, again, the audience are member states, statistical community, so ask them to support initiatives, activities going on in the regional hubs for big data, right? Then this collaboration, we discussed that between statistical and geospatial community. We could also make a real point of that we'll see this as something that we want to take forward. Encourage participation in the Data Science Leaders Network. We can make a call for that. And then from the last point that we just discussed, there is also the, and we have to see how we formulate this exactly, but support for the use of privacy-enhancing technologies to facilitate access to data. It's also a call to our community to put it out there, okay? So that's what the declaration would be. So I think what I would like to get from you is a quick reaction if you want, if you think this is needed. If you like to see that there will be also a Yogyakarta declaration, so a few voices of support that we're going to go ahead with this. I have to say, so Niels Ploeg, one of our co-chairs, really said, well, we have to do this, right? So that's also why I'm putting it out there. But I'd like to see from you if you have support for that. I don't have anything specifically on the report to the Statistical Commission, but the report to the Statistical Commission will contain all of the parts that we discussed in this meeting this morning. So the task teams, regional hub, collaboration between task team and regional hub, and the various other items that we just discussed. Thank you.
Thanks. Is there anything, generally, is there support, anything that should be added to the list? Anything you think we missed? Yes, Esperanza.
Thank you very much. I fully support the idea of having a declaration. I think it's good to wrap up whatever happened here and to report it to the wider community and have it attached to the UN Statistical Commission report. I would just probably add a point and the recommendation to make reference to the outputs that came out from the different task teams, encouraging countries to use them to address the lack of data and the importance that the big data could help in complementing our traditional statistics. Thank you.
Thanks, that's very useful. Yes, Bartolt.
Yeah, thank you. I also support very much the Yogyakarta Declaration. But personally, I think it should not be an enumeration of all the things that we discussed here, but bring focus to some of the points that we think are relevant to mention, to highlight, and in particular those elements where we believe that it is necessary to highlight them because they will not go by themselves. And one of the things is, that I'm thinking of is what you have just been discussing. So I think nobody is concerned if you use a UN PET lab to do some theoretical experiments with synthetic data. Once you start to use real data and look at real life use cases, then, and I speak from experience in my office, then everybody starts to get concerns. Hey, should we not consider this again? And maybe we should wait a little and think a little bit more about that, and maybe next year or the year after. So I think in this case, where I think that it helps to get a real push from Statcom, then I think that these are exactly the kind of elements that should go into the declaration. So thank you.
Thanks, Bartel. Saying we should be a bit sharper, but focusing on the important things. Andrea, thanks.
Yeah, I would like to say that I fully support on behalf of the regional hub, because I think that now we are taking off, and I think that's very important and a statement of support at this level. So really important. So it's that. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrea. Okay, I think in general there's great support. Need to add some of the outputs and then also focus us, not just to have a complete enumeration, just say these are the things that is critical and important now to deliver at this stage. Ronald, I think that is fine.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay, let's move to, how are we doing for time? Oh, we've got a minute to go. Any other business? Anything that, yes, they're at the back. Is that the online people, online community? Let's see what they say.
Thank you very much. So this is taking us back to some of the things that were mentioned earlier. Someone has put in saying, I think the data science leaders group should be open to heads of NSOs to create awareness. This will help them to build a big data, to help them build up big data teams in their organizations. Then someone is asking, how do they join the regional hub? And the last one is the high-level panel should look into including all the NSOs. Thank you.
Thanks, Theo. Okay, that's a good point. And so we can, in our marketing plan, we could have a stakeholder community, heads of NSO, and specifically target them in our communication. Yes.
Sorry, come again. Regarding the standards and then the data science or big data implementations in the NSO, say, for example, it's my own view, we have in our NSO, or most of the NSO do have a cell like SDG cell. So say I was thinking, should I create or develop another cell like data science or big data cell like that, or we can make a cell combination of two things, like SDG also comes from the UN, and then this journey is coming also from the UN, as well as, like I mentioned earlier, SDMX is another key activities from UNSD. But so these three things, we can create a one cell who that particular cell will report to the UN hub or UN headquarters as per their activities. In our cases, like SDG cell has been reporting to annual performance agreement from the government initiative. We must acknowledge the performance of SDG cell of the NSOs, but not likely the implementation of initiative of big data or the data science activities throughout the census or survey activities. So then other things is like, when should I involve? When the data science people or the experts should be involved in the question of beginning of the activities like census or survey, or the end of the activities? I mean, the data collection and other parts done, and middle of them they have been engaged, okay, do the analysis, do something like this and that. So yes, that's a good initiative. You have developed some TOR, when and what and how to complete this job or task. So in my question is, should I create or develop another cells or the one cells for the data science or big data analysis expert? Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Roy.
I have some other business.
Okay, Ronald.
Yeah, so maybe on the last question, maybe we can take that offline a little bit about how to further discuss creating a data science. It really depends on the situation of your office and what the needs are, I think. I had two other points for any other businesses, just some announcements and things to, so that you're aware of things which are happening. So there is the initiative under the sector hub on Areas for SIA. I want to mention that there is an intention there also to make this into a UN hub, which means there would be UN personnel in the hub, and then also means that it would work under the UN umbrella for certain kinds of activities. So I'm really looking forward to see how that will develop. And I think it has a good likelihood of succeeding because of the fact that the other parts in this Musk Center for Climate Change already have some UN personnel in there. So this the hub for Areas for SIA in that sense has already a first step up about getting there. In a similar sense, we've been notified by the colleagues in China that they also would like to see if they can make the China, so the regional hub for big data in China, into a UN hub, also meaning that there would be UN personnel working there. That it also would be working for Asia and the Pacific, so we have to have a relation also with other UN offices in the region. So that intention is there, and also a little bit also there is that there is recently was activity on the Global Geospatial Center in China, which also will have UN personnel. That's in a very advanced stage. This one is in a very early stage, but also just for your information that things are happening like that. I see Xiaoling here from from the regional hub. So I don't know if Xiaoling wanted to come in on that point. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go for it.
Could you spare me? Yeah. Could you spare me 2 minutes to elaborate a little bit on the proposal of hosting the UN Regional Center for Big Data for Asia Pacific?
Yes, please go for it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I think the purpose is that we believe that that would be a nice position for us to attract more international talents and possible resources to have more research result in the application of big data. And also as a result, the statistical capacity in Asia Pacific and other developing countries will be enhanced to better implement the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And I believe that we have the following three advantages. One is the location. And I believe that you may notice that China is very active in digital economy, and Zhejiang province, where I located, is one of the pioneer regions in the development of China digital arena. And Hangzhou is really active in the digital economies, and we have a number of leading enterprises here, such as Alibaba, and we have several innovation parks, such as the Intelligence Cloud Valley, and the integrated development of digital society, digital economy, and digital government provides a naturally fertile soil for the integration of big data and data science with statistics. And also in UNBDC, in our building, we have a matured software and hardware facilities. And I'm not sure if you have already seen the video that we shot several days ago. And the center is equipped with strong personnel, complete facilities, and operational mechanism is really in place. And the conditions are sufficient, and the time is, I think it is the time to make it a specialized agency of the United Nations, so we can have more resources. And the third advantage that we have the strong policy support from the NBS of China and also the People's Government of Zhejiang Province. I believe that they will actively provide resources to support the further development financially and human resource. I think it's we want to take this opportunity to see if we can have have this kind of host of the UN Regional Center, and then we can have a better position to attract more expertise to reinforce the role of the UNGP and contribute to the global capacity building of applying big data in statistics. Thank you so much.
Other comments on any other business? Ronald has got.
Yes. Yeah. So it's I had besides what I mentioned on the UN China Open, very happy that that Xiaoling you managed to connect and that we could hear directly from you. So good to see you from Hangzhou.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I had another point. Sorry, go ahead, Xiaoling. What to say? No. Okay, I had another point. That is that we received. It was more of a general request that we received as an office, which came from the Statistical Office of Ukraine, asking if there were. If new kinds of technologies, new kinds of data sources and big data could be used to help them in still getting their statistics, because currently, of course, their statistical production is not as it used to be, and they were trying to see if new data, new technologies can help. So this is a call, and therefore I'm saying this because they got to, can the UN Committee of Big Data and Data Science do anything in that direction? There are two ongoing projects actually that do use something, that do work on this already. One is Flowminer, who is using mobile phone data in Ukraine to see how people are displaced. And the other one is that our AIS data from the platform have been used to track like the shipments of, especially also of grain exports from Ukraine. So those things have been ongoing. If there's anything else that anyone was working on or think would be of interest to send back, that please contact us on that. Thank you.
Thanks, and thanks for all the comments and the discussion. We're now closing this session, so we're having lunch, and I think lunch will be served outside again. And remember to be back at 1:30. So that's 1:30, not like African or Indonesian time. Let's try to be back here at 1:30. Because remember, we're linking up with UAE. We're linking up with UAE, and we need to start hackathon on that side as well. Thanks. Enjoy lunch.
I'm sorry. Before the before the photo session, before the lunch break, we will have a photo session. So let me invite Mr. Ashwell and Bapak Imam Mahdi and all the chairs for today's meeting. Please, for Mr. Ronald, Mr. Karoli, Mr. Ralph, and Mr. Eric, and Mr. Bartlett, and Mr. Majas to come to the front, and we will have a photo session. So we can do it in this. So are you going to go to the stage? Okay. Yeah, we can do it here. Yeah, please. Yeah, here. So. Okay. All right, Mr. Ronald, maybe you can go to like in the middle. Okay. All right, with my count, probably 1. Okay. 1, 2, 3. One more time. Give me your best smile. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you so much. Oh, one more time. We have this beautiful ready to take your picture. Give her your best smile, please. 1, 2, 3. Awesome. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all, and please have a seat. And ladies and gentlemen, before the lunch break, I have several things to announce. First, the conference material and presentation slides and live streaming link are available at this link. Okay, you can download the material and presentation slides and also the live streaming link. Second, all participants are expected to register using your QR code at the registration table before joining any event, so that we know that you are participating in what event. Thank you. Thank you, and have enjoy your lunch. See you.
Yang lain tidak diajak, yang partisipan yang lain.
Okay. New information. Maybe we will have a photo session for all the participants. So please, for all the participants, come to the front, and we will have a big group photo session. Thank you. Maybe we can divide, so some people go on stage, and then some people we will like stand up just in front, under the... Maybe we can invite some participants to go on stage. So we will divide like two, or oh ya ada itu ya. Oh sorry. Apa gimana? Yeah. So please, for all the participants, please come to the front. Thank you. Okay, some people, some participants may go on stage, and then some of the participants can just stay. Okay, please, everyone. I will ask once again for all the participants, you can come to the front, and we will have a big picture. We will have a big fit photo session. So for all the participants, can you please go? Can you please all come to the front? Saya pakai bahasa Indonesia, boleh ke depan? For all the participants, can you please come to the front? We will have a photo session. This is almost lunch time, so I think everyone is already hungry. So let's make it quick. Aman nggak? Ayo, monggo bapak-bapak, ibu-ibu sekalian, silahkan. Bisa naik ke atas panggung mungkin supaya nggak terlalu menumpuk di sini, silahkan. Yang sebelah kiri kurang banyak, jadi silahkan bisa ke kiri. Oh.
Nggak kelihatan, tapi sedikit paling, Wai, kalau mau. Yang naktis aja kalau mau.
Oke, silahkan di belakang. Silahkan memposisikan diri. Ayo, kapan lagi foto-foto? With my count, formal picture first. Oh, I'm not going to be in the picture then. Okay, with my count. 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more time. 1, 2, 3. And please let me also in the picture. Awesome, thank you so much everybody, and please enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Videonya 3 ya.
Press over ya.
We will have the opening hackathon start. Buka masker tadi.
Oh iya lupa, astagfirullah. Mbak, enggak maksudku aku mau make sure dulu ya si speech-nya itu bakalan.
Siapa aja?
Nuri.
Nor, tolong dibantu pastikan yang
sudah
mau maju.
tahu.
Udah tahu semua.
Dan aku akan mempersilahkannya di awal. Mereka tahu. Naik semua, udah. Oke.
Langsung.
Sorry, belum aku tulis jadinya ada di sini. Mereka dipersilakan naik dulu semua gitu kan, Ki? Terus nanti siapa maju ke podium gitu kan? Yap. Tadi malam di Ronald di briefing gitu.
Di voice over dulu supaya masuk.
Oke.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I have your attention? Please make sure that you enter the ballroom because the opening ceremony of the hackathon is going to begin immediately. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to enter the ballroom because the opening ceremony of the hackathon will be started soon. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second agenda of today's event. This afternoon, we will have the opening ceremony for the UN Big Data Hackathon. The 2022 UN Big Data Hackathon is the part of 7th International Conference on Big Data and Data Science for Official Statistics, which aims at developing ideas and solutions to help achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and assist in resolving global challenges. There will be 2 tracks in this hackathon. The first one is Big Data tracks, and the second one is Youth track. The Big Data track will bring together teams of big data experts, and Youth track will targeting teams of students or young professionals. Before we start, I would like to invite our speaker to come to the stage. The Honorable Mr. Ronald, Mr. Markey, Mr. Jack, Bapak Imam Mahdi, and Mr. Ashwell Jeneker, please come to the stage. Thank you. Maybe Mr. Ashwell can take a seat in the middle, and then, yep. Okay. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin the event with the speech of Mr. Ronald Jensen. He is an Assistant Director of UNSD. Mr. Ronald, time is yours.
Yes. Welcome back. Good afternoon. Yeah, this is now the time that it's leading up to the start of the UN Big Data Hackathon, the 2022 UN Big Data Hackathon. There are many teams who are anxiously waiting that they can start for the 72-hour countdown of the hackathon, which starts at 2 o'clock. This event is an important part of our conference. It's started, I mean, we have done hackathons before in previous years, relatively small. This year, it is a really large hackathon. We have around 2,000 data scientists and statisticians participating in this hackathon from all around the world. As was already indicated, there is like a big data track hackathon. There is a UN Youth hackathon, which is the largest part, a lot of young data scientists and statisticians. We also have a UN Pet Lab hackathon, specifically looking at the use of privacy-enhancing technologies. We're very happy to have all of that energy being used to address the overall theme of this conference, which is how innovative data solutions could help address global challenges. As you might have seen also from the message of the Director Secretary General of the United Nations, Amina Mohamed, she saw that an important part of this conference is that we are motivating a lot of young people to help in making data available for this purpose. And I'm myself also really happy that this is happening. It took a long time to organize it, and many organizations supported and spent their own time to make this hackathon into a success. And I want to mention them, and I hope I don't forget all the ones who are participating here. First of all, it's the UN Youth Group. That group, which is an official group under the UN, really are the driver, the engine behind the hackathon, and I really would like to thank them. I also have to thank the colleagues in my team of the UN Statistics Division in New York, who spent a lot of time and energy to make this happen. We have the regional hubs for big data, the ones in Brazil, China, Rwanda, and UAE were all invested to make this happen. We had also a statistical office like Canada and the UK who are participating in the organization. We got support, voluntary support from some tech companies. We have AWS, so Amazon Web Services, who's helping us in a major way to make this happen. We have Esri helping us. And then we have those who are making some of their data available. We have Lloyd Registry Foundation, we had UNICEF, we have OCHA and UNHCR, all of them participating in the sense that we had already 3 or 4 webinars leading up to this event in which they, all of the ones I just mentioned, explained their part in the organization of the hackathon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ronald. Now I want to invite Mr. Marky Muriawan to give his speech. So Mr. Marky Muriawan is the Chief of Trade Statistics Section at UNSD. So Mr. Marky, time is yours.
Thank you, Kiki, and good afternoon, everyone. Under the events of the Big Data Conference, so I'm responsible to run the hackathon. And of course, I'm also supported by a lot of colleagues in here. Ronald mentions the colleagues from the UN Youth Group and also from the UN Statistics Divisions. maybe I will call out the names. So the core organizing members of the hackathons committee is Abhijit and Umaima from UN Group, Youth Group, and we also have Chai Yue as part of my team from the UN Strategic Divisions. So this is a global event, right? So we have around more than 350 teams around the world competing in, I don't know, 15 minutes, in virtual and in 3 on-site locations. So we have a location here in Yogyakarta that we have around 75 people. We have a Dubai location in Dubai that we have around 100 people participating, and we have an on-site locations in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, around 30 people. And they will start exactly at the same time, which is 2 o'clock our time zone, and in Brazil it will be somewhere very early morning. So it is a global event, and the rest will be participating in their own locations, and they will be supported also by what we call mentors. So this is something that is unique. So our hackathon is not only to competitions that people compete, but this is also a learning experience. That's why we have an army about 50 mentors around the world that is split to different time zones. In Yogyakarta, we have some on-site mentors. So we have Nela and Justin from Statistics Ireland, and we have some colleagues from Asian Development Bank, Amma, Cheryl, and Ed, and we have also colleagues from UNCTAD, Daniel Hope, so they are all will be the mentors for the hackathon. For those hackathon participants, please take advantage of the mentors that we provide, because their experience may be beneficial to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Markey. Now, I want to invite Mr. Jack Fitzsimon from Oblivious.ai. Please.
Great. So thanks for the opportunity, and especially to all the people who came together to make the UN Pet Lab's first competition or hackathon, hopefully an enjoyable experience for everyone who's involved over the next few days. I think the concept of it came relatively late in the game, so it was toward the latter end of September, and it was really a lot of people from all over the world working together to bring it together on time. So first off, I think the concept really came from the UN Pet Lab, which was formed last year, and there's representation there from Brazil, the US, Canada, the UK, Italy, the Netherlands, and the list goes on. But on top of that, we've also received a huge amount of support from some people here in this room and some people internationally. So I think the first kind of thank you of appreciation goes to those who are providing us with the data set that's used in the competition. It was important to us that we could in some way gamify privacy to really extend its reach, but you can't do this without an interesting data set that people can get behind. So that goes to the UNHCR, especially Federico Sampson, who's here with us, and Andrea Palandra. On top of that, once you have a data set, you sometimes need to clean it up slightly, and a huge amount of activity went into that from our colleagues at the FSO in Switzerland, Pauline Marila Ribert and Raphael de Fonville, which I apologize if I'm cutting the French pronunciation of your surnames, but I'm sure you'll accept it on this occasion. We've managed to incorporate pretty much some of the kind of most cutting-edge frameworks in differential privacy from around the world, and people volunteer who actually built those frameworks themselves. That includes Michael Shumate and Raman Prasad at OpenDP in Harvard, Nisha Hullen from IBM Research in Dublin, and Joshua Allen from the Smart Noise project at Microsoft. And finally, there's some people on our own team who pulled all-nighters to get it there, including Baswar Prabhat and Mira Bedi. So thank you to everyone, and hopefully it's a really enjoyable event this year and something that we can continue to put on over the coming years.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jack. Now, we would like to invite Bapak Imam Mahdi, Deputy Chief Statistician for Statistical Methodology and Information.
Okay, thank you, Kiki. Good afternoon, everyone. So, first of all, I would like to congratulate to all hackathon participants, not only from Indonesia, but also from around the world. This is really big event for the hackathon competitions. I'm very honored to host the hackathon in Yogyakarta. So there will be on site here 19 teams that comprises teams from Indonesia and also from Thailand, Philippines, and Germany. Thank you very much for coming here. In total, there are 69 participants on this hackathon. So this is actually a really big event, and big data, you know, that's really in front of our eyes. However, there are some challenges that we still have to face. The way we use it for official statistics, still a lot of challenge to pursue and to solve. So that's why this hackathon, I think, I'm sure that it will provide some data innovative solutions from different perspectives, not only from the statistician, but also from students, the young statistician, and also professionals and private sectors. Thank you for all that supports this hackathon from UNSD and all parties, so that these hackathon events worldwide participation happening. Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you, Bapak Imam. Now, please let me invite Mr. Ashwell, Deputy Director General for Statistical Supports and Informatics at Statistics South Africa.
Thank you. Let me just first say thank you to all the people from Indonesia who's been hosting us here. By far the most entertaining, the most exciting conference that I've ever gone to. I started in Stats 24 years ago, and I can remember the first conference in South Africa that I went to. Right next to us, there was a conference of Avro Schlein. I don't know if you know what that is, but they use the things that make you smell nice. Perfume and makeup and everything like that. And they were next to us, and then we've got statisticians. So when you go to Avro Schlein, the whole room smelled nice, and there were lots of ladies in there. And next door, there was the statisticians. It was mostly men. They didn't smell so nice. And I thought, I wonder if I made a mistake. Shouldn't I have joined Avro Schlein rather? Be that as it may, yesterday in this conference, it felt to me like I was at the Avro Schlein conference. In South Africa, you only have a conference like that when the private sector or the telecoms are organizing the conference. So to the participants of the hackathon, I want to say, you're part of a conference that's at the level of private sector or telecoms in the rest of the world. So you're certainly part of a very professionally organized conference by the Indonesian organizers here. Thank you. Let me also say there's hundreds of people participating in this hackathon at the moment. So you're part of hundreds of people right across the globe. I mean, in itself, that's exciting. So you sitting here in Indonesia, there's some people sitting in other parts of the globe. And as we as statisticians are feeling very excited and honored that you are part of this. So I want to say thank you to all the hackathon participants that you are prepared to be part of this. There's many things happening around the world at the moment in the statistics community that's extremely challenging for us. I mean, poverty and inequality is at the highest levels they've ever been. And the wars between Russia and Ukraine, for example, has tremendously impacted on supply chains around the world. Now, what does that mean? It means that food prices have increased a lot. And when food is expensive, then the people who are poor are getting more poorer and poorer. Inequality increases. We've also got issues about the economy that's in dire straits. Now, when that happens around the world, what you find is statistical communities' budgets get cut. So when budgets get cut, you need to find new ways to do things. Now, although our budgets get cut, you would find the demand for statistics increase. Because people want statistics all the time. New decisions. Decisions need to be made. Better decisions needs to be made. And this is where you're coming in. So the people that's participating in the hackathon, you could provide new ways to look at data. New interesting ways, new better ways, cheaper ways to look at data. Remember that our consumers out there are changing. People don't have time anymore to wait for a 5-minute video to download in YouTube. If your video is longer than 2 minutes, it's becoming too long. So people don't have time for wait for statistics. So consumers are changing. And we need to think about that as we're producing statistics. People want statistics now, and they want the latest statistics. In South Africa, for example, we did a census in February of this year. Next year, the first quarter, we'll be releasing that data. The consumers out there are saying that is too long. I need to stop now. So thank you for everyone that's participating, and we really appreciate this. And you are bringing hope to us as a statistical community, because you're transforming what's possible. Thank you very much, and enjoy yourselves. And remember to learn so that you can use this as your future development as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ashwell. And last but not least, we would like to present a video from a main support of this event. I am sure the participants might heard her name like a lot. So let me present the video from the UN Major Group for Children and Youth.
Hello teens, the day has finally come. The 2022 edition of the UN Big Data Hackathon has officially started. You are 1,000 participants forming 353 teams from 2 different tracks and representing over 60 different countries. Please remember, you are the best of the best, as there were more than 2,200 people who registered for the hackathon initially. We know you might feel a little bit anxious, nervous, or even completely confused, especially if this is your first experience with the hackathon, or if you don't have a lot of experience with data. But do not worry. All we want from you is to do your best and not to abandon. If you have any questions or concerns, we'll be just a Slack or an email away, so do not hesitate to reach out to us. Do your best in coming up with an innovative solution, be it a report, a dashboard, algorithms, that you will submit at the end of the 4 days. Remember, all the teams that complete the hackathon will get a certificate of participation, signed by top officials from the different organizing partners. There will also be some special awards like the best teen team, or the best visuals, or the best presentation for a new region. So all we want from you is to try your best to complete the hackathon and to have fun. Good luck, and talk to you soon.
Thank you, Omama. You are also the best. Wherever you are the best. And ladies and gentlemen, the on-site UN Big Data Hackathon is happening also not only in Indonesia, but also in the UAE and Brazil. Therefore, let me present the video from Brazil Hub.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to drive you a few words in this coming ceremony of the 2022 United Nations Hackathon. This hackathon is a call for professionals and students, experienced and youth, come together to develop ideas and solutions to address the global challenges and help achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. We have the pleasure to host the Satellite Hackathon in Rio de Janeiro, which has been organized by the United Nations Regional Hub for Big Data in Brazil, and I'm sure will be a success. The Brazilian Institute of Geography and Statistics, IBGE, the United Nations Statistics Division, the United Nations Major Group for Children and Youth, and many other organizers have been working hard to make the 2022 Hackathon a success. I hope you all enjoy. I wish you all a fruitful hackathon in the next 4 days. Have fun and work hard.
Thank you, Brazil. Next, we would also like to present a video from the UAE Hub.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute pleasure and privilege being in front of all of you here today and opening this UN Big Data Hackathon for the year 2022, being surrounded by the best and the brightest. As a nation that's only 50 years old, we believe that we're passionate individuals that are driven for a positive and important cause come together, great things happen. And the UAE is a culmination of this and a representation of how people are unleashed and what happens when they do so. We live in a day and age where technology is creating incremental and improvements in our lives in ways we have not seen in past decades and centuries. Today, technology is affecting every industry and it's affecting every single aspect of our lives. And this brings with it a lot of opportunities and challenges as well. To understand what we need to be doing, we need to ensure that we leverage data to create the right roadmap for us to benefit from the opportunities of technology and the opportunities of the change we're seeing, while at the same time leveraging data as well to overcome any and every challenge that arises because of it. In this day and age, we are no longer talking about kilobytes, megabytes, and gigabytes. Today, the wealth of data around us makes us talk in petabytes and zettabytes as well. This plethora of information that exists allows us to reshape the world more than any time in the past. And if we think about the SDGs and the importance of achieving them, we understand that this data is going to be the key driver for us moving forward and the key driver as well to create a future where we're able to be more proactive rather than reactive. The UN Big Data Hackathon is a global opportunity for big data experts and youth from around the world to be part of a solution for a better tomorrow. It is on all of us to ensure that we play a role in shaping a tomorrow that we can leave for future generations that is better than today, and that is one where they are more informed and they are more enabled as well. I am proud to be surrounded by talents from around the world, people who are really reshaping the data industry, from professionals, from faculty members, from students, from youth, and enthusiasts as well as data experts from every single region of the world. And the thing that really inspired me is the fact that if it can be done, it will be done by us. It will be done by those who are most driven to create a positive change, and that is you. With the right tools, with collaborative thinking, with ideation, we can overcome challenges and we can celebrate solutions that help us create a global nation and also create a global opportunity for us to take the required action and to also create new opportunities for those who come after us. Today, we are challenging you, every single one of you, data scientists and champions of the SDGs, to make the most of the data and the technologies that you have at hand to create that better future. We believe that there is not one winning idea, but we're going to celebrate 90 ideas and 90 successful projects from the MENA region and beyond. And I encourage each and every single one of you to trust in your ability and to create a challenge for yourself to create something that is going to impact the world more positively. I am grateful for your time. I'm grateful for your efforts. And I do hope that we are able to meet in person in the future and quite soon. Thank you very much, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you so much. So, finally, now it is the time to officially start the hackathon. Therefore, let me invite Mr. Ronald Jensen, accompanied by Mr. Ashwell and Mr. Bapak Imam Mahdi, to officially start the hackathon by hitting the gong. And with Mr. Marky and Mr. Jack as well. In my count. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. And you can return to your seat. Thank you.
They have to run. Let's have a look.
Thank you. So with the song of the gong, we announce that the hackathon is officially started. The hackathon participants can move to the ballroom beside the room. You can run if you don't want to miss the time. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the opening ceremony of the hackathon, and then we will continue to the next agenda. Thank you so much.
Udah betul pastinya. Tengah lagi. Tengahnya mana tengahnya? Oke. Sini.
Okay. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the second day of 7th International Conference on Big Data and Data Science for Official Statistics. My name is Afi, and I'm your host for the third agenda. Now we have come to another agenda, the plenary session. This session will be divided into 4 panel sessions with 55 minutes in each panel. For the first panel, 1A, we will discuss about capacity development and regional hub, and we will have around 55 minutes for this panel. And for this panel also, we have 2 moderators that will lead the discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our moderator to the stage, Mr. Christophe Bontemps from UNCIAP and Mr. Ralph Becker from UNSD. So, Mr. Christophe and Mr. Ralph, the floor is yours.
You are also inviting the panel members, or I have to do this? Oh, okay.
Sorry. Thank you. We have enough mics, right?
Yes,
okay.
we have it.
Thank you. Permen ini.
So good afternoon. Welcome to this first panel session this afternoon. The theme of this first panel, the panel 1A, is capacity development and regional hubs. So we're going to have a panel of representatives of the different regional hubs. The regional hubs actually are centers that we have now set up in a number of countries to further promote, coordinate the work on big data in coordination with the countries of the respective regions. And in one case for a sector hub to look at a very specific application of big data in a specialized field. So let me invite the members of our panel here, Ms. Andrea Diniz da Silva, Mr. Reis Uvimana, Mr. Mola Hunigno, Ms. Rua Al-Chehi, and Stefano Balib. Sorry. I think, no, Balbi. Oh, sorry, it was always Balbi. Somehow I mistyped this here. Sorry. You're the first one, you have a free choice. Let me briefly introduce our, our panel members. Mona is a statistician at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. He hails from Ethiopia. He's involved in data innovation and technology and is coordinating the digital census taking for the 2020 round of population housing censuses. So his team developed a set of census tools that have been used by over 12 countries in Africa. Next to him is Therese. Therese is the Director of Data Revolution and Big Data at the National Institute of Statistics in Rwanda. She is mandated to explore benefits that come with the use of big data or data science techniques and big data sources for complementing and modernizing official statistics. She's a member of the program management unit of the Regional Hub for big data and data science in Africa. And she's a data enthusiast with special interest in digital transformation, data learning projects, and big data. So something that drives us all. Next to her is Rua Al-Chehi. She is now managing the regional hub for the Western Asia region, as they usually call it in the UN, located in Dubai, in the United Arab Emirates. Then we have Andrea. Andrea is professor and researcher at the National School of Statistical Science of the Brazilian Institute of Geography and Statistics. And she's leading the UN Regional Hub for Big Data in Brazil. She holds a PhD in public statistics, a master's degree in social survey, and a bachelor in statistics. And she has worked on in the 2010 post-enumeration surveys of the Brazilian population census, the 2000 Brazilian population census, and in the Brazilian rolling census project, as well as on agricultural data integration and record linkage. And last but not least, the only man, not the second man, sorry. But we have a good representation of women here. I think this is something that we have missed in some of the other groups here on the podium. So this is Stefano Balbi. He holds a master's in environmental economics and a PhD in sustainable development. He is an ICA-Basque researcher in sustainability science and natural resources management at the Basque Center for Climate Change. That's BC3 in terms of abbreviation. And since 2019, he's actually managing director of the ARIES, that is the Artificial Intelligence for Environment and Sustainability project, powering the ARIES for SIA sector hub. So this is a different type of hub that we actually have. So we're going to look at how this actually functions in contrast. I want to say it's not that contrasting, but it's a slightly different purpose and setup to the other regional hubs. Good. So what we want to do is we want to enable, again, people to ask questions while we are talking through Slido. Can we put up that
can put the slides.
flyer? There are also some flyers on the table, so as before, and we will then, after we have asked a few questions to our panelists, we'll then pick the most common questions that we actually get from the audience. Good. Let me start right away with our questions. Sorry, I got too many papers here.
Yeah, you should start with the first one, I think.
Good. We don't go back and forth in the same order. We take a little bit of random. So the first question would be to Andrea. The Brazil Hub was established in April of 2021. So that's about 1.5 years ago.
Now. Yeah. Thank you very much, Ralph, for the question. We have, last year, we have opened up a direct channel with the National Statistical Offices as we send out a consultation on what they were doing, what they were studying in terms of using big data sources for official statistics. And we had a question on what was the challenges also. So it was the opportunity to open this channel, and they could speak up about their situation, their needs, and their intentions about the using big data for official statistics. So it's the way we hear from them. Of course, for the program, the work program of last year, we enjoyed some of the needs they placed there. And what we are doing is conducting this same consultation every year. So we are just sending out another one next month to think about that for the next work program. So it's the main way. Of course, we have other forms of interacting with them. When we conduct workshops, we also make a kind of a needs assessment for the next steps. And when we meet in many places, but mainly it's through consultation, direct consultation. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
So the second question is almost the same for you, Therese. The African Hub has been created in 2020 at the Kigali conference, the 5th conference. It's become operational last year, in 2021, in collaboration with UNECA. And so the same question, what has been your approach to learn from the NSO what their needs are? We see if there is some convergence with Andrea here.
Thank you for the question. The African Hub, the approach we have used is, I might summarize it into 2 points. There is one through the governance, but also through the direct consultation with member states. So one with the governance, we made sure that the steering committee of the hub all the sub-regions are represented. So like Northwest, East, Central, and South. So, and we draw the composition from the existing committee of the modernization and transformation working group of the region in Africa. So mainly they already know the priorities of the sub-regions, which we inform, which have started informing the plan of the hub. But also this year we learned from the Brazil hub. We have also sent a survey to all member states to understand their needs, their priorities, their challenges so far as big data and data science is concerned. For instance, we are asking them what have been the skills gaps so far, and what would you want to have to bridge that gap. So countries have started to reply, but we haven't concluded the survey. So we expect to have the overview of the existing challenges versus infrastructure needs, so that it informs the work plan of the hub. Thank you.
That will be very interesting, indeed, to have this information when you have all the results. Yeah.
Okay, let's stay on the topic of understanding the needs. So the next question would be to Rua. The UAE hub is the newest of the hubs, established just in 2022, so it's really brand new. What do you think your approach will be to understanding the needs of countries or statistical offices, to be more precise, in the region?
So first of all, I think I can't really summarize it in one approach, but it is definitely something that we are trying to activate through the different work streams that we have. So be it involving not only the statistical offices, but also the different stakeholders that play within that ecosystem. So academia, the private sector, even digital offices, because we're noticing a huge rise for that. So enabling the knowledge sharing between that ecosystem within the region, we believe is a big pillar that we could drive on. And I think the most important aspect that we've been playing on and are planning heavily to invest in next year is capacity development. Everyone is eager to learn, everyone wants to share their knowledge, everyone wants to know what are the best practices out there, how can we adopt those. So we would like to actually drive on that to attract the attention of the NSOs that we have on the region and understand as well what are the knowledge areas are they interested in learning in, and what use cases can they also be utilizing to drive data innovation forward. So I would say that perhaps next year we're actually planning on also starting a series of workshops, and we want this to be a continuous thing. It's a monthly workshops that we could actually have with the NSOs within the region. We have been communicating with them directly with all the initiatives and projects that we've been doing so far, but driving it forward, I think we really need to kickstart that dialogue on what are the challenges that we have, what types of data do we really need to enable the use of, are there frameworks, is there certain methodologies that we could actually tackle within the idea of data governance, for example. So we want those workshops to work both ways, to both enable them to share their needs and their interests as well, and to also position the hub as an enabler at its core. We're currently working with several NSOs to enable their data innovation projects. So if they want to experiment with a specific type of data, what we can do is facilitate the connection to the experts directly to be able to not only just, I guess, transmit the information to them, but also have them be active participants with us in driving this forward. So it really falls under two main pillars, driving capacity forward and having that really activate that role, and then also enabling data innovation, I would say.
Thank you. Very interesting and very ambitious projects, of course, also. So we'll see how everything works, and we hope to be assisting you along the way.
Of course, yeah, that's part of the plan at the end of the day. The knowledge that we're going to be transmitting is the knowledge that we're getting from all the experts here. And we know how much of a great value this holds for the region. And there is interest there. There is hunger for being, at the front lines of data sciences and innovation within the field of big data and also AI. We were earlier having conversations about how can we really position our hub as well to activate a stream within that. So it's a very interesting, I'd say, roadmap. Yeah.
So Rua, I will follow on with you. I heard the term transmission, which is also close to my heart, as you can imagine. I know that your hub is particularly interested or involved, keen to develop youth in the region. So how did you identify that particular need from this population, and what are your plans? I'm aware that you have some plans for the future on this particular population here.
So I think we didn't really have to go through an identification process. In the UAE, the youth are part of every conversation that we're having, part of every decision-making process that we're having. And due to the relevancy of how relevant what we're doing here, we're producing data, or we're enabling big data for the use of official statistics that will later on feed into decision-making processes. So involving them within that ecosystem is a must, because at the end of the day, they're the leaders of tomorrow. And perhaps hands-on, the first experience that we had with the youth through the regional hub was through the UN Youth Hackathon that we had last year. And the interest that we saw was honestly astonishing, that we didn't really see it coming. A lot of them had great expertise, a lot of them had enthusiasm, which is also something that we really want to tap into. We had participants as young as 9 years old last year.
Oh, wow.
I was even surprised when I saw their projects. I mean, it doesn't have to be that advanced, but it's the interest that lies there. It's really what we want to drive forward with. And even this year, we're actually proud to have one of the youngest mentors within the UN Big Data Hackathon. He's a young gentleman. He's 15 years old, cultivated his knowledge through his own passion, and is also considered one of the UAE's AI ambassadors. So just involving the youth within the different projects and initiatives that we have, we believe is part of also building their knowledge for the future. And at the end of the day, it's going to serve us as well when it comes to just investing in that and within that field. So that's definitely something that we want to try to also build forward. And we want to also establish a training program specifically for the youth. What we're doing currently is onboarding interns, and we're currently in the process of doing that, to have them be exposed to what we're doing in the regional hub, and to also raise their awareness about how efficient data could be when used in the right ways through the appropriate approaches as well. And we want to drive that forward and also activate a training program that could advance their big data literacy. Because we know how the youth is basically more fluent than us at this point when it comes to data. And we want to host those workshops to be hybrid sessions. So half of them would be, of course, virtual to really tap into all the youth within the region. And then whoever could actually make it physically, we're going to be hosting them at the UAE office's Coders headquarters to really align both of the streams and both efforts as well and drive them forward. So here I might turn to the assistance of the task teams in identifying the areas that we could really build on. What materials, what training programs can we share with the youth in particular that haven't really been engaged with the industry as much, but are interested in learning a little bit more into it. So perhaps this is something we could talk about over coffee later on. Yeah.
No, that's right. I mean, the virtue of gamification, even if a hackathon is not a game, but still it's a very pedagogic, very powerful pedagogical tool. So yeah,
definitely.
Yeah.
Good. Let's slightly change the type of hub that we are talking about. So far, these are the regional hubs that really try to move all the information that is being collected, that's being produced, the technologies in the different task teams to the countries in the region. But we have a different type of hub, not a sector hub. I probably should take my mask off, it looks bad on the screen. Many of you may be aware of the system of environmental economic accounting and the newest extension, which is the ecosystem accounting, which takes a broader approach to measuring economic development in an environmental context. So very complicated, very interesting, very broad. And we're looking now also at methods of using big data techniques to produce the information to enhance what is available there. So Stefan, a question to Stefano would be, can you tell us a little bit about how you have assessed the need for ecosystem accounting? Okay.
Now it's okay, sorry. Good afternoon, everybody. Nice to see you also today. Okay, very important question. You might have understood that we are a strange beast here because we are born this year in 2022 also, and we are not a regional hub, we are something else. So the good news for us is that we have two key persons in the statistics division of the United Nations in New York, Alessandro Alfieri and Bram Edens, and they are in contact with all the National Statistical Office everywhere in the world. So they tell us basically what are the needs and what this office needs. But I would say one key thing is that ecosystem accounting is becoming something that is necessary everywhere. And just to give you an example, the European Union will make a law by the end of the year that says that every member state has to do environmental accounting. Also proposing the standard. The standard is obviously the main one is the one by the United Nations, the one that was approved in April 2021. But everywhere in the world things are done a bit differently, so I need to go back to my point of yesterday, that is to respect the diversity that is everywhere, but also to harmonize the approach in doing ecosystem accounting. And basically the Aries for SIA was born as a platform to allow every country to do natural capital accounting according to the SIA protocol in an harmonized way. Now, this is a challenge because many countries in the world were already doing this with their own methodologies for a long time. And when they are presented with a new tool like that and a slightly different approach that is oriented for interoperability, they are a bit disoriented. And so we are finding this strange situation in which let's say the global south seems to be more prone toward this kind of innovation than the global north. It's very interesting for us to experience this. And so the needs are different everywhere, and we try to adapt what with all these different offices. And we have been working this year only with more than 10 countries. There was a big event in Kigali with 7 African countries. I mean, we just started, so for me this is also a very important learning experience to be here and to understand what everybody's doing, and I'm learning a lot. So, yeah, big thanks.
Thank you.
Stefano, I have a question for you. You say you're not regional, but you're global.
Indeed we
that's
are
maybe
global.
another dimension you shouldn't say. You're global, right? So, and you also mentioned interoperability, and that seems to be a huge challenge. So, could you tell us a little bit more, not only about the challenge, but on the way you could try to face it, and what are maybe your specific needs to address this, or your views, or your hopes for that?
Yes.
It's a big question in the long run.
Yeah, I know. So, sorry, my voice is getting worse every hour. Anyway, the idea is that we have proposed, let's say, a technological approach to interoperability, and is based on semantics and artificial intelligence. But this is only a technological issue, and I think we can solve it. We can solve it, the technological issue. The real problem, I think, is not the technological one. It's more like the cultural one and the governance one, and what everybody wants to do, or or don't want to do. Like yesterday, I think there was this idea that data are still treated as assets, enclosed assets. And this is a problem. I mean, it's the opposite direction in which we want to go. So I think the main issue is cultural. We need to switch a little bit our mindset and understand the power of integration. So, I mean, there is the technological challenge, and there is the cultural challenge. I think the cultural challenge is even more challenging.
Yeah, these are the soft skills that we are missing sometimes when communicating with other even on technical subjects. Yeah, as well. So, Ralph, I think now we are going back to capacity building, right?
Yeah, I think these are very good points about understanding the needs, which also I think ties in nicely with the discussion that we had earlier today, that this is one of the key themes that we need to focus on more in terms of also opening up more communication to really understand the needs of the countries. Because in the end, whatever we do in the regional hubs, whatever we do in the task teams, we want countries to benefit from it. So we have to be sure that we have the right pathway there. Let's talk a little bit about capacity building and knowledge exchange, which of course is part of the overall work. They're a very important part. We know that we are not only looking at developing new technologies, new methods. We actually have to train people. We have to enable countries to use all these new methods. A question to Andrea. It was interesting to see that your program of webinars in 2021, 2022 has focused mainly on web scraping techniques for prices. Was this one of the key themes that had emerged in your data gathering stage with countries, and what other topics emerged as the more critical ones where countries need support?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's a very nice question. Actually, just a correction, it was the training. It was workshops, not webinars. Okay. Actually the direct answer is no. It didn't emerge from the consultation because we had to plan that and hold it before the consultation. The consultation was in November. We started in September. We had to have something to start. And the answer is that we looked around. We were at the middle of the pandemic. We had no money because it was the first year of the hub. So we looked around and saw that IBGE had the expertise of web scraping for prices. So we jumped in our colleagues and asked them to hold the first workshop. For the second, we found that it would be better to be a continuation. So the first one was hands-on on how to build a scraper and how to run it. And the second was on how to incorporate these scraped prices into the price index. So we planned the 2 workshops, we did like that. But in November, when we held the consultation, for surprise, what was the most asked or used or planned to use strategy for the National Statistical Offices of the region, it was web scraping. And the second one was satellite imagery. That's why the second year workshops will be on satellite imagery. So no for the beginning, but yes for the following, because we looked at the first consultation and we saw that they wanted to work with satellite imagery. So it's that. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. It's interesting to hear this, that you start with this, because often also when we talk to countries, web scraping seems to be on everybody's mind, even though it's not always entirely clear how big the impact of that technology will actually be. Will you actually be able to use it to the extent that you expect from the beginning, or are the actual application cases much, much less? So this will be good then also to see, if countries are now trained to do this, how it will actually impact the overall production of statistics. So it's a very, very interesting field.
Yeah, Therese, you wanted to add something on that, right? Because you also are into doing something with web scraping as well.
Yes, I wanted to make a comment on what Ralph just said. Even as we had a workshop on web scraping, but we didn't actually know in the beginning what will be the impact on the countries. So there was a discussion on how are we going to include the web scraped data in the CPI. Mainly in our region, websites are not very common. They are only used in a small portion of the population, maybe in the capital city, but not in the rural areas. But the good part of it, after they started learning, now there is a change, and actually we cannot maybe use it for price CPI, but it can complement for maybe employment statistics, tourism. So the learning, after learning, countries find out how they can make use of the knowledge. So they might not use it exactly for the prices, but they can use it in their other struggles. So that's what I wanted to compliment.
Yeah, I think that's a very good observation, because we've also seen this with some other countries. Because when we talk about web scraping, I think most people have in their mind that we don't need to go to the supermarket anymore, we just get everything from their website. But what we've seen as country examples is actually that they don't look at, for instance, the grocery data, but rather for very specific industries, very specific type of businesses where they collect that information, where this then actually becomes a very useful tool. So this will also show then the experience of the countries. So it will be very interesting going forward to see how this works.
Mona, we will turn to you now, at least. This morning we discussed about communication and the fact that one NSO may not be aware of what the other NSO is doing, and I wanted to learn from you how you are encouraging NSO to do some collaboration or knowledge exchange through the African Hub.
Thank you.
It's not. Take mine.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to be in this panel. I think the first starting point in collaboration is the importance of that particular subject, like the use of big data and data science for official statistics, like not for anything else. I think this can be done in two approaches. One is advocacy. The other counter approach, I would say, is by showcasing the data situation in Africa. We produce on a regular basis what the data situation looks like, particularly on SDGs. I think sometime last year, end of last year, we did an assessment and we found out that 50 plus indicators on SDGs do not have any data point on any of the African countries. I think that in addition to that, the disaggregation, the granularity, and also the frequency of data adds to that. So this will, we hope, encourage countries to collaborate. The other point is what we have done is we ran a number of data science capability workshops, I think enabling data science in Africa. That brings a number of member states to collaborate to share their ideas and so on. The other easier bit is to create a platform, working space and so on. I think we did that. We have a community of practices. We have groups, online groups, and so on. That is the easier bit. The other point is how are we, again, convincing countries to collaborate? This is by showing, by bringing examples. This is what we do is also in collaboration with the National Institute of Statistics Rwanda through the regional hub. We have lined up a number of projects. What Teres mentioned, the web scraping, the scanner data, and so on and so forth. We are also running a number of capacity building activities along those lines. And the last bit is, we wanted also to make it this official, this collaboration. So in our recent concluded Statistical Commission for Africa, we passed a number of resolutions that will help countries, encourage countries to collaborate. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The final question, well, not yet, it's not going to be final.
Not yet, because we have lots of questions on Slido, which is
good. For Stefano, you mentioned that you have already run a training session recently for African NSOs through the regional hub in Rwanda. Do you have other plans, or how do you intend to work with other regional hubs in the future in terms of delivering learning capacity development for the needs of other countries?
Yes, good question. Well, first of all, to let you know that we exist is the initial point. So, I mean, you from Africa, you knew it already, but I hope we can have a similar kind of collaboration with the other hubs. And also the task teams. One thing I want to say is that ecosystem accounting is inherently geospatial work. And we are actually, this project, Aries for SIA, I would say is half community, half of the community are statisticians and half of the community are actually geospatial modelers. So I really feel comfortable in the discussion that was started this morning, and I think this is the way to go, and the statisticians need to meet the geospatial community. I think it's an issue of finding the problems to work together on, and we know that there are conflicts, that there are power problems, probably power dynamics, so the community try to maintain maybe sometimes privileges or sometimes area of work they want to work on. But I mean, at the end of the day, we need to resolve the problems of the world and we need to work together. So I think we need to put aside all the power dynamics, and the statisticians and the geospatial community need to work together. I think this is clear for everybody. I don't need to say it probably. But we as a project, I think we are a good example of how we can do this together. I I hope we can expand on this and involve more statisticians from this community and from the task teams. Obviously, for example, the Earth observation task team is the ideal candidate for the first type of collaboration. We are working with the European Spatial Agency in these days on a workshop that will happen at the end of November. It's online. You can join. You can register. It's total online, and it's about Earth observation for ecosystem accounting. It's exactly this topic, and I mean all the spatial agencies around the world, including NASA, are working on this. And I mean we need to be everybody on the same page, I think. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. So we have quite a number of questions here when I look through Slido. How do we do this now? We can start with the most frequent one. You want to pick the first one?
No, maybe we can take with the votes for each question. So there is one that is how are the regional hubs working together to ensure that they share best practice and even failures. So I think this is an excellent question for all of you actually. So maybe quick answer for each of you or a long form just one.
Okay, let me start. How are we sharing? First of all, we thank the UNST because the first get together was in Dubai in January this year. So we get to know each other, we get to meet, and then starting that point, we thank also the task team on capacity building has been really an enabler and oversight body for the regional hubs. So since that time we have collaborated, we have exchanged. For instance, as I shared previously, we have learned from the Brazil hub how they send out the survey. So we learned from their experience. They shared what worked and what didn't work so that it informs our survey before we send it out. And during the coffee break, we were exchanging with with RUA on the governance structure we put in place, whether they can learn from us, what is the importance, how is it contributing to our mandate. And so I think that's how we are learning together. We are sharing our successes, our challenges, so that we can learn from each other. Thank you.
Just to, sorry. No, just because Teresa has said all. Just to complement, we miss just more regular meeting, more regular space to be together. But that's all what we are doing now. We are exchanging, we write to each other when we organize the activities for the regional hub in Brazil. When it's international webinars, it's not in the local language, it's not specific for the region, we invite the other hubs. So it's the opportunity to exchange. Basically, we are doing that. But once more, I think that it would be important to have a regular meeting or dynamic to talk and to plan and to discuss and to exchange on failures also. And that's all. Thank you.
I don't think, honestly, there's anything I could add. They covered it up pretty much. But yeah, it's just like, it's an open line of communication between us, because we work together, let it be through the task teams or even just activating any international projects. So I feel like I see Andrea almost every week through the different calls that we have. And definitely, like you said, I think it's really important for us to think about how we could move forward, kind of merging the different streams that we have.
I think Mola would want to add something.
Okay. In the African Regional Hub, actually the setup is that the UNECA is also part of the regional hub. It's not only the government of Rwanda running the hub. I think that created a platform using, the UNECA convening power to bring together member states to collaborate, and that is one. If the other regions also follow suit that kind of arrangement, it will be easier for the regional hub to collaborate through the UN system. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Good. There are two questions that I think are somewhat related. One is, if an NSO wants to join the hub, what exactly do they have to do? And the other one would be, how well publicized are the hubs and the task teams to their respective member states? I think for the first question, if I'm not mistaken, none of the hubs have an actual membership rule. All countries basically can be part of. There's one country that coordinates the hub activities, which is the hub country, and all others can participate in any of the activities other than benefit from the work. So basically nobody has to formally join, you just have to contact the hubs if you want to be engaged in any of the activities. Which goes back to the other question, how well is everything known? How well is it publicized? And I think in the session that we had earlier today, we also learned that this is still something where we have to work on, that we have to advertise a little bit better what we do to the outside, so to speak, people that are outside of this room. Because many of the discussions that we have take place within the big data community, but we actually need to reach out, NSOs that have not touched, not looked at anything with big data, that they also understand what is out there. So it's, I think, something that we still need to work on. So I don't know if anybody wants to comment on that, please.
I would like to comment on that because yes and no, that no NSO can join the hub, be part of the hub. Because for the hub in Brazil, we have an advisory board and a technical board. In both, we have DANI Colombia and ONS at the advisory board as member, and at the technical board, we have Paraguay. In Paraguay. So no and yes, we cannot accommodate all the national statistical office in the advisory board and the technical board, but basically what most of them will benefit from the activities of the hub. And how they can do that? We have a website, it's hub.ibg.gov.br. They can go there, write to us and ask it to be in the mailing list. So every activity we do, they will be contacted to participate, invited to participate. Yeah. So they can join both ways, but mostly can join to benefit from the activities.
Yeah. No, at least that was my understanding also of the question. So of course not everybody can be in the advisory board, that's clear, but to benefit from the activity. So it's not that you have to apply and you have to be approved so that you can use some. So anybody can do this. For Brazil also, we know that there is a website that is out there, which is very good. You get all the information. But many people don't know that there is such a website because many offices, NSOs, also just don't know that there are regional hubs. So there we have to reach out actually in other fora to make sure that people know that this is out there. Once you know it's there, you can always Google or use your preferred search engine and you find the resources. But you need to know that it's out there, that they have useful information. You want to take the next one? Because we still have a few minutes.
Yeah, we have two questions and 5 minutes. So one is on academic and other investment. So I will take the one on academics because I know it will be short. The question is how do the hubs work with academic institutes which could help drive data science and data innovation? Because I know that would be a very positive answer from all of you. So how do you work with academics? I mean, for Andrea, it's quite clear, right? You are the academic. It's not only you.
It's not only me. We have also two universities at one university at the advisory board and two at the technical board. And so we work very together for that. But
I mean, academia, like I said, they're part of our matrix when it comes to the stakeholders that we want to approach. When speaking about how are we engaging with them, of course, we're facilitating whatever we're doing with them. And we had just recently hosted a workshop, took part in GITEX, where we invited all the active participants that have been engaging with us that showed interest, and a lot of them were faculty members, not only the students' side as well. So that actually helped us kind of see that there is an interest to the side of innovating in data. There's a lot of interest in really seeing what is being done within the scene, and how could they also contribute to it. So that's one aspect that I think we're very much really interested in collaborating with the academic faculty with, and also the students, back to the youth again, enabling them as much as we can. There's a lot of untapped potential that we believe we could really get across with. And other than that is also recruitment or training opportunities where we are onboarding them on site with us to work on short-term projects, hopefully in the near future. So yeah, it's definitely in the plan.
And I imagine in your hackathon you had also
In the
lots of
hackathon,
students which...
To be honest, the hackathon was I guess the way that we understood that there's a lot of interested faculty members when it comes to exploring this a little bit further. We were surprised. We had a lot of them interested to come and join here, the conference. Sadly, however, they're not with us here today, but they are taking part of the on-site event over there as well. And we have managed to set a couple of interesting sessions for them, just to really showcase what's being done and just make them part of the dialogue. Yeah.
Thank you. Therese. Or Mona.
On that, we have been lucky to have UNECA on our side, because we are tapping into their partners, their academicians, their experts. So they are helping a lot, but also we have mapped the partners on all both from NISR and from UNECA. So we have partnerships with I can't remember where the number of universities, but for instance, in Rwanda we have 2 universities. We are working with MZ. We are also working with the National University that hosts a Center of Data Science and Big Data. So they are helping, as the question was asking around data innovation. For instance, in hackathons and competitions, they are the most, they are helping that. They're helping us much, because Institute of Statistics is not more into competition, but they are good at that, so they're helping into that. And also trainings, they are providing experts, yeah.
Thank you.
I think we're out of time, to be fair to the other panels that still come. So I think we have to stop now. There are a few more questions actually on Slido that we could...
Yeah, maybe we can have one or two quick questions from the audience here. Yeah. Over there. So if someone can provide a microphone to the lady over there. Or I run. Okay, I run.
Okay. Christoph is still fit, so he can easily do that.
Okay, good afternoon all. My name is Victoria from Nigeria. Thank you so much. I can see from the hub in Rwanda that you have organized trainings for heads of NSOs, but I would like to ask, is there anything in place to measure the effectiveness of these trainings? Maybe like follow-ups, or trying to see that, okay, there's actually, they take actions, because they can come for trainings and it ends there. But if we have like a follow-up, and trying to encourage them to take action, maybe like pilots, projects, things like that, I think it will create more awareness and they'll be more interested. Thank you.
Who wants to answer that?
Maybe in interest of time, I will respond to that. Yes, we have provided trainings. In the first instance, we just provided trainings in Python and R. But as a follow-up, we invited most of the countries that showed interest in the first trainings. So they came in the workshop that was held in Kigali last year. From that training, from that workshop in Kigali, we set up a project collaboration. So those 4 countries are now working on the CPI project. So if it's successful, it will be used in other countries. On top of that, we are having also 2 other collaboration projects that were highlighted as priority to the region, be it satellite imageries and another one around, I'm not remembering it. But we are also going to send out project proposals so that every countries can propose, and then we will team up different countries to depending on their choice of projects. Thank you.
Can I add? I think, Victoria, this is a very difficult question to respond to. But we have also another arrangement in terms of capacity building in member states. What we are trying to do is to do a training, like across member states in Africa, those who are interested. Then we are trying to take the top performers for another advanced training and to come up with a project from their member states. We do it takes about 6 months. Then after that, we bring those performers who have completed this project to the workshop we are organizing, like an incentive. With that kind of arrangement, we can follow up, whether this training is getting an impact and so on. But we, it may not be exactly the training we are providing making an impact. It's all sorts of engagement the member state has with other donors and partners.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just a few seconds for Andrea.
Yes, just a few seconds. It's because our training is not general training, a very specific training. If we give a workshop on a price index, for example, web scraping, for us is an indicator of impact to see the number of countries that started studying or producing a price index based on web scraping. So as we have few countries, it's easy to follow up and to see the impact. I hope that the next consultation, more countries are saying that they are using web scraping for price index. If they don't, it was a failure. It's that.
Thank you. I think that's also a good indication that when we plan training and all this, that we really have to take into account what the countries actually need, because then they actually want to apply it. Just to do training on method A without having a clear understanding that this will be applied in statistics is different. I would assume that Stefano is in a slightly better position because you're working on a very specific project, very specific theme, so you know what the outcome is. And those that take training for you, with you will want to apply this in their development of the statistics that is used for the ecosystem accounting.
Yes. And also we have a user database, so we know how many people are using it, we can monitor them, and we see this growing. So this is a very good indicator at the moment.
Good. So it says time up, so we have to honor this. So thank you to the panelists, Mola, Therese, Rua, Andrea, and Stefano. I also want to say thank you to two others. Theo Jolosa is sitting there. He has been helping us with setting up the Slido. Very, very helpful. And I also want to thank Kara Regan from the ONS, who has been really spent a lot of time to prepare also this session. So thanks, and thank you for everybody for attending.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the moderators and the panelists. For the discussion, you may return to your seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we continue? We are now going to the next panel session, panel 1B. For this panel discussion, we will have a topic about big data and SDGs for around 55 minutes to be discussed. And for this panel, we will invite to the stage Mr. Maciej Truzinski from Statistics Denmark. Mr. Maciej, the time is yours.
Can you hear me? Good. Well, thank you for letting me organize a session at this important conference in beautiful Indonesia in Yogyakarta. As mentioned, my name is Maciej Truszczyński. I work in Statistics Denmark. My main area of work are the SDGs, but I'm also quite heavily involved in work on big data. The background for this session is, of course, the adoption of the 2030 agenda and the 230 indicators that immediately showed a huge need for data in order to follow up on them. And big data was perceived as one of the possible data sources. The other thing that's relevant for this session is my very sad discovery for a few weeks ago, which is I realized that there was a world before the agenda, and actually with high probability the world will still exist after 2030. So the limiting the work only to the SDGs is maybe not, it's an immediate solution, but maybe not durable in a longer term. And what's going on in the big data and the SDGs, and also more widely on statistics, there are lots of initiatives going on. However, not many statistics are used as, not many big data examples used for production of regular statistics. There are few, but mainly there are pilot projects or experimental statistics, which is the case for Denmark. And there's also, as I talk to people, I can see this misconception that people think that the others are doing more than they actually are. So one of the aims of this session is to show what is going on, and also especially to get from you what you are doing, because the final part of the session will be going around with the microphone, and I'm humble as I am, at least as good runner as Christoph is, so I can run around many questions.
We'll see.
We'll see. We'll see. And then there are those initiatives around the world, and the UN Committee on Big Data is trying in some way to find common tools in order to facilitate it for countries to implement big data for statistics. And to the session. The session will consist of 3 presentations. The first one will be from international perspective, which is UN ESCAP, and then we'll get 2 country perspectives, the one from Indonesia and one from Mongolia. And finally, we will very much like to have your not only questions, but also comments on how do you see the work with big data in your country. Especially, what are the needs, what can be improved, what do you concretely need, what tools could you apply in your country in order to improve the use of big data. So while you are listening to the presentation, please prepare your questions and interventions. As mentioned, we will start with UN ESCAP, and this presentation will be shared between Rachel Bevan, who is Director of Statistics Division, and Dr. Christophe Bontemps, who is Data Science Lecturer at Statistical Institute for Asia and the Pacific. Then we will go to Indonesia, the presentation of Harmawanti Mahreni, who is Director of Financial Technology Information and Tourist Statistics. And the final presentation will be by Laxmuren Damdin Suren, who is Vice Chair President of Statistics Mongolia. Rachel and Christoph, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So when I was thinking about what I wanted to talk about today, I was just Googling, as I often do. And one of the reports I came across was by an organization called Gartner. And Gartner are a management consultancy firm and do a lot of work on IT. And one of the statistics they had said that 85% of data science projects fail. And that's across the private sector. But I think that's really kind of telling, isn't it? That, you know, we're not alone in this, and these issues are quite complicated. But I think the good thing as well is that also means there's an awful lot that we can learn, and we can learn from what other people are doing. So what I just want to share very briefly is 3 kind of challenges that there are when we're looking at kind of actually setting up big data projects, and also 3 particular areas that we might want to think a bit more about. So firstly, in terms of the challenges, I think one of the big issues is around really understanding the problem we're trying to address. Very often we just kind of get on with starting a project and actually don't take enough time to really think about what it is that we really want to find out more information about. So for example, I was just thinking about tourism, and sometimes one might get data from mobile phone companies, and from that you can tell how many people might be visiting an area. So that gives you some information, but what doesn't tell you is about how much they're spending. So if you want to find out actually what they're spending and their impact on that community, then the data that you might want is not just the mobile phone records, but it's also actually data from the banking sector or from other sources. So the second thing as well is that's really important is around, can you actually get the right data? And really thinking about, you know, what are the right data sources for the particular issue that we're facing? And also, when we talk about the right data, it's really actually understanding that data. And I can remember back, you know, just a few years ago, actually, at just the beginning of the COVID crisis, and we were looking at flight data from Wuhan, and in the UK we were trying to work out actually how many people could possibly have been coming from that area. And so we worked with the ONS, and the Data Science Campus did an amazing job with some of their staff working overnight, and they could tell us the next day exactly how many people, how many flights, how many people had come out of Wuhan. But we soon realized that actually most of them went to Dubai. And once they got to Dubai, we just had absolutely no idea where they were going after that. And so it's really important then to kind of actually understand the data that you're getting and understand, is it actually, you know, addressing the right issue. Then I think the third area that's really lacking in the private sector, but also, you know, in national statistics offices, and we've heard a lot of people talking about it before, is around the right skills. And when I talk about the right skills, it's not really just about those technical skills. It's about also a lot of other broader skills. Have we actually got kind of creative thinking skills? Are we actually kind of, you know, really thinking in a way that's helping us to be open to all kinds of new sources of data, but also new ways of doing things? So it's about skills we might need in creative thinking, also skills in terms of negotiation skills, getting data from different sources, and legal skills. We know with the different data sources we need to think about issues like data privacy, about the kind of ethical and legal uses of the data, but that means that we actually need some quite different skills that we might not have within the NSOs. So that's going to be really important as well. So just moving on as well to think about 3 particular areas that I think that we can probably really learn from and kind of perhaps do a bit more work on it. Firstly, I think there's a real opportunity to really build with users and not for users. So as we're working in national statistics offices, often we see ourselves that they can be quite separate from policymakers. But when we're starting out with big data projects, it's really about actually working with those people who are going to be using that data and really making sure that what we're doing is really meeting their needs, but also so that we can understand some of those broader issues, the context in which they're working, the broader culture, say the institutions that already exist, and making sure that whatever we're doing as well is actually building on that. And it isn't just kind of repeating things, but also that it's really taking account of the existing work. I think my second point on what we could do more of is around we need to build for scale, and we know with big data projects often we're tackling big problems, but we also need to start small. So I think sometimes there can be a bit of a kind of issue. We kind of see that there's a huge challenge out there, and it can be hard to get started, but I think the advice we give is that projects we see that are more successful are breaking it down into small parts and actually just getting on with it and trying one small piece at a time. And I know that we've seen some great work being done in offices, say in Vanuatu, where I think they've had data science mentoring. And you can start with a very small thing and actually see that it's successful and then build on that work. rather than thinking you've got to do everything all at once. And then my third and final point was really around planning. I think there can be a temptation with big data projects that we just try and get on with doing things really, really quickly, and we don't necessarily think through perhaps the methodology, how we're actually going to be working together, some of those real basics around kind of ensuring the data privacy. So it's really important that we actually kind of make sure that we're really planning for the future, and planning as well within that, that actually, even if we're starting small, that we know that what we're doing can actually be scaled up to other areas. So I think that's kind of what I wanted to just share about some of those challenges. But we do also, I think, you know, when we look at these things, there's a lot that we can do in terms of learning from each other, and I think there are a lot of resources around as well that we can tap into. I know in Asia Pacific we have our Stats Cafe series where we often get countries to share the great work which they're doing and which are now open to all countries, albeit sometimes they might be at a time of day that might not be overly convenient, although they're always recorded and available there. But then we also have our partners like the CEUP, who you're going to hear a bit more about now.
Thank you, Rachel, and thank you, Magic, for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. Rachel has highlighted the reason for failures and detailed the challenges for using big data for SDG. I like here to focus on some qualitative elements we can find in successful application, because I think from there we could maybe, and I'll try to do that very quickly, to derive some implication for NSOs, and as well as for us. And by us, I was thinking of us involved in capacity training, capacity building and training, but I realized that it's all of us at a certain point, because we are all involved somehow into training. So I also use a recent paper, we surveyed the literature on big data used for SDG, successful used. And I will try to derive some implication. The first one is that the data that are used in this successful application are mostly structured, machine-generated data such as Earth observation, satellite imagery, scanner data, and mobile phone data. So why that? What can we learn from that, and what implication for NSO? So we know from the fundamental principle of official statistics, I'm sorry to quote that NSO shows data source according to quality, timeliness, cost, and burden for the respondent. So to be used by NSO, the data must have some benefit in terms of these elements, right? In particular, quality. And quality involves reliability or trust in the source, sustainability of the source over time, content accuracy, granularity, and good coverage. If you listen to these words, and you know that Earth observation, satellite data, and other sensor tracking are all, and to some extent, some administrative data have this kind of quality. And this morning you emphasize also the fact that geographical coverage is everywhere. Well, it seems that this is also a point we find that in this qualitative. So in contrast, this also means that maybe some other big data sources do not have these qualities and may be less likely to be used in successful production application, or at least that it's not done yet. That's what we can say. Another point is that to use big data, NSO must establish a clear relationship between the data sets they want to use or they need to use and the target SDG indicator. Because there is not a one-to-one relationship between that, and sometimes we need to combine several sources, which is even more difficult. So before doing anything, having a clear understanding of this relationship could be interesting. I will go quickly to the methods in a minute, but I wanted also to emphasize the where we can use big data for SDG. And I was in the Pacific very recently, and it seems obvious in some small country with small LSO and very limited resources, they will not be able to produce any SDG indicator using big data without external help. This means also that they may need external data, such once again as data with very broad geographical coverage, such as Earth observation or satellite data, excluding some other type of information because they may not be the resources there. Very briefly also, in terms of the methods, with no surprise, machine learning is the method that is the most used. Also, neural network for geospatial modeling. And from this, which seems an evidence, I derive 3 points. You may not agree with that, but the first thing, we all know that machine learning cannot work without training sample of good quality, that is with traditional data. That means that an NSO with a limited capacity cannot divert too much of its resources towards big data, because then maybe the traditional data will not be collected in time, and this will be counterproductive even for the use of big data later on. So that's a huge problem, I think, that I wanted to emphasize. The second point is more technical. Machine learning would do good and bad prediction as any predictor, and it should maybe important to have and to share a clear set of methodological standards and validation procedure, because it seems that it's not the case. A third point, and that will be the final one before my conclusion, is that these methods are not reproducible by definition. And this is also a change in the paradigm of what NSO are producing, right? The reproducibility is one of the value with trust for NSO. So this also may be quite a challenge that we can address. So finally, what can we do, and where we'll be in 3-4 years? Because that was your initial question, Magic. And so once again, I think of us in the community that is involved in capacity building. So I propose 4 points of action, but once again, there may be more. The first one is to be aware of the demands with an S. Demand for training, including all the sort of training. I will return to that. But demand for access and to structure data, like, once again, Earth observation, satellite, AIS, scanner, which is not obvious. We know that it's not easy. Also, there could be a demand, there is a demand for pre-trained models. We know that this can be shared. In particular, I mean, I'm thinking of AIS, can pre-train some model there, but also Earth observation, yeah. Demand for reproducible example, and we have a machine learning workshop starting tomorrow, so I think that's also something that could be shared. And demand for case studies, demand for standards. In all of that, I think the regional hubs have a role to play as well as all of us, but maybe the regional hubs are this connector that make the demand and the supplies cross here. The second point I wanted to emphasize is that we train individuals, but production is done by teams of people with different skills. So maybe an holistic approach should be somehow created in order to complement individual training, because individual training alone may not be enough. In particular, I'm thinking of the question from the previous session, how do you measure that your training is effective? Well, if you train only on one individual, it may be difficult. The third point is that NSO may have different level of maturity. You mentioned that, Rachel, as well, and different dimension needed to be successful. So I want here to emphasize the fact that there is a maturity assessment tool that is developed, that is on a global platform, and there is also some other tools to come. And finally, we should diversify the source of training and of capacity building. We always think of training almost in the same way, but online courses, short or long, self-paced courses, facilitated courses, are also some valuable assets for starting the seeds that maybe grow within an NSO to produce some effect. But also, and this was mentioned, hackathons, contests, sprints are something that are very valuable because they are real projects. And real projects, once you have done one, maybe it's easier to do a second one. And also workshop gathering several countries or different countries with different profile could be interesting. So to conclude, I think we celebrate successes here in this conference, and that's really good. But more importantly, I think we should also find a mechanism to analyze, collect, analyze, document, and disseminate the failures. because we are still in a process of trial and error, and we know that it's a process that can take a long time, and if we don't analyze all the failures, then it will be difficult to create success in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. I will present the experience of Indonesia utilization MPD in the SDGs. Based on the Asia and the Pacific SDGs Progress Report in 2022, Indonesia is the top 5 countries in the Asia Pacific region with the most data available for SDGs indicator in 2021. If we know that even Philippines, the first, the best country, they still have the data that not available, and also some data is not sufficient in using in SDGs. We normally in the SDGs we have the global indicator and also the national indicator, and as part of NSO, BPS have the commitment on providing SDGs indicator. Among 40% of the data that submitted by Indonesia government is from BPS, from the NSO. And in this part, we do some more work. We try to improve the indicators, the quality of the indicator, and also use some statistical model improvement and utilizing new data source. We find the data from other conventional data. And as national SDG, as NSO, we also become become the advisor for the others institution in Indonesia in providing the SDGs data. And as we know that to submit the SDGs data, there are so many sources of the data, from the census, survey, administrative data, and also for the big data. And in Indonesia, we already done some experimental project in using the big data and using the mobile phone data, MPD, and also the satellite imagery. And for the mobile phone data, we actually, it's not the global data we produce. We use the data from MPD as the data supporting for the indicator 8.981. It's about the proportion and growth rate of the tourism sector to the contribution to GDP. Actually, this is the indicator that need in the SDGs, and in order to fulfill this indicator, we need so many data from the tourism. For example, for the number of the tourism and also the expenditure, and that information, some of the information we can get from the MPD, and the other information we get for the other source of the data. The reason why Indonesia or BPS use the MPD for tourism satellite, we know that not all borders have border gates. We rely that the immigration record and the border survey for inbound and outbound tourism is not sufficient. Some data is under coverage, so we need another information and another way to get the data. And not all border gates have 24-hour, 7 days immigration services, and the border survey is too expensive and cannot be done in all unattended gates. Because in Indonesia we have so many remote area, so we need more effort to do the border survey. And we know that there is an opportunity that the change paradigm, that conventional survey can be replaced in some term by using big data. And also we know that the increasing cell phone coverage In also the accessibility and method of MPD is already produced and already developed in Indonesia. And what we do for get this statistic, the tourism statistic, there is history. Still 2017, we already starting using MPD for the cross-border visitor by Indonesian government. It is collaboration between Ministry of Tourism, BPS, and also Positium and Bu Titi. This is the leader for this job, Bu Alfa over there, Pak Setia, everybody with the telco, they do the Ministry of Tourism also to produce the MPD cross-border visitor. And we do some work in using MPD for domestic tourism. Since 2018, we do the experimental statistic. And then 2021, we released the official statistic for this. Of course, after get some discussion with, in Indonesia, we have the Forum Masyarakat Statistik. It's like a statistic forum. It consists of many academia and also people from the institution. They concerned about the data we produce. So the MPD that we already put as official statistics is already discussed with all the people, not just BPS use this number, but we already discussed about the methodology and also about the number, the consistency. As Rachel mentioned, if I'm not wrong, she said that it's sometimes we need another source of data, not just MPD. It's happened in Indonesia because from MPD we can just get the number of the visitor of the tourism, but we don't get the information about the expenditure. So in this way we add the information. After we got the information from MPD, we asking the people who do the tourists using the digital survey based on the MPD data, and it was done by the MNO, but the data directly came to the BPS server. So we have the collaboration, and I agree with Rachel that we need so many skill, not just about the collecting the data, about the processing the data, but also the negotiation, about the legal, and so many things that we need to and we have experiences on it, and I think it is harder than the technical thing, the non-technical thing. You need to improve the skill of that. And then after we know this is the data I can show. Using the MPD, we get the information that really needed by the government, especially for the domestic tourism. Before, when we use the conventional survey, we only get the data annually. But when we use the MPD, we can get the information, the number of tourists in a monthly basis. And also about the area, we had more granular data. Before we get the national and provincial level, but using MPD we can get the information in a district level. So it's the advantages of MPD, and also because using MPD we can get the data more timely than when we use the conventional on traditional data, and of course the price is higher than when we use the conventional data, because we need also for the people who do the enumerator, we need many steps of survey. And after using MPD, we realized that there is so many challenges. Some is already mentioned by Rachel and Max, that we need the standardization of the concept and methodology. In terms, the data can be compare with another country and also with others. And we still realize that in some part we have the limitation of the variable that can be produced using MPD. That's why we still use the survey, the digital survey, in order to add some information, especially for the expenditure. And it is the big issue actually in Indonesia also about the data privacy. This has become increased the issue about it now. And for us as NSO, when we're using the data from others, we always think about the sustainable of the data and also the access, because by maybe someday maybe the data cannot be produced by the MNO or other data provider. It's become a problem. We not have the guarantee that data that we already use now can be produced for many years ago. If we don't have negotiation or something that we have a discussion with the data producer. And also the human resources and infrastructure, I think still need to be improved. The training and everything we still need about it. So in order to face this problem, we need to the regulation adjustment proposal. It's still the problem in Indonesia about the regulation in order to get the data from the MNO or other provider, data provider. And then about the improvement of the methodology, and also the other thing that's also important is about the quality assurance. How to do the quality assurance, continuous quality assurance from data from external NSO to be fulfill the quality of the BPS requirement, and also the human resources and infrastructure need to be improved time by time. To conclude that we agree that MPD can be used as an indicator for supporting SDGs and also other big data, but we need to have many improvement, and also we think that the challenge must be considered in order we using the big data for the SDGs. I think that all I conclude. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to introduce a Mongolian experience in using big data for SDG and production of statistics. My talk today consists of 3 parts: activities of NSO, second, data governance of Mongolia, and final, use of non-traditional data. The NSO has 31 local units and slide, please. NSO has 31 local units and 320 employees in total. Local units conduct census and surveys of households and business enterprises using 54 questionnaires and forms which are entered into the statistical production system. The Mongolian government is comprised of 16 ministries. 8 of them have official units in charge of statistics. Statistical information is exchanged with ministries, agencies, and other government organizations through the Government Information Exchange System of the National Data Center by web service and email. The governor of Mongolia's primary administrative units are responsible for updating the database of population and household and livestock census, both of which are managed by the NSO. In 2021, the NSO implemented the statistical production system. It covers statistical production across the processes which are defined in the general statistical business processing model and provides a link between the general statistical information system and general statistical business processing model. Currently, the statistical production system recorded 500 questionnaires, 27 classifications, and total 500 questions, including 500,000 questions, including duplicates. The 54 set of statistical production processes that collect data from householders, citizens, and the business enterprises through local units have been fully automated as of today. Hereafter, we are working to fully implement the process of collecting statistical data from other government institutions. Slide next. Currently, 138 SDG indicators are calculated in Mongolia, and the NSO is managed SDG implementation monitoring system and responsible for evaluating the implementation of the SDG, establishing the information flows, and facilitating of the data exchange between government agencies. Next, the Parliament of Mongolia approved the long-term development policy named Vision 2050, and NSO also approved the strategic plan for modernization of statistics. These policy documents outline the utilization of big data for producing official statistics. As part of the implementation of the above objective, the Parliament of Mongolia approved the 4 laws: public information transparency, protection of personal information, cybersecurity, and electronic signature law, which have been implemented since May 2022. In 2021, the Speaker of the Parliament directed the NSO to initiate and implement the government integrated database project with the purpose of creating an evidence-based decision making. Since 2022, Ministry of Digital Development and Communication has been newly established in Mongolian government, and it plays a main role in improving data governance. Therefore, we are working closely with this ministry to develop a national data strategy and to implement national data platform. We are working with Paris 21 for revising our law on statistics as part of the objective of implementing statistical modernization. Furthermore, we are collaborating with ADB to implement TIA project for government integrated database, and also revised its organizational structure in 2021 and established the data analysis department. This department is currently working on improvement of metadata of statistical production system and assessment of the other government institutions database. Next slide. We intend to work on the 4 goals listed in here as part of the government big data project. First is to increase the usage of administrative data. The second is eliminate statistical data discrepancies. Third is to reduce the burden on information provider. Fourth is to integrate cross-sector data, calculate interdependencies, and view issues holistically for policy formulation and decision making. Next. As of today, the lack of interconnection between the database of government institutions and as well as the lack of unified data standards has the disadvantage of low data utilization and high decision-making costs. Next. NSO manages population and household database and business register database at the national level. The population and house census was carried out 2020, while the enterprise census was carried out in 2021. Based on the results of the census data, these two databases are upgraded with high quality. As a result, these two databases will be coordinated with other government institutions' databases. A comprehensive data classification and standard will be established, and the database decision-making system will be developed. We are working on a number of pilot studies to use big data and non-traditional data for statistical production. First one is the use of scan data for average price statistics. An electronic payment system of tax authority has been developed for recording all purchases and sales of business entities and citizens. At present, there were total 7 billion records, including unit price and quantity. Also, an average of 2 million records were stored in each day. We are trying to calculate the weekly price of some food products using those data. In these studies, we collected weekly price data of 32 types of products from 7 chain supermarkets, and the weekly price of each commodity is calculated based on scan data by functionality of e-payment system. The calculated average price is checked as comparing with the price data collected by traditional method. From the comparison of the average prices of these two methods, the average prices are different, but the price changes are similar, as shown in this slide. Next is using remote sensing techniques for data crop. In terms of current conventional data collection method, we collect crop and harvest data from 18,000 enterprises and households using paper questionnaires 9 times during the year. Then those data will be typed into NSO server by online. Next slide, please. Therefore, the main purpose of this remote sensing methodology is this enormous process of data collection. To undertake this project, firstly, we tried to match agricultural cadastral data with statistical data that has been compiled in previous year to identify statistical units by location and crop type. Secondly, the necessary images were collected and image purchasing corrections. We collected the Sentinel-2 satellite data for the selected area. In addition, we used multi-sectoral drone to collect more accurate data collection. We also collected data from spectrometer to match it with the satellite data to classify crop type. Then we used two methodologies to identify and estimate crop and harvest data. The first methodology is random forest, other is spectral angel mapper. The results of these two methodologies are respectively random forest method overall accuracy was 76%, and for spectral angle mapper overall accuracy was 92%. The third one is the utilization of geospatial data, statistical database for production of SDG indicator, 9.1. In order to calculate the proportion of rural residents who live within 2 kilometers of an all-season road, we received information on national highways and local roads from the Ministry of Road and Transport, which was used to identify map of 2 kilometer area of all season roads on the OpenStreetMap. From the database of population and households, a list of rural households living with the above 2 kilometer areas was prepared using households location data. Then the population of these households was calculated. Then the population of rural population was determined from the estimated population. I finished my talk. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for 3 different and very interesting takes on big data. So now to the 4th presentation, or like a round of questions. Do you have any questions or comments? Or would you present your experiences? Please feel free.
Thank you very much. I think these are very good information for us to learn about the different initiatives that are going on with regards to calculating indicators based on big data sources. I just want to add a comment to our colleague, to the intervention of our colleague from Indonesia. So the work on the MPD, where of course Indonesia is one of our pilot countries, we tried to calculate 2 SDG indicators. So one is on the percentage of the population that is covered by mobile population signal, and then the second indicator is the percentage of the population that are using the internet. In particular, the second indicator is the most important indicator out of these 2 because it's usually conducted using household surveys, and in countries where there's difficulty because of resource issue, the use of MPD proves to be very useful because it can not just complement, but for those countries, it can be used as the main source of this information. And so the experience of Indonesia and of course Brazil, who tested this methodology, proves that this is an indicator or a good data source to calculate this SDG indicator. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have any comments to this?
Thank you for the question. Actually, for this information, we still use the household survey, and because this is still a problem. It's not problem, I think. We have faced some regarding the negotiation or something we need to have. I don't want to say it's a problem, but actually this is a problem. Because in order to get the information, the data from the provider, we still have some difficulty to get all the information about it. And I think those 2 indicators, we try to find or to get the information also from big data for the future. But now we still use the household survey to fulfill this data in SDGs.
Okay, thank you. There's a question there.
Hello, thank you very much. So my remark is, it's not a question, it's just kind of a remark regarding all exercises done regarding SDGs indicators. We know that SDGs are a challenge for the whole world since not a single NSO have all the means to compute all SDGs. So I think it would be interesting if an NSO or an organism did a computation of SDG using big data techniques. It could be perfect if the how-to was shared with all NSOs all over the world. Even if I totally agree that it's not 100% reusable straight on, but it's good to have that information rather than not having it at all. Thank you very much.
Maybe I can quickly react before passing the floor. On the website of the UN Committee on Experts on Big Data, there is a sub-website for the task on big data for the SDGs, and then you can find description of methodology for 4 or 6 indicators, 2 applications. So please go there, and you have like this general description and then more detailed description step by step. So this is what this task team that Denmark is chairing is working on, and we are still working on finding new examples. But the website, I can warmly recommend our website. Other comments from you?
Thanks. I mean, I think there's also a lot of information on the UN Global Platform as well, and that was specifically what was set up as well to kind of actually help people to share tools and methods and the kind of background information and kind of collate that information on what different people are doing. So I think a lot of that does now exist, but possibly we're not as good at communicating that as one could be, and it might also be that at times it might be a bit like information overload. So working out, where's the best place to find that. But the UN Global Platform does have a lot of the kind of new tools and resources as well that countries can then take and copy in coding and things like that as well. Thanks.
Okay. Next question. Here.
Thank you. Excellent presentation. I just would like to hear about the cost of using these data sources, MBP, Earth observation, and so on, vis-a-vis the household service or the traditional way of collecting data. And I think sustainability is mentioned a little bit. But how about also green ICT, like the carbon footprint of using this vis-a-vis the traditional ways, and also the amount of information these route brings us. Like in terms of household survey, we can have age disaggregation, sex disaggregation, and so on and so forth. But how about this MBP? Does that give us those kind of context in terms of providing the result?
Who would start? Wanti.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Related to the cost, based on Indonesia experience, using MPD is less cost than when use the traditional survey. It's cheaper than using the traditional survey. And another question related to, what's the last question? Disaggregation, yeah. For the disaggregation, as I mentioned before, using MPD in our experience, and we just only get the number of the tourists. But for the more information, we need to have another survey. We use the digital survey, not conventional survey. It's part of the collaboration with the provider. After they get the number, the telephone number, the provider will send a questionnaire in a digital survey, and the data direct go to NSO. I mean that MPD, for the disaggregation, some information cannot be produced from the MPD. We need another survey for this. Maybe this is...
To say one thing about the cost, this has been documented in a paper by Siu Ming Tam and Gemma van Alderen very recently, and the cost can be done in very different places, right? It's the cost of acquiring the data, the cost of infrastructure, the cost of training the people, and the cost of maintaining all of that. And I think that's one of the issues that I read, because of course I'm not aware of all the nasty details there, but probably the cost is high at some point, sometimes.
Just very quickly, and I can share information afterwards, but I mean, I think it's also how you're using that data. So, I know, having talked to the Philippines, if you're then using that information and they're getting a lot more kind of community-based information, if you have that data and that enables you to better target some of your social services and your healthcare, your education, you can also save lots of money as well.
Okay, thank you very much. There is a next session coming up, so we have to leave, but I would take the liberty to ask you to feel free to ask the panelists after the session if you have further questions. Sorry not to be able to answer more questions. Thank you very much for your attention, and bye.
Thank you for the method and the panelists. Now we will have only 1 minute break. So, 5 minutes, sorry. We will have only 5 minutes breaks. So please, you can go get your coffee or your snack and bring it inside. Because we will start the next panel, 1C, in 5 minutes at 16 o'clock. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a moment we will start the third panel session. We will invite you to be seated again.
Recording in progress.
Ladies and gentlemen, move to the third panel session, panel 1C. We have topic about mobile phone data for official statistics, and we have the moderator will lead the discussion. I will invite to the stage Mrs. Esperanza Macpanti from International Telecommunication Union. So, Mrs. Esperanza, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I think we are missing most of the participants. Can I get your attention, please? We are starting the session 1C, which is on mobile phone big data. So I would like to call the panelists to come on stage. Alfatina Reno from BPS Indonesia. She is a statistician in BPS Indonesia who helped work on the different pilots that they had on the use of mobile phone big data. We also have Shurena Cikluri, who is the head of the Population Census and Demographic Statistics Department at the National Statistics Office of Georgia. We also have Mr. Alfian Manulang. Do we have him here now? Yes. So we heard from him yesterday, and I think he doesn't need much of introduction. We know how famous he is in Indonesia because he's the one helping the BPS to access MPD. We have also Ms. Ayumi Arai. Ayumi is the project assistant professor of the Center for Spatial Information Science at University of Tokyo. The next one is Mr. Thomas Smallwood. He is the Knowledge Center Manager of FlowMinder. And he is here with us, I think, in two capacities, one as a FlowMinder and also as our training coordinator of the subgroup of the task team. We also have Ms. Alana Gorospe Ramos, who is the Chief for Plans and Policy Monitoring and Evaluation of the Department of Information and Communication, the ICT of the Philippines. The ICT is the Ministry of ICT in the Philippines. So I think we've heard from different agencies, and today we have also the Ministry of ICT with us. So we have, you can see the different stakeholders that are important in implementing a mobile phone project in national statistical offices. And today we will try to brainstorm or explore how to implement a successful MPD project in NSOs. And the objective here, of course, is to help those NSOs who are interested in exploring this new data source, and at the same time, at the end of the day, to address the question on how we can accelerate the use of MPD in developing countries. Before I start, if you are not familiar with the task team on mobile phone big data, we are one of the 9 task teams. We started our work since almost at the inception of the UNCEBD, and we are currently operating with more than 50 experts representing international agencies, countries, national statistical offices, of course, and private institutions and academia, working together to define methodologies, share experiences, and implement activities, including events and workshops in the area of MPD. What I would like to emphasize now is that the task team has been very busy in the past year because we were developing guidelines. So these are methodological materials covering different areas of statistics: migration, tourism, population dynamics, information society, and statistics on disaster context. And so these 5 areas of work, we are, as a task team, very proud to announce today that we had completed the work, and those guidelines are now available to the public in the task team's website. So I invite you to check on the guides after this session, and then on Thursday and Friday we will devote 2 workshops to elaborate on those guidelines and share with you how you can use them in implementing in your national context. So I think with this, I would like to start the panel. The panel is a combination of course, you can see in front of you, and they will be sharing their views on the different questions that I will ask. But I asked them to prepare PowerPoint slides to, of course, get your attention so that we can take advantage of the knowledge that they would like to share with us. So now I would like to start, of course, with the 2 national statistics officers who are with us today. I will start with Indonesia, and the question that I would like to ask to both Indonesia and Georgia is, using the latest successful MPD project that you have in your country, can you share with us what are the key resources that you needed that help you implement these projects? What are the challenges you faced, and what are the lessons learned from these projects? So I'll start with Alpha, please.
Thank you, SP. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I might start my presentation. Okay, it's from mobile positioning data to official statistics. First, we are going to talk about the legal basis first. Yes. Okay, in terms of legal force, the legal basis for BPS is, of course, the statistics law. BPS is authorized institution to collect data, and that BPS is required to maintain the confidentiality of the data. And also for personal data protection, we need our customer data use for BPS. It can be accessed by BPS from MNO with anonymized. So we never know actually what the number is, but we know that it's one of subscriber from MNO. And then for accuracy checks, BPS use volunteers who state their willingness to join us in our MPD project to have their data analyzed by BPS. So the raw data can be accessed without anonymization because we need to put the ground truth between the MPD and the real condition. And then as well as for dissemination, statistics are released in aggregate at the regional level. So we never release in a small area, but we aggregate it to provincial level and kabupaten level. Next. This is the documents that needed during the process. At first, you need to have a memorandum of understanding with your MNO. And then for sandboxing, for accessing their data, you need a non-disclosure agreement. And for the needs of accuracy checking, you need a consent, a form consent from the volunteers that state they're willing to share their data with BPS so we can access their data. So with these 3 documents, you can start your project with MPD. Next. This is our history while using MPD. We started since 2017 with for the tourism statistic, and during the process we create another statistic beside the tourism statistic. Next. Since SP only give me 5 minutes, so we are talking about the data. For you that haven't using MPD yet, maybe this could give you a slight insight about what is MPD. So it basically the data that collected from your phone cell, but not from your phone cell. We get it from the BTS. Whenever your phone accessing the BTS, we collect the data. So this is the basic of MPD data. Next. I hope you can see it. I try to make it as clear as possible. This is the data. So if you want to know what is MPD, this is the data. Actually, this is my data. This is my trip to Lombok. My hometown is Jakarta, and I go to Lombok. You can see from the data that it contains a noise in the data. Since I joined the MPD project with Posisium and with Bu Titi, I never turn off my phone cell. So I want to know what happened if I don't turn off my phone cell, because we have in Batam, one of Indonesian's island, we have anomaly over there that we had tourism like 1 million in a day. Is quite irregular for us. So we tried the similar condition. What happened if we don't turn off our phone cell in the plane? So this is the result. I travel from North Lombok to West Lombok in only 2 minutes, faster than Superman. Then also to the West Lombok and arrive in the airport, and the travel itself to East Lombok. So from the MPD, you can get what transportation use actually by assessing their speed, and then how long someone stay in one particular place. That's the key you can find from MPD. But don't forget that the data also have noises. That's why data cleansing is the most important part in MPD. Next. Okay, this is the fun part, the findings. This is after you manage to get the data from the MNO, this is the process that we used to have. First, we collect the data from the MNO, and then we do the quality gates from the data input, and then we do the calculation with the algorithm that we develop. Then we also put quality gates in the data output and then publish the data. This is the routines. Next. I'm reading the slides in the Slido. One of the question is, how about the accuracy? Why MPD is quite promising for us? Because we have this. After checking to our volunteers, we managed to put the accuracy into a very good accuracy, I guess, for MPD. It was 99.1% for home location, and then also for the work location, for provincial level. But for Kabupaten level, of course, this was decreasing because the ping pong effect in MPD. If you are interested to know what is the ping pong effect, you should join the workshop class tomorrow. Okay, this is the accuracy, and the next. Now, you can bring this slide to your boss. Why you are using MPD to help your official statistic? Why? Because this is the summary of our experience while using MPD. First, I can read it from here. Estimate for smaller area. From Metropolitan Statistical Area, MSA, yes, we use the aggregation into the kecamatan level. And then the second, we can produce data to the monthly basis period. Then to collect the data, you don't need surveyors. And there are the saving budget over there with MPD combination with the digital survey. We only spend 15 billion. While if we manage to do the traditional survey, we need 40 billions. So it's 1/3. And then 40 billion for only tourism statistic. 40 billion only for tourism statistic. By using MPD, other than tourism statistics, we managed to provide commuter statistics, migration statistics, and also metropolitan statistical area for delineation. And also, okay, that's the conclusion about our experience with MPD. You should bring this slide if someone asks why MPD. Yes.
Thank you, Alpa. That is really rich information. So I invite you to read through the slides and see the details of what Alpha shared with us. And I just want to emphasize there what she shared with us is the legal basis. So it's important that you have the legal basis, and attached to that are the legal documents that needs to be produced before the data could be used. So I now pass the floor to Shurena, and let's hear how she did it in Georgia. Shurena,
Thank you so much, Esperanza. Oh, thank you so much, Alpha, for your interesting presentation. I wish to have the same results, same outcomes from our project for our next meeting. But today still I have to concentrate mainly our challenges, what country faced during the introduce the big data for their statistical purposes. Next slide, please. For Geostat, we have the strategical plan for 2020 to 2023, which was approved by our government, and one of these priorities to improve the migration statistics. Because in Georgia today they face urgent need, timely and very accurate statistical data on migration and population statistics. We have some challenges, and we believe that MPD could fill these gaps. And we will improve some statistics like population by age and sex at the municipality level. We don't have any administrative sources regarding of the internal migration. We are waiting 10 years to conduct the censuses, etc., etc. So this MPD is our main goal to introduce. That's why we are involved in many UN working groups, like UN Working Group for Migration Statistics, and in 2019 we joined the UN Working Group on Big Data for Official Statistics, and it's my honor to lead the subgroup on migration statistics. And Esperanza already mentioned, we developed nice guidelines. Please visit the webpage and see our work. I would like to say that we are working very closely with international organizations. We have support from UNSD. Also, currently we have the project with ADB, but it is not enough. We need to have access on the data, and sometimes it is challenging, and we have to solve this problem. Next slide, please. As already mentioned, my colleague from Indonesia, the legislation aspect is very important, and I would like to mention once again, as I mentioned yesterday, that in Georgia we have a law on official statistics, which is regulated to access data on the administrative and private sectors. Despite this, Geostat don't have direct access on the MNO's data, mobile operators' data. In partnership model working in my country, it is through regulatory body. We are calling in COMCOM or GNCC sometimes. But main idea is that the Geostat is only responsible for the methodological part, and regulatory body is responsible for the data processing. Next slide, please. Lessons learned from our experience is that high-level support is needed for any kind of project, but when we are talking this sensitive topic like MPD, this topic is very crucial. So coordination mechanisms which will divide the roles and responsibilities all involved stakeholders is very important. Also, we must think about the data privacy as well as the resources. I mean the both technical and human resources is very important because this introduce big data, it is something new. It's true that it is our future, but we don't have enough experience. So we need some kind of capacity building because the statisticians love when they are doing everything by themselves because we are responsible what we are doing. We are responsible for official statistics. That's why we need to learn more how to processing the data, and to processing the data we need enough capacity. We need IT infrastructure to storage our data. So this is our main lessons learned shortly about Georgian context, and I believe that we will continue this project and we will have some good success. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sharena, just on time. So there, I think she highlighted three key points, which are really challenges, and these are common challenges when using mobile phone big data, which is data access, of course, infrastructure, and the lack of capacity in national statistical offices. I would like to move to the third panelist, which is Mr. Afian. We heard yesterday already the points you mentioned regarding sandboxing and your willingness to share the information to the National Statistics Office of Indonesia, and I think this is indeed very good. One question that I have yesterday that I didn't manage to ask you was about of course, privacy. You ensure that the data are anonymized and nothing could be traced to the individuals. But another question that is related to that is confidentiality. And this is something that is one of the key issues when we work on big data, especially in countries where there are only two main operators. So one operator is willing to share the data, but the other one does not want to share the data because they don't want their market shares or their commercial interest shared with the other operator. So I would like to put you on the spot and ask you, how do you deal with that problem? Thank you.
Thank you. Beside privacy, I think about confidentiality. I think if you take a look on my slide, I think we just go directly on page number 4. Okay. Yeah. Next slide. Okay. So not only privacy, confidentiality, but also what we think about is about the competitive concerns. Okay. So to enable to reap the most benefit from this open data ecosystem, there are things that we need to take a look on some concern, especially like Telkomsel, the mobile operator. I think we are taking like 4 major concerns. Number 1 is about trust and privacy. I think Professor Bentran said about the trust, ethics, and transparency, right? So I think trust and transparency is very important. How we able to mitigate the risk of data being used, and then how we handle misuse, mishandle, and also misshare related to financial and also reputational ramification. The second one is about the technological and also procedural costs, because to provide that there are some costs associated. So we need to find the best way how we can have the best cost, I mean the least cost for that. The third one is the competitive concern. This is related to confidentiality because maybe in Philippines there are 2 operators or 3. In Indonesia we have 5 operators, but we are the biggest one. Of course, some data cannot be shared. Let's say, I know some institution asking about, like for the in SDG, the internet access. Can we have your cell tower information? This is considered in our data government is competitive because when this data is being leaked out, then actually our competitive is not there anymore. They can just put near our cell tower and then just be like that. Because to have a planning, there is a lot of cost as well associated. So it is not just putting, but the resource to put a planning, a cell tower, there are also some calculation and some effort that as well. And then the loss of financial opportunity as well. So I think to realize that to sustain this value creation, of course, we need to get all the stakeholder concerned, operator, the government. I think it has to be a win-win, right? Not just one party. And then next slide. In establishing, sustainable data ecosystem framework, there are things we need to also to take a look so that everybody wins, everybody concerned are addressed, right? And the objective or stakeholders are aligned as well. So the private sector, the government, or the some institution also, we have to align our objective. So we need clear legal and regulatory explanation framework as well, number 1. Number 2 is about the trust. Number 3 is about standardization. Number 4 is about protection, okay? And number 5 is about skill and capability. And then I just want to give an example. If we able to make like this open data ecosystem, I think I'll give an example in financial services. There is a framework that they call it open API or open banking system. In the stakeholder, you can, the use case is something like that. You can open your data if you have a 3 bank account and then you have a personal finance services, you can access to 3 of your bank account and then you can create your financial goals over there actually. So in financial services, so this is also something that going on, happening, and we are also part of this ecosystem. I think, I don't know, in this United Nations and your government, if we can enable such of this open data platform, of course we have to follow the regulatory, security, and also standardization as well. We can create a lot of things. We can invite a lot of external ecosystem like startup or even like the hackathon that running, and then based on their imagination, you can create a lot of services and you can tackle a lot of problem as well with a very cost effective and also the maximum benefit. I think that's a thing I can say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think those are indeed good points. I pick up the win-win one because I think it's important for telecom operators to be assured that at the end of the day, it's not only a one-way direction. And I think that is important for NSOs and for regulators and ministries to understand that this is, of course, an ecosystem that everybody has to benefit. And I think the role of the regulator and the ministries is crucial in convincing and raising awareness on the importance of having statistics coming from MPD, not just for the purposes of official statistics, but also there is something that the operator can get in the end, which is, of course, knowing who are, for example, in the country needs those services, or who you can help out of those MPD data. So thank you very much for that. The next one is Ayumi from University of Tokyo, and since she is from the university, the question is, what do you think is the role of the academia in advancing the use of MPD in NSOs? And based on your experiences in working in developing countries, what are the challenges that you faced as an academia implementing this work with countries? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Esperanza. So I will answer these questions from the three aspects: methodology, capacity, and communication, because most other important topics are already discussed. So regarding the methodology, as a role of academia, so we believe that we can contribute to advancing the methodology of using mobile phone data based on scientific and peer-reviewed research, because publication can work as a bridge to communicate with society, and also it will also help communicate the result and establish trust on the use of mobile phone data. And regarding the capacity, to a large extent, we are involved in identifying solutions for problems in society. So we consider that it is also our role to facilitate optimal access to technology and knowledge for solving development problems. So we are focusing on developing tools and systems based on open source technology, and so that they are transparent and also easily accessible under a resource poor setting. And regarding the communications, so we regard ourselves as intermediary. So when people discuss the use of big data, there are only the data producers and data users. But it is sometimes not easy to initiate mobile phone data project by these parties alone, because it requires specific technology and capacity. So we sometimes facilitate the communication, particularly technical communication among these, among the data producers and data users, and to fill some gap where they speak different language to discuss the same issues. Next slide, please. So second one is the main challenges we face. So we usually work in resource poor setting, mainly in Africa countries. So what I say may not be relevant for other settings. So regarding methodology and capacity, often there are some gaps in capacity for processing mobile phone data. And for communication, use of mobile phone data require clear institutional frameworks. So that means sometimes discussion on legal aspects, data protection measures to be taken, and establishing data pipeline between data producer and end user, and agreement on the methodology to be employed. So these require common understanding among all stakeholders to initiate the project. So we usually work with these two, data producer and data user, to have good common understanding and a relationship for initiating the mobile phone data project. So finally, how these challenges can be addressed. So the methodology. So how we want to support NSOs is to find a way how they can transform what they have been doing a long time into a way that is relevant for analyzing new data sources. So we utilize the existing open source tool and co-create or co-develop methodology that is relevant for the local context. And regarding the capacity, we provide open source analytical tools and also system based on open source frameworks, which is an inexpensive way to start or initiate a project and can be modified later. And we also provide lecture and hands-on for enhancing capacity to maintain the system for the data producer as well, to utilize the big data. And lastly, communication. So communication can be a key factor for enhancing the sustainability of using mobile phone data. Throughout the project, we usually try to create a forum to discuss the relevance of using mobile phone data in development context, and explore the further possibility and for cooperation with a wider audience. So the forum can serve as focal point for technical discussion or consultation sometimes, and it also can strengthen the ownership of the stakeholders. So as you imagine, it is expensive to and also take time to have everything in-house from the beginning to run the mobile phone data project. So by doing that way, we try to enhance capability gradually in collaborating manner. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ayumi. I pick up 2 points as well from your intervention. So methodology, ensuring that methodology are implemented while working with the NSOs, and the importance, of course, of using open source softwares or tools that the NSOs doesn't have to pay for. So I think those are 2 points that I would take from your intervention. Thank you so much. The next one is Tom. So Tom is coming from a private company, and so FlowMinder is a key player as well in this arena, as well as Positium as well. I would like to recognize Positium, who is also in the, with us today, and the role that they're playing in this area. So with FlowMinder, can you share us your role in implementing projects in NSOs, and what are the tools, free tools, that you use to help countries implement those projects?
Sure, absolutely. Got some slides? Yes, great. So if we go to the second slide, just for clarity very quickly, so FlowMinder is a non-profit foundation, so it's not a company per se, but I think that the role as a private organization is quite similar. So if we go to the next slide. So thinking a bit about what private sector organizations can bring to these types of partnerships. So I think the first aspect is perhaps that they can be a hub of highly specialized expertise. So at FlowMinder, we bring together a broad range of learning and insights from working in countries across the world on a range of different types of applications, and really specializing in solely this one area. And this sort of expertise might not be warranted within an individual NSO, so we can provide support to NSOs to further their work with mobile phone data. Secondly, we also perhaps have a greater focus on applications and implementation than perhaps universities may have, which perhaps differentiates us in that capacity. The other thing that we are able to do as a private organization is leverage different sources of funding. So FlowMinder is a non-profit, works largely with philanthropic organizations to fund our work, but other organizations, private companies, may be able to raise investment capital, bringing different types of funding into this area to develop the work and develop new methodologies and prove the work further. And finally, one other difference is that we perhaps bring a mentality around sustainability, in that as an organization working purely with mobile phone data, this is something which our existence depends upon us continuing that work in a way that perhaps doesn't apply to an NSO, for example. So I think that's perhaps the main things that differentiate organizations in the private sector, and what we perhaps bring, which is slightly different to an NSO in this space. If we go on to the next slide, we can also talk a bit about sort of what this looks like in practice with our ongoing partnership with GSS, the Ghanaian Statistical Service, and Vodafone Ghana, which has been a very successful project in which we are supporting GSS to access mobile phone data from Vodafone Ghana, and implement that in a broad range of projects across all of their work, and working with other government departments, with GSS as an interlocutor between us and them. On the second question, if we go to the next slide, just a short quote from GSS about that work. But if we skip to the slide after, and one more, thinking a bit about the free tools that NSAs can use to explore mobile phone data. I think the first thing to highlight here is, as we've heard a number of times, the main barrier to the use of mobile phone data is access. And particularly we've heard recently about making sure that there's trust between MNOs and the organizations working with the data, both in terms of preserving the individual privacy of subscribers and also protecting commercially sensitive data held by MNOs. We've also heard from Shireen earlier about hardware as well, and that being an important cost. But there is free software out there which can support the use of MPD. Ayumi's mentioned the work that they do and the tools that they've developed, which are open source for the use of mobile phone data. And we've also been doing this at FlowMinder as well, particularly around our FlowKit project, which is an open source software suite for the secure processing and ingestion of MPD data, so CDR data particularly, its analysis and the granular access control. And this all sits behind the firewall of a mobile network operator. And allows an external user to have access to a limited number of anonymized and aggregated forms of outputs. And I can talk some more on that if anyone's particularly interested in FlowKit and how that works. But thinking more broadly about how an organization gets started with using MPD data and free tools for doing that, I'd particularly like to highlight the work that the Mobile Phone Task Team and the subgroup on training has been working on our Raising Awareness course, which is, I hope, a great place for everyone to get started on learning about mobile phone data and the opportunities it provides. And we'll also be talking a bit more about that on Thursday in one of the workshops. And there's other free tools out there as well. Recently at FlowMinder, we've launched an online platform called FlowGeek, which shares some of our knowledge and expertise in this area as well. So if anyone would be interested in finding more out about that platform, then I'm happy to share some of that information as well.
Thank you, Thomas. So FlowKit, I think that is something that you should take home with you and check the website to see how you can use FlowKit when implementing projects. I also took note of the resource one in terms of leveraging tapping resources that FlowMinder has in terms of the projects that they implemented. So that is something also that they can share when working with developing countries. And then I think lastly, what is important to note is the training that he mentioned. So stay tuned on Thursday morning, Thursday afternoon, where he will be presenting the training course that the subgroup, that the task team is going to launch. Thank you, Thomas. So our last presenter is Alana. And so Alana is working in the ministry, and I think it's very important that we have the voice of the ministry in this panel, because they have a key role to play when convening mobile phone projects. So in the experience of the Philippines, if you can share with us, during the project that you implemented a while back, what was the role of the ministry, and how did you ensure that the stakeholders complied to the implementation of the project, particularly the role of the ministry in ensuring that operators answer to their license agreements with regards to providing the data? Alana, please. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. SP, and good afternoon to everyone. I'll be sharing the experience of our collaboration with the ITU on the big data pilot study. It's actually the first collaboration with the ITU on big data, and there's actually much to share, but I'll try to share them in 5 minutes. So just the highlights. If we can have the first part, okay. Okay. As SP said, it's been some time. This was initiated in 2016, and the primary purpose was to look at new methodologies, to combine them with what are existing and using big data. So this was to help out other countries and ITU to see how new methodologies can be developed using the pilot study, and with 5 other countries, Sweden, Georgia, Kenya, the UAE, and Colombia, along with the Philippines. We undertook this study, and I won't be presenting the results, but rather the experience of having undergone a very interesting pilot study. Next slide, please. in terms of national coordination, it's projects like this really benefit from a very strong coordination, whether or not it's between other government agencies. Especially for this project, we worked with the Philippine Statistics Authority as another public agency partner, and we're very fortunate to have had their support. And we actually work under the leadership of the PSA in terms of a national statistical coordination framework. And this means that there are different interagency sector committees that actually look at indicators within their sector. And for ICT, we are very fortunate to be chairing an interagency committee on ICT statistics under the leadership of the Philippine Statistics Authority. And in that framework, we are able to streamline indicators, define concepts, and undertake statistical development activities, such as what we had very recently, the National ICT Statistics Survey. So the next partnership we have is between public sector, but again, this needs, as mentioned earlier, they have to be engaged further and be encouraged and to be aware that there is an ecosystem for big data, and perhaps the participation would be more committed in terms of sharing big data. Next slide, please. Okay, for the study, these are a list of our stakeholders. At that time, we had two telecommunications companies that provided the mobile phone data, and we thank them for participating in the survey, in the study. And we also thank the Philippine Statistics Authority for providing the local administrative units data to complete the geographical distribution for the study. We also have the participation, of course, of the department, the ministry, and attached agencies such as the National Privacy Commission and the National Telecommunications Commission, which are both actually attached agencies of the Department of ICT. So as you can see, it's a very important role that we had. We facilitated the project. We mapped out legal frameworks and legal documents that facilitated the moving forward of the rest of the study. We also had the technical guidance, of course, of the ITU in terms of the pilot testing of the methodologies to generate the new indicators using the MPD. So key lessons learned, this is in the next slide. Again, privacy concerns was at the top of the list, and there were several levels of safeguards that we tried to institutionalize in the study. So we had at the top level an ITU privacy statement, which actually gave us also an operational framework to ensure that we could look at all privacy-related concerns that would come up in the project. We had also the participation of the National Privacy Commission in terms of a position paper based on the Philippine Data Privacy Act of 2012. At the time of the study, the implementing rules and guidelines of the Data Privacy Act had just been released. So we consider this as a sort of test case of some of the provisions of the Data Privacy Act and the IRR. So this was very important at the time. Memorandum of agreements also between the ICT and data providers were needed to be formulated. So again, this is a lot of lessons learned in the actual drafting of these legal instruments that facilitated data sharing from the private to the ministry under the project. Again, on the practical side, we also looked at anonymization processes of data and data processing. We even looked at mechanisms of processing within telecom premises at the time because of the very stringent rules on the part of our data providers. Okay, so next slide. These are just some of the very important highlights of the Memorandum of Agreement, which are actually based on compliance with the Data Privacy Act of the Philippines. So the first two statements actually are compliant with provisions of the newly instituted act at the time. So appointing a data protection officer for each of the telecom operators, conducting a full privacy impact assessment, again compliant with Data Privacy Act of the Philippines, and the last two statements were the other mechanisms to help ensure that we kept within comprehensive anonymization guidelines as called for in the project, and again the provision that data process should be within premises of the telecommunications companies. So these were some of the very stringent safeguards that were done to help to ensure that nothing would be compromised during the actual study of that was undertaken. So recommendations for scaling up, that's the last slide. So we would recommend undertaking preliminary studies of privacy concerns in each country should similar studies be undertaken. Development of legal instruments to define the role of stakeholders as well as parameters for sharing of comprehensively anonymized data such as mobile phone data. Establishing secure data sharing processes and platforms. Consulting and engaging with data providers in private sector on their commitment to share data in aid of planning and policy formulation. I think it's very important, as mentioned earlier, that they can be engaged further, and they can be raising awareness that their data is very much useful in improving public services and policy formulation. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alana. I think there you have the different stakeholders who are very important in implementing MPD projects. It's important to have national coordination for the reasons that she mentioned. One of them is on the roles and the legal documents that needs to be completed. So with that, we have 5 minutes. I'm sorry, the time is so tight, but there's too much information to share. I would like to open now the floor for questions. Anybody from the floor who wants to ask question? Yes, Latifa, please.
Thank you so much for the great insight from the panel. Latifa Shahi from the Road and Transport Authority. My question is, when to choose whether to get the data from the telephone providers and do the analysis ourselves, and when to give them the methodologies and work with them and get maybe the aggregations. So when do you use different approaches of working together with the telephone providers and telecom providers? Thanks.
Thank you, Latifa. Would you like to address that question to somebody, or you want the whole panel to give a one-word advice?
No, it's for the panel, whoever wants to answer.
Alpha, please.
Okay, since we have a strict regulation with Telkomsel, so we deliver the script to Telkomsel and they're running the script because we have limited access through sandboxing. It's only for 5% samples data for algorithm building. We cannot access the whole data, so we built the script based on the data sample and then we deliver it to Telkomsel. Yeah. And how about Georgia?
Okay, it's mainly depend on how many mobile operators you have, because when we are talking about the official statistics, we must to cover whole population. It means that we must to have all the operators, data from the all operators. That's why in Georgian case, we are developing methodology, we are developing algorithm how to process the data, we are giving it regulator, and regulator are collecting information for all three. We have in Georgia 3 mobile operators, so it is our case. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do you have any additional question before we wrap up? Yes, please, the gentleman over there.
I don't need to add.
Thank you very much. I just would like to know, I'm Erlangga from Resident Coordinator Office in Indonesia. I just would like to know the possibility of the disaggregated information from the mobile data. For example, male, female, or living in this area, or something like that. So something that can be used in the traditional survey data. Is there any possibility to do something like that using mobile data with current privacy or the privacy system? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Can I probably address that question to either Ayumi or Tom or Telkomsel? Telkomsel maybe, since you have direct access to the data.
Yeah. Okay. For the disaggregated data, I think some information is really direct. Means we can give like because we have also our CRM, customer relation tools, right? Our customer relation management. So we get from our CRM. Some also we get it from the CDR, or the call detail record, or the event record as well. So like we can have like a SES, social economic status. It is an approach. It's not a direct one, right? So some information is really an approach, yeah. So we have accuracy as well. So depend on the agreement with some institution, private or public. If we can reach the accuracy of 80%, it considered accepted as well. So it's depend. So it's we have to agree in what kind of accuracy that we can. If it is direct, we can say it is 100%. If it is an approach, then we can say it is an approach. Then which accuracy you want to accept. That's become something we can negotiate.
Thank you very much. I think with that, I would like to close the panel, meaning it needs to be discussed with all the stakeholders. Dialogue is important, convincing your operators is important, and the role of the different stakeholders is very important. So with that, I would like to thank the panel. There's too much information to share, but we're not stopping here. There's a session on Thursday afternoon and Friday morning where we will be providing more details on everything that we've shared to you today. Thank you very much, and have a good day.
Thank you for the moderators and the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, the last but not least, we will have the panel discussion about data access and data science. And for this session, I will invite to the stage Mr. Bartet Braksma from CBS Netherlands as moderator. Mr. Bartet, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. And I would like to ask all panelists to come to the stage right now, because we are a little bit pressed for time, I'm afraid. We're already starting a few minutes late. And moreover, I was advised that due to some events this evening, we will have to stop also a bit sooner. So for those of you that want to be there in time, we will stop at last at 5:45, but I hope already a bit sooner than that. So to realize that, we will have to make some drastic measures. So we will ask our panelists to be very brief in their answers. So I will use a timer to make sure that they don't exceed the time. But at the same time, we also want to have your interaction, because yeah, this is at the end of a very intensive day, which already started at 8:30. To prevent that you fall asleep during the session, we really want your input as well. And we do that in the form of Mentimeter questions. For those of you that have never used Mentimeter, that means that you will be asked to go to a website, www.menti.com, and answer some questions on your phone. So please have your phone ready, and then let's see what you can get, and I'll ask the panelists to react to your inputs. So thank you, and so we have the panelists now. So I'd like to ask you to put up the presentation that we have for this session. Okay, thank you. Please go to the next slide. So the broad topic of this session is data access and data science. Yeah, as you know already, that covers almost the whole world. So what we want to do now is to reduce the topic a little bit by focusing in quality aspects of what we're talking about now. And I want to remind you of the fundamental principles of official statistics, which I'm quite sure you all know by heart. They are the basis of what we all do. And already in the second the paragraph of the introduction of the principles, it says official statistics should be high quality, critical role of high quality, that also demands openness and transparency. And as you can imagine, if we deal with private data, there may be issues there. So if you look at the second principle, trust is mentioned there as very important, scientific principles, professional ethics, and we have to be very clear about the methods and procedures that we use. And in the fifth principle, it says that we can use all types of sources, including those from the private sector, and that we have to choose them with regard to the quality and some other aspects as well. So that means that in the principles, and this, I highlighted two there, but there's more principles that talk about quality and so on. So this is very central to what we're doing. So please, next slide. So the question that we want to address with this panel is more or less, and we take a bit liberty with it, we deviate from it sometimes. So if you obtain data from outside, that means outside our own control with surveys and census and so on. So how much control, how much influence do we need to make sure that we provide the quality that our users require from us? Can we explain to them how we compile our statistics? So that's an interesting question, I think. But then the trouble starts, because what do we mean here really? What is quality, for example? So next slide, please. If you go to Wikipedia, if you Google a bit for quality dimensions, you get very quickly the list on the left, which comes a bit from the marketing areas. If you want to sell products, they have to have certain quality aspects. So this is a classical one from Gartner, from Harvard University. So it's very often quoted. If you want to Google for quality dimension in statistics, well, you have to Google quite hard. Usually people stop after 2 pages. I had to go a little bit deeper. And then finally you come at Eurostat, at the quality assurance framework that is used in European statistics. You also see 8 dimensions, but if you look right, there's only one that is the same as the list on the left. So it means that quality is already difficult to define and to see what we are talking about. So we'll discuss that later on. So the next slide, please. Did we skip one here? I think we have to go one back. Can you please go one slide back? No, this forward. Can you go 2 slides back? Yeah, so this is where I want to introduce the panelists. I don't want to give bios, we just don't have time for that. But just please go back to the panelists. We have Daniel Boller, who is from Germany, but he works in the Philippines now. So we have next Eric Diemen, who is from the Netherlands, but he works in the UK. So we have Evest Deviana, who is from Indonesia, but she works in Estonia. We have Joseph Bulan. Fortunately, he's from the Philippines and he works there. So we have Muna. I think you're also from Dubai. So Muna works in Dubai. Then we have Veronica who's from Germany, works in the Netherlands, and me, I'm from the Netherlands, and I work in the Netherlands. So we have a very international panel with a lot of international experience, which is quite suitable for what we have here. It's a diverse panel with also the two representatives from the other side, from the enemy, the private sector. So that's Evest and Veronica. So very much welcome here. Of course, that's a joke, but it's not only a joke, because when I talk with my colleagues about privately held data, the first question is, can we trust that data? Are these people serious about quality? So that means that there's some mistrust in our community often about what kind of quality the private sector can deliver. And rightly so, because we have a quality obligations, we have a responsibility there, so we should also be very careful about what we do. Personally, I don't distrust these people, otherwise I would not have invited them here in the first place. But yeah, let's see what they have to say and what's their take on the quality. So what I want to do is first ask them to give very brief pitches on something that they work on, so that you have concrete examples. Only 19 seconds all of them get. And then we go on to some questions, which we will reduce, but like I said, I will want to involve you as well. Please go to one slide before this one. So the first question, that's a kind of a test question. And also this is a tricky part, because here we have to switch to Mentimeter. So can you switch to the Mentimeter? Yeah. So, and there was a code on the previous slide, but that's not the right one. Here on top you see the code that you should use for this question. Do you believe quality is important? And I'm curious what kind of answer you give. The panelists may also answer. So please go to the site www.menti.com and give an answer. If there are people online, of course they can also participate. So, what a surprise. There was one answering option that says, never mind about quality, just give me the numbers. I think nobody chose that. So to my surprise, most people say quality is always important. Some people say sometimes, whoa. Some people say often, but the far majority says quality is always important, which is more or less the answer that I expected. If there's somebody in this room who thinks quality is not important for statistics, then yeah, you're fired on the spot, I would say. Thank you for it. Can you switch back to the other? You can leave this open, I think. Or Daniel has, Joseph has explained you. Can you switch to the presentation? What we want to do now is give the panelists the floor in turn to present for just 90 seconds. Something that's on top of their mind. So please go to the next slide. This one, yeah, and that's Joseph. You're on. There's the microphone. Yeah.
Yeah, good evening everyone. In 2017, ADB with UNESCAP actually conducted a survey on the capacity of NSOs to be able to monitor with respect to the SDG indicators as well as the use of small area estimates. And the survey the results actually suggested that there's actually a need to be able to use, to utilize innovative data sources and to be able to complement the conventional approaches. So ADB actually also had various knowledge transfer sessions, and we have published knowledge products such as handbook or guidebook, step-by-step, on poverty mapping using non-traditional sources of data such as use of satellite imagery and so on. So we actually have partnered with the Philippine Statistics Authority and NSO Thailand with our project on poverty mapping. And what you see on the screen is actually we have provided, our preliminary estimates was actually used in the identification of target areas for this ADB Bayan Bayanihan program, wherein we have provided food relief programs during the onset of the pandemic, which benefited around 140,000 households in Manila. Next slide, please. So, of course, building on this initiative, we plan to upscale this project with the funding support of the government of Japan. We have a JFPR project on poverty mapping, and fortunately, we're currently working with BPS Indonesia and NSO Maldives on this. So basically, we wanted to upscale the models with the use of higher resolution satellite imagery, points of interest data, called data records, and so on. So looking forward for this project.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. So next slide, please. And this is from Veronica.
Yeah, okay, I'll keep it short. Hopefully you heard me yesterday. So at dataprovider.com, we index every website on the internet on a monthly basis, and we collect a lot of different information from the website, about the website. Currently, we have 200 data points in a structured database for each website across different categories. Business information, if it's a business website, about the content of the website, whole section on e-commerce, marketing, technical information, and hosting information. And next slide, please. So our data has been used, next slide, please. Yeah, so here are two examples where we work with NSOs. So the first one was with Statistics Netherlands. In both cases, it was to measure the internet economy, so merging the web data with the national business registries, and then to come up with a classification of businesses based on their activity online. And this was then repeated in 4 countries in Latin America. And so on the left here, you just see a small example where we did it in the net, or Statistics Netherlands did it for 3 years in a row. And so the classification here is businesses without a website, so they are in the business registry, but they're not they don't have a website, they're not in the web data. And then you have businesses with a passive online presence, an active online presence, and then what we call the core of the internet economy, so online stores, online services, and businesses that offer ICT-related services. And what we did in Latin America, the pandemic happened right when we were about to finish that project. And then we decided to do a second merge, and here's just an example to see that between March and September of 2020, we actually then, this is the example of Colombia, we looked at businesses that didn't have a website in March, probably did they have them one in September, and you see that for some of them there was really, they moved online. Yeah, this is just an example, and yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, no way that you can provide quality if you have 600 million websites that you control. But anyway, so please go to the next slide. So, Eric.
Hi, thank you. So I'm just going to describe 2 slides very quickly. So about the process and very much how do we identify the 7 steps from acquisition, so getting data to actually to the ingestion part. So what we do first is the requirements and the scoping, is really we do some proper research on what is the most appropriate data source we need to have access to. Then we make contact with the supplier and we develop a business case. In third step, we do some negotiations and actually what kind of data we need access to. And of course, there's a commercial contract often aligned to that. We have some delivery management, so we look at the supply arrangement, we make sure that we ingest the data. Then when we receive the data, we're going to very much verify that and actually check the quality, that if it was agreed, what we need to have access to. We do some preparations on access of the data. Again, there will be a lot of verification around then, and of course we make sure that we do like user permission. We always only look at aggregated data, so we would never have access to any personal data. That's very important. And finally, there will be like a business relationship with the supplier on continuing to supply further data. And we look at a contract, we do business reviews as you do in a proper contract. And that's working quite well in the UK. So we got quite a few successful examples now. So if I can move to the second slide. And I think this is really relevant to the project we discussed in the last hour in the round table around the mobile phone data. And this was really created that things can happen quickly. Because of COVID, of course, quite a few municipalities in the UK got together, and they really needed to have some quick access, some non-pharmaceutical data. So what we did, we managed to get a contract with a mobile provider, and actually what we did is we identified the needs very quickly. We agreed a partnership. This was done in a matter of days. We had access to the data, we verified it, and within a few days after that we were able to produce some very important stats for the government just to see how people were moving about without identifying any unique or personal data, just to really understand how COVID was spreading. So through a real close partnership with a mobile provider, we had the promise, of course, certain things with the mobile provider we would not release, which we didn't, because the main thing about this is we want to make sure as a government body that we continue to have that trust, that the public trusts us. Like, public perception is very important, I think, to all of us, so we really focused on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Next, please. This is Muna's slide.
Hi. Population is one of the most important topic in United Arab Emirates because we use it to ensure the quality of life of UAE's society. And however, it's also one of the most difficult and costly statistics. So we were looking for new ways to develop this type of statistics by using multiple or different type of data. So in the screen you can see a screenshot of our population grid project. By the way, this is not Burj Khalifa. This shows the density of population and how we distributed in 100-meter grid cells. And part of our quality assurance step, we ensured that the GIS team and statistical team work and develop something we called it national up-to-date building use layers. So what we did, we collect a lot of geospatial data from different sources, and we start to compare them and compare the data. So we used the satellite imagery from the private and from government source. Then we add the maps that we got it from municipalities, and it was reflecting the building in use. And then we add the electricity and water meters to know where exactly the active meters, and we exclude all the commercial, and we kept only the resident. So by having these different type of source, we were able to fill all the gaps in our data, and we also updated our data with costless amount. So it's almost zero cost for this, and this is our short experience.
Okay, thank you. So then Daniel, so next slide, please.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Bartel, colleagues, for giving us the opportunity to present a short snapshot in our recent research and some challenges that accompanied or resulted from the Project for Data Quality. The publication is a special supplement to the Key Indicators for Asia and the Pacific 2022, titled Mapping the Public Voice for Development Natural Language Processing of Social Media Text Data. And as the title implies, this publication is about NLP, Natural Language Processing. More specifically, we introduced techniques, specific procedures, framework for analyzing social media text data, or more broadly, user-generated content, provide theoretical insights, but also practical implementation provisions, including code snippets. And finally, the publication is supported accompanied by two case studies, one on the COVID-19 pandemic in the Philippines and one on climate change in Australia. Some of the challenges that we identified during the project are outlined here, and are potentially well known, but often we miss substantial detailed information on the users, and we know that only a fraction, a share of the population is actually active and represented in social networks, with some challenges for the research work that we are conducting. There's a quote, I like it, you can read it on your own, and basically provides some philosophical thinking about the facts that we observe. And happy to discuss some of the issues and potentially more important, some solutions to handle these issues in our panel today. Thanks.
Yeah, of course, you realize that you will be the first who I ask what would your take on the solutions. You mentioned data quality, so that backfires.
Thanks.
Okay, so next slide, please, for AVEST, last but not least.
Right, okay. So much pressure here. So I understand when more than just one party is involved in the pre-processing of data, it introduces a layer of doubt, of prejudice, naturally. And anybody can claim that they have the perfect script, they have the beautiful QA framework, but these claims, as statisticians and as private institutions, we must hold these claims accountable. So what you see here in the slide is an illustration of our pre-processing of our QA, pre-processing of QA input. So what we do in Positium is we do long and also short input QA, which is only just a small part of what we do when we process our raw data before actually importing them to our data mediator. So through the process, we produce not only quality report, but also we do regular input QA. This regular input QA, they produce logs. You can see errors whenever. So these logs, we bring it to the source of data. We question them, what is wrong with each and every errors found on the logs. And what we do is also share these logs with the users. So full transparency here, while also respecting for their quality and also data privacy, obviously. So with that, we ensure that the users of the data, although there's no influence, they cannot influence on the input of data, but trust can be established, prejudice can be eliminated, and we believe with more transparency, less control is needed. So again, I'm calling for also statisticians to hold accountable us as data processors and uphold quality at the end of the day. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So this was the first quality test. So I gave all panelists 90 seconds to present their case, and guess what? They all failed. And punctuality, so making sure that you deliver in time, is an important quality aspect. But another observation is that the two representatives from the private sector, Veronica and AVEST, they came closest to delivering in time. So what about quality then? Anyway, and what you may also have observed is that we have 6 pitches here. 2 were more or less about Earth observation data combined with other things. 2 were about online data, websites and social media, and 2 were about mobile phone data. So also there we have an interesting symmetry. But let's go to the next question. So next slide, please. So, you can go to next, please, again, and then also skip to move to the second online question. So, and I think here you have to use a different code. We had to tweak a little bit with Mentimeter because the paid version was for some reason not accessible. You always have these issues, so you have to improvise. So you have to use different codes for Mentimeter. So please switch there, and you can already see the next. Next slide also here, please, and then switch. No? So this is basically the question. You all know about quality. You all indicate that quality is important. Some cases to a lesser extent. But then I already mentioned quality is difficult. What is your favorite quality dimension? And in fact, you can indicate a few of them. You have 5 choices to make here. You don't need to make 5 choices. If you say, I only care about punctuality, for example, you just enter punctuality. Timeliness, reliability, accuracy, telco data. What's that? Confidential, comparability. I think accuracy comes out on top if I see that, which does not really surprise me because my colleagues, they always care about accuracy the most. They always say, well, let's wait a little bit more with postpone releasing statistics because we want to check this and that. So then it's all about accuracy. Reliability is also very high here, I see, in timeliness. Okay, so thank you. Maybe you can switch back to the PowerPoint presentation. Yeah. So one back, please. Yeah, and then very carefully, just one. The next slide. Something's gone wrong here. So because basically these are already 2 questions. I want to ask the first question to 2 panelists, and these are the last 2 because Evest very explicitly mentioned the QA framework and how you should deal with QA, and also Daniel challenges by saying, well, you should think about quality. So I would first like to give the floor to Evest, and then to Daniel to address the first question. Taking in mind also what you saw from the audience interaction. So you have to say something about accuracy, I'm afraid. So please, Evest, what would be your take here? And please be brief.
Right, thank you. It's interesting to me that I didn't see anybody mentioning about the continuity. Or maybe I will not try to pinpoint about that, but basically what we understand the importance of the continuity of not only the source of data, the availability of data, but also the methodology and also the processing. That is very important, and we understand that is the basis of working with official statistics. And also we see that the coherence and the willingness to commit to scientific standards and at the very heart of it, being transparent about whatever we work with, and being transparent not only to the user, but also the sources of the data, providing a healthy environment when transparency, again, thrives. I think those 2 are most important from our perspective.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's very good to hear someone from privacy saying that transparency is important, because that's something that we are always challenging. Struggling with how to deal with that, and also continuity, of course, very important. So Daniel, you mentioned social media, and Twitter has just been taken over by Elon Musk, and he fired half of the staff there. So what about continuity? So what's your take on this?
I won't further comment on that one, but in general, we face often a bouquet of challenges for data quality. And regularly it starts with data collection, for example, where we miss critical, decisive information on the sample, on the users, when we work with micro-level data to draw conclusions for example, the representativeness of the sample. At the end, based on my personal view, all these elements relate to something that behavioral economists would call non-aligned preferences that finally lead to different strategies and plans and objectives of the project. So one approach would be, based on my personal view, to work toward a joint agenda to engage in a type of joint inclusive data stewardship instead of data acquisition that we in the past typically engaged in. So simply buying the data is, given the complexity of data situations that we observe, potentially not sufficient, but instead should make it as a more comprehensive joint journey for data work, which includes, of course, also developing joint benefits and guiding principles throughout the entire relationship between the private sector and public organizations.
Yeah, thank you. I think that that element of joint work is very important. So we should not consider ourselves as opposites, client, customer, or something like that, but rather as partners. So we should aim for a situation, I think, where we consider the private sector as a partner and vice versa, of course. That's really important. But now I want to ask Muna, because you mentioned that population statistics, on the one hand, very important. On the other hand, very costly, of course, and difficult to obtain data. So you gave solution of using other data. So what's your take there? So of course that's cheaper because the data's already there. But what about quality, and how do you control that? What kind of mechanisms do you have in place there?
So for quality, as I told you, we used some national satellite imagery, and not from any place. So we have different sources. So we have the government satellites imagery from Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center. We also use the private sector satellites. We used Landsat and Sentinel and NASA. So we used big names in order to compare the different type of satellite imagery. Then we compare it with what we have in statistic data, like the admin data or from a survey. Like, for example, one of the validation that we did is using the household income survey, because we already collect the population from previous surveys, and we were using these different type of sources in order to ensure the quality of the data.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm very happy with that answer, because that's also the way that I think we should go. So there's no single source that is perfect. They all have their errors, their flaws, and so on. But if you combine these sources, then you can compensate for the problems in one source by using another source. Let's come back to the continuity issue that Yvest mentioned. If one source drops out and you have others still in place, then you can do something. So I really think that as community, we have to work on a multi-source strategy, data fusion, data integration, and so thank you. So let's move to the next slide, please. And I think that's, again, an audience question. So can you please move to, very good. So check, I think this is the same code as before, and you can check that. So when we talk about quality assurance, that's the tool that we have to make sure that we deliver the quality we need. What do you think are the key challenges there? And especially if you want to produce rapid indicators, like Muna said, you want to have rapid population estimates. Eric mentioned that as well in the mobile phone data. In the COVID times, it was very essential to have rapid information, to use data science technique. How do we deal with that? Multi-sources. Legal issues is a challenge. Quality, of course. Cost is an issue. Yeah, nothing for free. Validity, that's an important. Representativity, that's a challenge indeed. It seems, because the bigger a word is, the more people submit that word, that cost is a key issue here, so, which I can understand. But yeah, maybe we have to close this now and move to the presentation again. And then I'd like sorry, please go back one. No, the next one. Yeah, something has gone wrong there. So let's look at the third question. Something with the animation has gone wrong, but never mind. So Eric, you work at the data science campus, so yeah, and you also mentioned it. You have a process in place. So what exactly do you do if you want to have these rapid indicators? How do you make sure, if you use data science techniques, that you control the quality?
You mentioned the process, so yes, we try to follow the process when possible. So
that's your answer point?
Yes, thank you. So we got a special data acquisition team, so they actually understand the data, what we're after. So, and they have different skills to data scientists, and that's very important that we don't have our data scientists also focus on that. We want to really focus on the deep technical stuff. And they also, the data acquisition team, they have understand contracts, they understand negotiations, so we want to really leave that to them. And we also got a legal gateway in the UK. It's called the Digital Economy Act. So if we feel that we need to have access to certain data, we can ask a company for that. Of course, you need to follow lots of steps for that, as rightly so. We got a variety of ways it works with commercial companies. We have some really good successful with some banks, but we also have some examples that we try to approach a social media company, and they were not willing to give us any information, but we could work with them through a university and to get some aggregated data. So it shows it's not always possible. So we try to definitely find the right way with the commercial entity. And as Bartel mentioned, it's all about partnerships. And it's also really important that we work with the data collectors, so who actually is collecting the data on behalf, maybe that commercial companies. That's an important step for us as well. And when data sets are large, they can be very difficult to manage. So what we often ask, we ask for a specific set or maybe an extract. So our data wranglers or our data assessors can make quicker sense of what needs to happen. And finally, I'd also like to mention we have a national data strategy. So this is all legislation, is proper produced from the government to actually give us a clear instructions what areas we should to follow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Eric. So one important element you mentioned is to have dedicated people with a different skill set in the data acquisition team. So you also have an act, a legal base in place. So these are important elements indeed, I think. So, but then the next question. So you are quite advanced, of course, in the UK, and I know you do a lot of capacity building. But I think also, Joost, in the Philippines, you're very close to that. Don't be surprised I ask you that question. But how can we manage that people get up to the same level as Eric and his colleagues in the UK?
Yeah. Okay. For the poverty mapping project, we actually have conducted around 10 trainings for our developing member economies. So we actually, it's like 3 to 5 days of a crash course, but we adjust accordingly based on their, of course, level of understanding. When we do capacity building, we see to it that it's not a one-way approach, right? So there's no model that fits all. So we actually wanted to learn also from the experiences of the countries. And it gives pleasure for us to note that for some economies, they have actually moved forward. Like for the case of the PSA, they have used the nighttime lights data with some of their models. BPS Indonesia, actually I saw a flyer that they have conducted for the child poverty mapping with UNICEF. So it gives us pleasure. And the last key is, that's on my mind is partnership. With UN, we worked with CIAP for the module for machine learning, ESCAP for the Stats Cafe. We have Academe and some private entities for the dissemination of our knowledge product. So lastly, this venue, I think personally, is a good venue to learn from each other, to partner with each other. So yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and maybe the last question for the audience, and then also the last panel member that I'd like to comment, Veronica. So can you switch to the Mentimeter again? So So this is a challenging question which was formulated by someone from the private sector, but I could have done it as well. As more and more data is being owned, processed, and analyzed by the private sector, is it time to rethink the role of official statistics? So please check the code on top, 6721 1321. And then let's see what you all answer. Either there's only one answer now, or everybody agrees. This is the best one? So, and what did you vote for? Of course, yeah. So, yeah, so then, yeah, I'm also here, I'm not too surprised. I would have expected some people would have been a bit more conservative. But of course, you're all here because you're on the front of changing statistics. Congratulations to you all that you're open to change. Personally, I think that we need to change, but let's hear what the private sector says about this. Veronica, you are the private sector.
Okay. Yeah, maybe we think we should change. Maybe we agree on that, but maybe have very different ideas about that. So I just, it's more of maybe almost like a philosophical question. I don't know. I want to start with a quote from a report the Club of Rome published earlier this year, a report called Earth for All, where they discuss how the climate disaster could potentially prevent it still. And one of the quotes from that is, the biggest problem of our time is our inability to distinguish fiction from fact. And if we think about, as we produce more and more data every day, and it's growing at a very fast rate, and industry is ahead of processing and owning that data, my question is, who decides what data is trustworthy or not trustworthy when things are published? And I wonder if there is a role for national statistics offices to act more like as a watchdog, or as someone who then maybe can accredit the private sector for they're doing a good job, they handle data correctly. Yeah, that's basically what I wonder, if that should be the role, in addition to obviously what you have been doing very well over many years.
Thank you, Veronica. So basically what you're saying is let the private sector do what they're good at, run processes and do the actual processing work, and leave the role of putting a quality stamp on it and judging if it's good or not to official statistics. So to me, that's an interesting distribution of labor, but we should consider that. I don't think that makes our job harder or easier, but different. And it means that, again, we have to work very closely with the private sector to in an open dialogue. So with that, I think we can come to the end. Eventually, there are still some people that have chosen we could, maybe we don't have to change. So after 10 years of research, or not at all, because nobody asked us to change, we have done a good job for 100 years already, so why change? But anyway, so the vast majority says, yes, we have to change, and maybe in the direction that Veronica just gave. So maybe we can switch back to the presentation. I think we are at the end now. We could try this again. In fact, we prepared the question to do this again after Veronica's pitch and answer, but I think we skip this one and move to the presentation for time reasons. So we already did this. So we already did. So next one, please. Yes, we did this. Thank you. And the next, please. And I think that should be the final slide. And I wanted to show this slide partly because it has all the logos of the participants, but mainly because it says also facts that matter. And that's basically what Veronica just said. We are all about facts, distinguishing facts from fiction. In this world of alternative truths and so on, we have a very important role to play as statisticians. And yeah, please, together with the private sector, because they are also serious people, hopefully you have heard they're concerned about quality. They want to work with us, and I think that's yeah, joining forces that brings us further. So with that, I'd like to thank all the panelists. I'd like to thank you all for staying here and actively participating in the panel at the end of this very long day. And I wish you a nice evening, so thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the moderator and the panelists. You may go to the seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally come to the end part of this agenda. Before I close this session, I would like to invite to the stage Dr. Ronald Johnson, Assistant Director, UN Statistics Division, to give us some short closing remarks, please. Mr. Ronald, the time is yours.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, this will be very short because I am in between sitting here and running to the bus for some of us. And you might want to go to the bathroom first. So, closing remarks. We had this afternoon, and I will concentrate on that, the capacity development and regional hubs. Can you hear me? Yes? Big data and SDGs, mobile phone data, and the data access and data science. So a few keywords, only a few keywords I want to pick up there. A lot was on capacity development, which is not a surprise because this is a new field. We have a lot to learn here, and we have to learn this together. There are also new skills. A lot of it is on technology, but it was also shown that there are quite a few things also on soft skills that we need to learn as well. Another thing I really noticed is there are actually a lot of projects going on. I mean, it's really amazed to see how much we are doing on the side of mobile phone, also what we saw on the last panel. And then quality assurance came up in the last panel a lot, but it's in general something that we were, of course, concerned with. And in that, we have more challenges than in traditional official statistics because it's less controlled, the data we work with, also the partnerships that we have to work with. And that's, by the way, the final keyword is partnerships. We do work with private sector, we work with academia, and we have to work with all of them to make sure that we are getting the results that we would like. So that's what I wanted to say. I would like to thank the moderators. I would like to thank all the speakers. I apologize for all the pressure we put on you because of the short time that we have. And I'd like to also thank everyone who participated here this afternoon. Big hand of applause for all of us. And enjoy the evening. Tomorrow we start the workshops. We're starting 9 o'clock, if I'm correct, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning with the privacy enhancing technologies and AIS. Have a very good evening. See you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronald, for the concise closing remarks. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank for all moderators and the panelists for their more informative and interesting discussion, and also all the participants for their active participation. It has been my pleasure to host this event. Before we wrap up this conference, we would like to thank to our sponsor, Telkomsel, the University of Tokyo, Location Mind, DataProvider.com, Oblivious, United Nations Country Team, AWS, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. Thank you for attending the 7th International Conference on Big Data and Data Science for Official Statistics, Global Challenge and the Importance of Relevance and Timely Data. We hope to see you again in the next conference. Have a nice evening, everyone. Enjoy Yogyakarta. Thank you.